Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
So we're here checking out this like historic canal that used to connect Savannah to I can't say it, Ogeechobee. I'm not even saying that right, but anyway, it's a really cool landscape.
Why are you calling me?
Down in the swamps again. The guy running it said there's a slim chance we might see gators, so you know, fingers crossed. This is beautiful out here.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Walk out on that. On the toe here. Right up down.
Man, it's really beautiful out here. This is the old canal here itself. Like,
Is it?
yeah, this I think.
Okay.
Like that's what we've been walking in this whole time. And there was like a Civil War battle fought out here too. How cool would it be if there's a gator?
It's under the path. A dog will hung out. What did we saw?
So that's something a lot of people don't realize is before the highway, before airplanes, before railroads even, the whole country was connected by canals. And because floating stuff is just way more efficient and cost effective than carrying stuff over land, it's actually worth it to dig these crazy canals to be able to drag stuff across landscapes. And it's just kind of underappreciated. There's, especially in the East Coast of the United States, if you look, there's canals that crisscross the whole country. So I'm just fascinated by this historical past, and man, it is really incredible out here. I think actually the actual canal might be at the end of this, because I don't actually know what I'm talking about. I don't know if you knew that, but
Yeah.
oh, this is just the river.
Yeah, I think
Damn, look at that fish.
that's massive. Worth the size sturgeon.
It's a big old fish. Yeah, so this is the river. Hell of a river. Some prime gator heading out here, I imagine. I think we're gonna try to find the actual canal, because this is just like a little river spot. So Ogeechee? That's how I'd say that. And it goes from the river, I'm assuming.
Yeah, you do know.
Do you want to go out to where it meets the river? Yeah, that's the...
I think it ends at some point.
The reason they call this the tow path is because you would be towing the boat. And so you need a path next to the canal to pull it, probably with a horse in reality. So I'm getting laughed at here, but well, people might not know that that's what it was called. All right, did you know that's why it was? Did you know why that's why it was?
You're sticking your toe in.
All right, enough with the foot jokes here.
Nice.
So the goal was to get all that cotton and raw materials like, well, pine, you know, for paper or whatever. I know that's a big industry here now, is to get all those raw materials out to the coast. And from the coast, Savannah Port, they could go anywhere, right? In theory. Frictionless travel, or as near to frictionless travel as you could get.
Somebody made like. Okay, there's like a fake thing. Gotcha. That's fucking sweet. Got them Italian bricks. Feel it.
So like this was the beginning of the lock that would adjust for the level of the water. Here you can see some part of the mechanism that was probably used to control the lock. Maybe the hinges even. It's hard to tell exactly, but and so there, depending on the level of the water, there would be gates in this lock. And in between the gates would match the water level of either the river or the canal. And so they would open the gate strategically to match that water level and let traffic, barges, small barges, you can see these aren't huge, being pulled by horse into the canal. And that would be taken all the way to Savannah Harbor. This canal wasn't operated for very long at all. It was made irrelevant by the railroads, as so many canals in the U.S. were. But very cool. Obviously, you can tell I'm excited about it. It's such an interesting nexus of physics and economics and politics and culture. And yeah, I don't know. That's my type of jam. So pretty cool stuff. So here you can see another one of the locks along the canal. And actually behind me, they have one of the, like a recreation of the lock gates, like how these lock gates used to be. And it's actually really interesting here. So here you have the gate. And the arm at the top would be like the pivot point. So you could pivot this gate. And here it looks like, and this is interesting too, it has this water flow feature. So maybe that's what you're doing, is you're opening that to get the water levels right before you open the actual lock gate. Here, I don't know if you all can even see the details how a lock operates, but it's just like what I said. You match the water levels and then you open the gate. Yeah, so this here is a sluice gate. So you'd open that to match the water levels first. See, even I learned something.
I think especially you learn something.
Yeah, like syrup or something?
I don't know. I think you just use pine sap as like tar, but there's a little collection bucket and like where they would scar it. Getting some sap.
Oh wow,
getting sappy.
Like
Yeah.
Cut it off.
Yeah. And just fill that. So this canal was chartered in 1824 and it was built from 1826 to 1830, mainly by Black and Irish laborers. And it transported things like rice and bricks and cotton, obviously, from the interior to the coast, like I mentioned before. But after the Civil War, timber briefly was a boon to the canal's use. But pretty quickly thereafter, it was closed and a yellow fever outbreak was blamed on the canal. Who knows if that's true or not? Sounds pretty reasonable to me, but anyway,
Well, yeah, it brought
railroads were
mosquitoes.
going crazy at that point, so it was not that much less efficient to use a railroad than it is to use a canal. And now it's just kind of sitting here in disrepair. I mean, the guy running this place is just all alone, so.
Poor guy.
Yeah, I mean, he must love it.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah,
You got to do it for a reason.
it's a good retirement job.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not nearly as enthusiastic as John Brown.
Well, this looks like I-95, and I guess I need to. Is that the end of it?
He said we could spend an hour out here if we stop and look. Jesus, I got that on camera. That's going in the video. My producer just farted right on camera. Luckily, he doesn't do any editing, so I'll be able to leave that one in.
I don't think a producer is supposed to.
I don't know what a producer does. What am I paying you for?
I think they fund.
What am I paying you for?
I'm supposed to be paying you.
Where's my checks then?
I'm waiting on that PPP.
I paid the entrance fee for this fucking thing.
I mean, technically, you are the producer.
Then who are you?
I'm
I'm just confused. This is why my YouTube channel is such a failure. Is absolutely no organization or discipline.
Well, obviously that sounds familiar. There is there is minimal organization to my. You know what? Why am I getting an echo here? So anyway, welcome to Stanley versus the World. It is Tuesday. It is not Monday, so that's always a plus. And let's see here. Guess I'll wait for people to flow in. Everybody make sure you hit the like button on your way in. If you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. I released a new clip of a show we did last week, which was pretty interesting. It has me, Latino for Trump, and Professor Juan Pacheco in it, talking about one of the Supreme Court rulings, what probably the biggest Supreme Court ruling of the year last year. Not too long, but relatively entertaining. And none of us are at our most entertaining, but could be because we're all sober in that one. So let's see. Oh, make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. And that is a safe haven from me because I don't stream this show over there. So you can always watch John and Portia's and other people's shows from there. And as far as I know, I rarely go in those chats. I'm usually in the main John Gall Urban Landlord chat. So, if you don't want to be roasted or you get in your feelings when I roast you, there's a safe place. You can take your whoopee, you can take your blankie, and you can be your anti-black baby self over there. So let's move on. Notice the title of the show, Be Not the First by Whom the New Are Tried, nor yet the last to lay the old aside. I've been threatening to do this for quite some time. This is Alexander Pope Week. I am, for some reason or another, I thought of Alexander Pope over the weekend, and I went, well, you know what? Some of this stuff, oh, excuse me, especially essay on criticism, kind of go hand in hand with what I do as, a critic of culture, a critic of news stuff, and a critic of people. So this quote is one of my favorite quotes. And next we'll learn a little bit about Alexander Pope and his essay on criticism. And we may do something on his life tomorrow. I haven't really decided. But let's go ahead and have a look at Alexander Pope's essay on criticism. And the other thing, I'm trying out something I've never used in the Stanley cross chat. The way it sounds is you can kind of ask questions dynamically. I'm not exactly sure how it works. So y'all have a look. Maybe somebody can explain how it works, but it would really be handy if people could just type in questions as we go. It may work that way. It may not. I don't know. So this is Essay on Criticism by Alexander Pope.
Therefore, Alexander Pope is a central neoclassicist, so he's a little bit more strict than Dryden. We're going to see that his view of decorum's a little bit more strict than Dryden because he's living in the very heart of the neoclassical age. Now, Pope's essay on criticism is, again, not an essay. Guess what? It is a verse epistle. Just like Horace's Art of Poetry, it is a letter written in poetry. He's imitating Horace here. Now, his essay, Pope's essay, like almost all of his poetry, is written in what we call heroic couplets. What are heroic couplets? They're 2 lines of poetry. Each line of poetry has 10 syllables and 5 stresses. In other words, da-dum, 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 da-dum. 2 lines, and those 2 lines rhyme. One of my favorite examples of a rhyming couplet, a heroic couplet, is the first line of Dryden's Absalom and Achitophel. It's about the days of King David, and he says, "In pious times, ere priestcraft did begin, before polygamy was made a sin." A little bit of that neoclassical wit I told you about. Now, why am I making such a big deal about these couplets? Although these heroic couplets are linked together in a series, there is always a strong stop at the end of each couplet. So again, it's a poem. We want to read the whole thing, but at the end of each couplet is a strong stop, either a period or a semicolon or a colon, not even a comma usually, a very hard stop. And so when we read Pope's heroic couplets, it's not like reading a soliloquy from Shakespeare where we just sort of read through. We're forced to stop at the end of every a heroic couplet. And why is this important? Because this is very neoclassical. Rather than being free-flowing and meditative like the soliloquies, Pope's heroic couplets really read like a mathematical proof that moves logically, step by step, from proposition to conclusion. Students have a terrible time reading Pope because you know what they do? They don't understand the first heroic couplet, so they say, "I'll skip it and move on." That doesn't work. You've got to understand every heroic couplet or you're lost. Just like a mathematical proof. If you don't understand one step of the proof and you skip it, you're lost. And so again, what I want to show you here is that Pope's heroic couplets express in themselves that sense of balance, order, and rationality that the neoclassicists prized so highly. Remember I said neoclassicists want to mix sound and sense? Well, the rationality of Pope living in the age of reason, the age of enlightenment, is mimicked by the sound of his heroic couplets. So again, he doesn't just arbitrarily write in heroic couplets. The sound of his poetry mimics the feeling or the sense he wants to convey. Now, I warn you, if you read Pope, he cannot be read quickly. He calls for intense concentration and a keen sense of proportion. You know what it's like? It's like listening to Baroque music. If you listen to Bach or Handel, you've got to pay attention because everything is subtleties, isn't it? Very small subtleties, balance and rationality. I like to think of Pope's poetry as decorum set to meter. If you want to know what decorum is, just listen to the sound of Pope, or again, listen to Baroque music by Bach or again, Handel or some of the Baroque musicians. Again, that order and balance. All right, let's look specifically at the essay itself. Like Horace, Pope spends much time defining the proper role of the critic. According to Pope, true taste in a critic is as rare as true genius in a poet. In other words, criticism is not to be looked down upon. That's a gift too. A true critic is as great as a true poet. Now, the function of the critic, therefore, is almost as vital as that of the poet. And we saw this before in Horace. The critic's important. Now, still, the poet is more important, finally, for neoclassicists, but the critic is important, and there is a relationship here. You know what? Pope tells us that in some ways, a bad critic is more dangerous to art than a bad poet. Bad poetry we could just dismiss it. But bad criticism can corrupt everything and form more bad poetry. So for Pope, criticism is very important. And he's very much a poet and critic at the same time. Now, many critics, according to Pope, write not out of the love of poetry or out of a fine sense of judgment, but out of envy and spite. They destroy what they cannot do. And if there's one thing that Pope hates, it's a bad critic. Bad critics are nasty people that can't write their own poetry, so they go around destroying other people. And that's a big no-no for Pope. For Pope, a true critic should be the handmaiden of poetry. A critic should respect poets and love them and help them. And yet, Pope knew that so often critics turn against poets with Oedipal fury. We're back to that anxiety of influence. In other words, sometimes critics do what bad philosophers do. They attack poets. In other words, they attack what they cannot do. This is terrible. Pope really lays it into these people. In fact, he compares bad critics to half-breed mules who lack both the genius of the poet and the taste of the true critic. Rather than accept the limits of their gifts, they elevate themselves by finding fault in others. And you've all experienced peevish, nasty critics. You know what a good example of this is? A lot of my college students, like most college students, have jobs where they work at a supermarket or they work at a clothing store, and some of them have terrible managers. And I think you all know that usually the worst ones are the middle managers, not the top managers. Because oftentimes the middle managers have very low self-esteem, and so they give themselves jollies by stepping on you. So a lot of times the ones that have more power are better because they don't need to prove anything. Well, that's what he's saying. Critics are like bad middle managers. Bad critics are like bad middle managers because they got to step on everything. Well, that's what a bad critic is. What is a good critic? The true critic, the good critic, is like the true poet. He must learn humility. He must be humble. And according to Pope, and this is very neoclassical, the best way to learn humility is by exposing yourself to the sacred fire of ancient literature. You spend your time reading Homer and Virgil, that will humble you when you realize their greatness. And you'll get rid of all this nasty peevishness. Furthermore, the true critic, for Pope, must judge art not on the basis of his own prejudices, but via a close, fair, genial study of the poet's age, his chosen genre and mode of imitation, and the desired end and aim of his poem. Remember we talked about genial criticism before? A good critic is one who respects what the poet's trying to do, doesn't impose his own taste upon the poet, but tries to figure out what the poet's trying to do, what kind of genre it is, what kind of mode of imitation, and follows along that way. That is genial criticism. So what Pope is telling us basically is that there's a right way to criticize and a wrong way to criticize. And what he's also telling us is that just like there's rules for poetry, there is rules for criticism, or there are rules for criticism. Now, alas, I would argue, modern academia has not heeded the advice of Pope. And I'll get on my soapbox a little bit here. I feel that many times modern theorists too often stand in judgment on the great poets of our tradition. What I'm saying is that rather than learn from the poet's genius, many modern critics look down upon them as politically unenlightened. You know, sexist, racist, homophobic, right? Rather than judge poetry on its own merits, they bend poetry on the rack of modern theory. And one thing that bothered me, and I only graduated from graduate school in '91, so this is very fresh in my mind. One thing that bothers me about so much modern theory is so often, again, it stands in judgment. Rather, I mean, why do we go into poetry? Why do I go into teaching? I went in because I loved Shakespeare and Wordsworth and Milton, and I wanted to learn at their feet, to learn from them. But so often in graduate school, students now are taught to look down on the poet as, again, woefully unenlightened. I'll give you an example of this. One of the things that bothers me is a lot of my students go to seminary because I teach at a Christian school. And so often students go to seminary with this great love of the Bible, the Word of God. And so often when they leave seminary, they now look down on the Bible. It almost always happens after the first or second year of seminary. They start
Wow, what
speaking
kind of seminary are they
about
going
St.
to?
Paul. Oh, well, you know, that's St. Paul's sexism. This is really something that bothers me because, again, we lose our respect. I mean, if we're not going to learn from people like St. Paul or people like Shakespeare, what are we in it for? And so again, I really think that modern theory and modern seminaries can learn from Pope. We need to have a little humility and learn from these people. That's why they're still read, and will probably be forgotten. Okay, finally, according to Pope and his neoclassical theory, the best poets and critics look to nature as the source, the end, and the test of art. I've alluded to this many times, but let me say it now. For neoclassicists, you look to nature. Nature is the ultimate source of poetry and the ultimate end or goal and the test. Now, by nature, I don't just mean trees. I mean nature, reality. They want to find the way the world is and imitate that. Now, according to Pope, we follow the ancients because in following them, we follow nature. And so, Pope says in a famous phrase, Virgil discovered that to imitate Homer was to imitate nature. The reason Virgil imitated Homer was because Homer got it right, so Virgil might as well imitate. You know, we want to learn from the people that got it right. That's a very neoclassical, traditional way of looking at things. But Pope goes beyond that. He says, you know what? Even the ancients did not really invent the rules of decorum. They didn't invent decorum. They found it there in nature. According to a neoclassicist, nature is organized in terms of decorum. And what we do is we try to discover that decorum and imitate it. Let me give you an example of Pope's heroic couplets. He says, those rules of old, discovered, not devised, are nature still, but nature methodized. So we take what's in nature and we use it. According to Pope, nature is the best touchstone of art, for it is unchanging and eternal. How can we measure art? Let's measure art against something that doesn't change, nature. Rather than against changing fashions and whatnot, let us test art against something that is unchanging. Now, I want to make a little analogy here to another work by Pope. In addition to his essay on criticism, Pope wrote an essay on man, which was more about philosophy. And in his essay on man, Pope sums up the neoclassical vision of the cosmos by asserting that in nature, all is ordered and everything has its proper place in the great chain of being. Many of you may have learned before this idea of the great chain of being. You see, neoclassicists not only look for decorum in poetry, they look for decorum in the universe itself. And according to the great chain of being, there's a hierarchy. At the top of the chain is God, then the higher order of angels, down to the lower order, down to man and the animals, and all the way on down to the rocks. Everything has a place. It has a rung, let's call it, in the ladder that is the great chain of being. That is a very ordered view of the world, neoclassical. And according to Pope, we accept our place in this chain and the limits that come with it. In other words, if we want to be human, we've got to stay in our rung. Don't try to become an angel, go up, or try to become a beast by going down. You've got to stay where you belong in the great chain of being. Now, notice in the same way that we've got to accept our limits sort of philosophically, we must also accept the laws and restraints of decorum. So you see how, again, one of the things about neoclassicism is it has this wonderfully rational, ordered view of the universe. And that's what we call the Enlightenment, right? What we call the Age of Reason. Now, although Pope admits that there are times when, in a moment of Longinian sublimity, a poet may fly beyond the rules of art to a higher plane, such flights of fancy should be the exception and not the rule. In other words, like Dryden, he admits, yes, there are some times when you want to break away and break from decorum for effect. But that should be the exception, not the rule. That's very neoclassical. In romantic art, they're always breaking away. For neoclassicists, they break away when necessary, but in general, you want to stay. Because if that becomes not the exception, but the rule, you've lost decorum. So again, this is a very neoclassical view. According to Pope, we must never let our genius or our wit overrun our judgment or our art. In fact, Pope tells us that it is the restraints that make us poets, that make us finally human beings. What makes us a poet is because we follow decorum. It's not originality and novelty that makes us a poet, as is so often the case today. What makes us a poet is the restraints themselves. And in the same way, what makes me a human being is because I am neither an angel up the rung or a beast down a rung. You You see the difference there? So there is a link between, again, the view of the cosmos and the view of poetry. Restraint is important because it makes us human and it makes us a poet.
Well, for the poets among us, I actually recommend the essay on criticism. It's actually funny. And that's the one thing that's always attracted me to someone like Alexander Pope. He was a pretty good satirist, kind of in the vein of Jonathan Swift. And I am anything. I am nothing if not a lover of all satire. We take ourselves too seriously a lot, and we should stop doing that. So what we will do is move on into some news stories. Got quite a number of them today, and I'm not sure how the show ends up. I don't particularly have any videos in mind at the end of the show, so when we get there, we'll figure out what we're going to do. And by the way, welcome 12th Man, welcome Kelvin, and see there's some other folks out there. Identify yourselves. Halt, who goes there? We're going to start with a couple. This is the weirdest story I've come across in quite some time. And 12th Man kind of called it here. Idaho firefighter shooting identified as 20-year-old man. And this is almost reminiscent of the Trump shooter. The Trump, that young kid who, I don't know what's going on with these kids, but let's listen to it. It's not very, very long.
You're listening to Suspect in Idaho Firefighter Shooting Identified as 20-Year-Old Man, a news story written by Kim Bellware and Daniel Wu, and read by an AI-generated voice. The man suspected of killing 2 firefighters and gravely wounding a third in an ambush-style attack on Sunday, as they responded to a fire in northern Idaho, at one time expressed interest in being a firefighter, officials said Monday. The suspect, who was found dead near the site of the attack on Canfield Mountain, was identified as 20-year-old Wes Rowley of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris said at a news conference. Rowley appeared to be living out of his car and had minor run-ins with local law enforcement, including trespassing and welfare checks, but no apparent criminal history, Norris said. Other questions surrounding the suspect, including a possible motive and how he obtained his weapon, were unanswered Monday as investigators pored over the still active crime scene. Norris said officials had not found a manifesto. They were also looking into whether Rowley had applied to work at or visited any local firehouses, and whether there was a link between his interest in firefighting and the shooting. Rowley was born in California and appears to have also lived in Arizona and Idaho, Norris said. He described Rowley as a transient who had lived in Coeur d'Alene for most of 2024, though Norris said he was unsure when Rowley arrived in the area and whether he had ties to the community. Why he chose this place, I don't know, Norris said. Firefighting crews with the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department and the Kootenai County Fire and Rescue Team reported coming under gunfire around 2 p.m. Sunday, roughly 40 minutes after an emergency call alerted them to a vegetation fire on Canfield's popular hiking trails. Investigators say the suspect acted alone, using a flintstone to intentionally set the fire to lure the first responders. Rowley contacted the firefighters when they came on scene and had an exchange with them about the placement of his car, Norris said. Norris said Rowley appears to be from an arborist family that climbed trees, a skill officials say he used to position himself to fire on the first responders. His family was still processing the allegations, Norris said. Rowley was found dead later Sunday with what appeared to be a shotgun and an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. Officials had used cell phone data to home in on his location. Efforts to contain the 26-acre fire were ongoing Monday. No structures had been destroyed. The 2 deceased firefighters were identified Monday as John Morrison, 52, of the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department, and Frank Harwood, 42, of the Kootenai County Fire and Rescue Team. A miles-long procession of fire and law enforcement vehicles took the firefighters' bodies from a hospital in Kootenai County to nearby Spokane, Washington, on Sunday evening. Hundreds of residents gathered on overpasses to honor the 2 firefighters, with some waving flags as others stood in silence, the Coeur d'Alene Press reported.
Yeah, very, very strange indeed. Let's see. What does DiCapriono have to say here? In 2025, everybody seeking infamy as seeking infamy has a manifesto. Okay. Hadn't really thought of it, but we are our manifestos. So, suspect. I don't know if you all remember, there was some more weird stuff happening in Idaho. Brian Koberger, um, stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Apparently, he's accepted some sort of plea deal.
Suspect in Idaho murders accepts plea deal. This article is by Mike Baker and Nicholas Bogle Burrows, and read by an automated voice. Brian Koberger, the man charged in the brutal stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students, has reached a plea deal to avoid the death penalty, according to a lawyer for the family of one of the victims. Mr. Koberger had been set to go on trial for the murders in August, nearly 3 years after the killings, which occurred at a residence near the university in Moscow, Idaho. The lawyer, Shannon Gray, who represents the family of Kaylee Goncalves, said the family had been notified that a plea agreement had been reached to take the death penalty off the table. The Goncalves family wrote in a message on Facebook that they were, quote, beyond furious at the state of Idaho. They have failed us, the family wrote on Monday afternoon. Please give us some time. This was very unexpected. The Goncalves family had been pressing for the state to pursue the death penalty and had pushed to expand Idaho's capital punishment rules to allow executions by firing squad. Prosecutors did not immediately respond to messages seeking comment, nor did lawyers for Mr. Koberger. Mr. Koberger, now 30, was a criminology PhD student at Washington State University, about a 20-minute drive from the crime scene. He grew up in Pennsylvania and studied psychology in college. He was arrested in December 2022 at his parents' home in the Pocono Mountains area of Pennsylvania, about 6 weeks after the killings. Mr. Koberger's defense team tried unsuccessfully for months to undermine key pieces of evidence that investigators collected against him. Prosecutors have said that his DNA was found on a knife sheath recovered at the crime scene, and that records showed he had purchased a knife of a kind matching the sheath in the months before the killings. Video footage showed a car similar to his circling the neighborhood around the time of the deaths, but investigators have yet to suggest a motive or offer any details on how the victims were chosen. Mr. Koberger's lawyers filed a flurry of motions in recent months, including one trying to bar prosecutors from seeking the death penalty. In part, they said, because Mr. Koberger had been diagnosed with autism. They unsuccessfully sought a delay in the trial, arguing that their team had not had enough time to comb through the vast amount of evidence in the case. But the judge ordered jury selection to commence on August 4th. Just hours before news of the plea deal on Monday, one of Mr. Koberger's lawyers was in court in Pennsylvania, where she successfully argued that 2 witnesses who knew Mr. Koberger as a teenager should be forced to testify at trial even though they did not want to. Mr. Koberger has been in jail since his arrest. His lawyers have given few hints about what defense they plan to offer, but have said that he was out driving on the night of the murders. In the years before the killings, Mr. Koberger indicated that he was interested in studying criminals. In a message to a friend in 2018, he wrote that he would like a job, quote, dealing with high-profile offenders. A few months before the murders, he posted on Reddit, asking people who had spent time in prison to describe their thoughts, emotions, and actions from the beginning to end of the crime commission process. Investigators have said that the murders happened sometime around 4 a.m. on November 13, 2022. The victims, Ms. Goncalves, 21, Madison Mogan, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, had spent a typical Saturday night out near the university campus and returned to the house in the early hours of Sunday. A roommate who survived the attack said she had heard what sounded like crying coming from the room of one of the women. She later told the police that she had opened her door and seen a man with bushy eyebrows in black clothes and a mask. The man left the house, and the roommate began texting with another surviving roommate downstairs before taking refuge in her room. But neither she nor anyone else called the police until more than 7 hours later, when a friend came to the house and discovered the body of one of the victims.
You know what? This made me laugh. Autistic and a college criminology student. Well, that is a witch's brew. I agree. I hadn't thought of that. DiCapriono. I don't know. That's gonna be under consideration there. I mean, but who knows? I mean, when you go apply now, I honestly have not applied for any sort of college application thing other than filling out forms for my son. I don't know if they ask you if you're autistic. It's probably, under like some civil rights thing. Probably can't ask that. Now I'm sure they must ask you for medical conditions or something, even if it's only for like insurance. But yeah, that is quite a combination there. When do you think his lawyer started thinking he may have done this? Done what, Trent? Can you be specific? And welcome aboard. Are you new to the show? Let's see. Oh wait, hold it. Let's see here. Yeah, be more specific. Done? You mean the murder? I'm not sure what you're asking, but be more specific, and we will find out. So let's see. We are going to do a change of topic here. We old people can't multitask, apparently, at least not seamlessly. So I need to. Well, we're going to move on to a couple financial articles here. The dollar has hit its worst start to a year since 1973, which I don't know. I don't know enough about the dollar, and maybe, maybe Ryan will wander in and help us understand why this matters. But it doesn't sound good, so we'll just listen to this article.
The dollar has its worst start to a year since 1973. This article is by Joe Renison and read by an automated voice. The dollar is off to its worst start to a year in more than half a century. The United States' currency has weakened more than 10% over the past 6 months, when compared with a basket of currencies from the country's major trading partners. The last time the dollar weakened so much at the start of the year was 1973. After the United States had made a seismic shift that had ended the linking of the dollar to the price of gold. This time, the seismic event is President Trump's efforts to remake the world order, with an aggressive tariff push and a more isolationist foreign policy. The combination of Mr. Trump's trade proposals, inflation worries, and rising government debt has weighed on the dollar, which has also been buffeted by slowly sliding confidence in the role of the United States at the center of the global financial system. That means it is more expensive for Americans to travel abroad and less attractive for foreigners to invest in the United States, sapping demand when the government is trying to borrow more money. On the flip side, the weaker dollar should help U.S. exporters and make imports more expensive, though these typical trade effects are in flux because of the tariff threats. Even as Mr. Trump has backed down from his most extreme tariffs and the U.S. stock and bond markets have recovered from their losses earlier in the year, the dollar has continued to slide. Having a weak dollar or a strong dollar isn't the issue, said Steve Englander, global head of G10 foreign exchange research at Standard Chartered. The issue is, what is it telling you about how the world sees your policies? Initially, the dollar soared on Mr. Trump's re-election. Much like investors in the stock market, currency players perceived him to be pro-growth and pro-business, likely drawing in investments from around the world and raising demand for the U.S. currency. Such enthusiasm did not last. After peaking in mid-January, the dollar index began to slide,
Hopes of a pro-business administration gave way to lingering worries about stubborn inflation and the impact of already high interest rates on the economy and on companies in the stock market. Then came Mr. Trump's unexpected announcement of tariffs that were far, far higher than any economist, investor, or analyst had predicted, sending markets, from stocks to bonds to the dollar, into a panic. Investors worried that the inflationary impact from tariffs could keep interest rates elevated for longer, turning the screws on an economy that was already beginning to show some signs of weakness. As the administration initially doubled down on tariffs, economic concerns intensified into worries about the safety of U.S. assets at a time of upheaval in global trade. What had begun as anxiety about inflation and the labor market became more acutely centered on the drastic effect that Mr. Trump's tariffs could have on the entire financial system. Analysts fretted about a broad shift away from the dollar and U.S. assets more broadly, a change from recent years when the United States dominated the investment landscape and money poured into American assets. Notably, even after such a weak start to the year, the dollar isn't that weak historically, because it started from such a high level. I think there is a concern that the U.S. that looked exceptional is falling into the pack, Mr. Englander said. Higher tariffs most likely mean lower imports, and lower imports mean fewer dollars paid to businesses overseas. That, in turn, could reduce the dollars reinvested back into the United States, in markets like government bonds, both because of the simplicity of avoiding exchanging currencies and because of the confidence investors have in U.S. markets. The impacts of the dollar's recent decline are far-reaching. The last time the dollar began a year with such a steep decline was in 1973, when foreign currencies stopped being linked to the dollar. That move came 2 years after President Nixon made a decision to no longer link gold to the dollar. For some, this year's weaker dollar has cut into the returns from the once again booming U.S. stock markets. The S&P 500 hit a record high last week, having rallied 24% since the administration backed down on much of its initial tariff plan. But converting the return of the S&P 500 from dollars into euros makes the rally look a lot different, up only 15% and still 10% away from an all-time high. For American investors, the weaker dollar can encourage looking outside the United States. The Stoxx 600 index, a broad measure across European stocks, has risen roughly 15% over the same period, but converted back into dollars that gain rises to 23%. Already, pension funds and endowments, among other investors, have said they are looking more closely at markets outside the United States as a result. Waning demand for U.S. assets stemming from tariffs has also collided with the government's plans to increase spending, dashing hopes among some fiscal hawks that Mr. Trump would follow through on his campaign promise of decreasing government spending. Despite opposition in the Senate, the bill has begun to make its way back through Congress and is estimated to add trillions of dollars to the deficit over a decade. The government would make up this shortfall by looking to borrow more from investors in the Treasury market, precisely when those same investors have begun to back away, raising concerns about the stability of the market. Such concerns undercut the role of both Treasuries and the dollar as a haven in periods of stress. Typically, when investors are worried, they seek out assets that they are confident will hold value during periods of turmoil. But worries about the dollar have weakened it further even during volatile trading conditions, suggesting that it is not consistently playing the same haven role for investors at the moment. Full-scale de-dollarization, if it ever comes, is still a long way away, said Rick Ryder, Chief Investment Officer of Global Fixed Income at BlackRock, in the fund manager's latest quarterly outlook. But there is one dynamic playing out that could significantly raise that risk: increasing government debt.
Yeah, now the good news, which is somewhat unrelated, but our economy's been mixed for years now. So this is the more glitzy, bright wrapping over the economy. You know, if you want to consider the economy a gift, uh, the stock market and records and that sort of thing is the gift wrapping. Deficits and dollar values and stuff like that are actually the gift inside, and the gift inside is a lot more complicated than just the bright wrapping. But enough with bad analogies.
You're listening to Stocks Set New Record to wrap up first half. Here's what drove markets. A news story written by Shannon Najmabadi and Aaron Gregg and read by an AI-generated voice. The U.S. stock market ended the first half of 2025 with back-to-back record highs, defying a rollicking few months of trade tensions and economic uncertainty that sent it deep into negative terrain in April. The S&P 500, the widely followed index that underpins the retirement accounts of millions of Americans, sank into a deep correction after President Donald Trump announced sweeping tariffs, rattling financial markets in March and April. But momentum shifted over the next several weeks as the White House backed off its steepest tariffs. On Monday, the benchmark index closed at 6,204.95, up 0.5%, building on its record finish from Friday. It's now up 5.5% for the year. The tech-heavy Nasdaq Composite Index also ended 0.5% higher to settle at 20,369.73, for its second consecutive record finish. It has gained 5.5% for the year. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbed 0.6% to 44,094.77, and has now advanced 3.6% year to date. The recent highs, coming about 90 days after the previous record in February, mark one of the quickest recoveries that we've seen in recent times, said Larry Adam, Chief Investment Officer at Raymond James. Corporate spending on artificial intelligence continued to drive an outsized share of the gains, as companies in software and energy surged relative to the broader market. The market performance also reflects the fact that the economy hasn't slipped into a recession as many experts feared. Corporate earnings remain strong, and the labor market has shown resilience, with joblessness near long-time lows. Nor has inflation run out of control. Prices rose 2.3% in May compared with a year ago, as Americans reduced spending for the first time since January, according to recently released federal figures. Still, some analysts see reason to be cautious. Consumer sentiment increased in June but is still down from December, according to the latest University of Michigan survey. The U.S. economy contracted more than previously estimated in the first quarter, according to revised GDP figures last week from the Commerce Department's Bureau of Economic Analysis, as consumers reined in spending. The dollar's value has slid to a 3-year low, hurting Americans' purchasing power. We're definitely seeing some trade down from higher-priced retailers, convenience stores, supermarkets, drugstores, Loop Capital Markets senior equity analyst Anthony Chikumba said, commenting on Dollar General, which saw its stock price increase more than 50% year to date. Dollar General probably also benefited from its low exposure to China and from competitors such as Big Lots. Closing stores are going out of business, he added. The U.S. consumer may not be spending like a sailor on shore leave, as they do in good times, but they haven't stopped spending, said John Stoltzfus, Oppenheimer's chief investment strategist. The consumer, when concerned about the economy as it pertains to employment prospects or the cost of money reflected in interest rates, tends to gravitate towards private label goods, discount stores, and used cars, he said. Tech companies helped drive market gains. Shares of AI chipmaker and semiconductor companies NVIDIA and Broadcom surged more than 17% and 19% respectively in the first 6 months of the year, while Intel grew 12%. NVIDIA's growth is particularly...
Yeah, I'll just cut this here. I think we get the idea. If anyone wants the article, I'll drop it. But it's starting to get into details that really don't suit our purpose. So the next story, damn it. You know what? There was one more. Oh, here it is. So one more economics thing. Trump's tax bill, the big, beautiful bill. There's some conflict with Trump's trade goals, and why wouldn't there be? It's not like they put forethought into much. So let's listen to this. Again, it's kind of longish, as these economics articles tend to be. So I'll cut it off when it starts, getting past, too deep into details.
You're listening to Trump's Tax Bill, Conflicts with Trump's Trade Goals, a news story written by David J. Lynch and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump says chronic U.S. trade deficits are a national emergency. His tax bill will make them worse. The Senate began voting Saturday on the president's signature legislation, which would extend his 2017 tax cuts and fund enhanced immigration enforcement. Though the measure would slash social programs such as Medicaid, it is expected to add trillions of dollars to the national debt. The House-passed version of the bill would cost $3.4 trillion in increased federal deficits over the next decade, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Because the government would need to borrow more money to cover that shortfall, interest rates would likely rise. A stronger dollar, a side effect of higher rates, would make U.S. exports more expensive and encourage Americans to buy imports, producing a wider trade gap, economists said. If you take Trump at his word that the persistent trade deficit is an economic emergency, then you couldn't possibly endorse this, said Ben Steele, Director of International Economics for the Council on Foreign Relations in New York. This is clearly pushing in the direction of further persistent and indeed higher trade deficits. The White House insists the legislation that the president markets as one big beautiful bill, combined with deregulation and greater energy production, will reduce cumulative deficits by trillions of dollars and put the nation's finances on a healthier trajectory, according to a report by Stephen Moran, the head of the White House Council of Economic Advisors. The legislation is going to deliver a historic budget deficit reduction by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse in mandatory spending and turbocharging economic growth to increase tax revenue, said Kush Desai, a White House spokesman. But the White House math ignores the cost of extending the 2017 tax cuts, and its claims have drawn sharp criticism from several nonpartisan groups, including the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, which said the CEA analysis was based on fantasy growth assumptions. The higher budget deficits that economists are forecasting could be the Achilles heel of the president's effort to reshape global trade. In April, Trump declared a national emergency as he unveiled the highest U.S. tariffs in more than a century, saying they were needed to counter unfair practices that cost American jobs. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has described the president's goal as curing chronic imbalances in the global economy that revolve around the United States and China. The United States has run an annual trade deficit every year since 1975, while China and a handful of other nations such as Germany, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan typically enjoy a surplus. In effect, the current global economic system relies on the United States to act as the consumer of last resort and absorb the excess production of goods in countries like China. Beijing subsidizes production of many goods beyond what Chinese consumers can afford, helping propel exports. The lack of an adequate retirement system also compels the typical Chinese citizen to save for their non-working years rather than spend today, which explains why consumption accounts for just 38% of gross domestic product in China. Americans, by contrast, consume more than they produce and invest more than they save. Consumption in the United States equals 68% of GDP. Imported goods and money make up the difference. The value of the dollar, which has generally been strong since the 2008 financial crisis, also contributes to chronic trade deficits by making American exports expensive for foreign buyers and making imports relatively cheap for Americans. Bessent acknowledges that the U.S., as well as China, needs to change. Last year, he advised then-candidate Trump on an economic plan that included driving the budget deficit down to 3% of GDP, less than half its current level. He told reporters last week that faster economic growth coupled with spending cuts would improve the deficit outlook. This status quo of large and persistent imbalances is not sustainable. It is not sustainable for the United States, and ultimately, it is not sustainable for other economies, Bessent said in an April speech. Not all economists are convinced. Both Dean Baker of the Center for Economic and Policy Research, a left-of-center Washington think tank, and Doug Holtz-Eakin of the Right of Center American Action Forum said the imbalances that trouble Bessent are not worrisome. I don't see the harm, said Holtz-Eakin, who added that closing the trade deficit would require tougher action on the budget than the administration has proposed. Global imbalances also were more extreme in the past. In 2006, the U.S. current account, the broadest measure of the nation's international transactions, hit a record deficit of 6.3% of the economy. But it was less than half that figure from 2009 until the pandemic, according to the Commerce Department. Likewise, China's corresponding surplus was around 2% of GDP last year, down from a peak of 10% in 2007, according to the International Monetary Fund. There already have been some early signs of needed rebalancing. European governments, for example, have committed to increase spending on defense and infrastructure projects. Still, there are at least 2 reasons now to remake the lopsided global economy, other economists said. China's reliance on exports to fuel its recovery from a real estate bubble threatens to flood other markets with low-cost goods, costing workers in those countries their jobs. Both the Biden and Trump administrations have warned of a second China shock, akin to the emergence of Chinese manufacturing power in the early 2000s. With the U.S. imposing new tariffs, Chinese goods are being diverted to other markets. In the past year, the European Union, India, and Canada have responded with their own new taxes on Chinese imports. China's trading partners are unlikely to tolerate an indefinite increase in that nation's dominance of global markets. Equally unsustainable is the outlook for the U.S. government's finances. The U.S. budget deficit last year hit 6.4% of total output, unusually high given that the economy was operating at or near full employment. CBO expects the deficit to hover around 6% for the next decade, evidence that import-hungry Americans will continue living beyond their means. Just since the pandemic, Washington has added nearly $12 trillion to the national debt, as much as all government borrowing between 1790 and 2012. The conflict between Trump's tax and trade policies mirrors what occurred during his first term. After passage of his 2017 tax cut, the budget deficit as a percentage of GDP widened from 3.1% in 2016 to 4.6% in 2019. The trade deficit also increased for the 2 years following the bill's passage, before the pandemic upended the economy. There is a disconnect, an incoherence between the stated desire of the administration to reduce and resolve global imbalances and what it's proposing to do with fiscal policy. The macroeconomic policies and trade policies are rowing in different directions, said Richard Sammons, a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. To be sure, other forces could also affect how much the budget deficit sways the trade imbalance. The expected rise in the dollar's value, for example, could be muted if investors shy from the U.S. currency out of concern over White House policies. Trump's frequent remarks about replacing Federal Reserve Chair Jerome H. Powell with a supporter of lower interest rates, for example, have sparked widespread concern among global investors and may explain the dollar's decline of more than 11% this year, said economist Mary Lovely of the Peterson Institute for International Economics. It really depends on Trump. It really is about confidence and trust in the U.S. government and in the U.S. dollar, she said. Even those who agree that global imbalances are a problem say the administration is using the wrong tools to address them. The president is relying on the highest tariffs since the 1930s to shrink the trade deficit, return manufacturing jobs to the United States, and spur a blue-collar boom. But the trade deficit is determined by broad economic forces, such as the level of national savings, not individual trade barriers, according to most mainstream economists. Tariffs on key inputs such as steel also raise costs for businesses that use industrial metals, hurting prospects for factories that employ far more workers than the mills do, said Maurice Obstfeld, an economics professor at the University of California at Berkeley. We're going in exactly the wrong direction because we're increasing the fiscal imbalance, which is already dangerous, and we're harming the real economy through tariffs, said Obstfeld, a former IMF chief economist.
All right. Well, that was in detail, but my upshot is Trump is slapdash. That's pretty much. And it seems to me that he knows his age. He knows that doing a third term is not necessarily sustainable. I think that's why he's kind of in a rush to break things. And it's funny. I was listening to an article or news story, and it wasn't on this show, oddly enough, about DeSantis and Alligator Alcatraz. And you know what? I'm going to play this next article, and I'm going to see if I can find that other article. I actually think DeSantis is going to run in 2028, and I think, and this is just, I was literally just sitting there, kind of musing on it. I could see DeSantis challenging the heir apparent JD Vance for the crown of MAGA. I think that Vance and DeSantis are similar in their bland personalities. However, DeSantis is meaner and has way more experience being an executive as governor of Florida. And he does have, at least in the MAGA sense, he's got a lot of stuff that mimics Trump as far as like taking over the education system of Florida. Uh, he definitely did that with force, and I could see DeSantis is the next phase of MAGA, basically inflicting Florida rising the rest of the country. So it'll be Florida and Texas taking over the whole country, and that would be quite a hootenanny. I could see Portia and HB. They'll just have a MAGA wedding somewhere. So anyway, let's play this next story, and I'll see can I find that DeSantis story that just listening to this guy, he was walking around showing what's his name from Fox News. Damn it, I can't think of his name. Peter Ducey, or one of the Duceys. Steve Ducey is the father. He was walking around, walking Steve Ducey around Alligator Alcatraz like he owned the place, and I guess he kind of does as governor. But DeSantis, I think we're gonna see a resurgence of little Boudicans. And the Boudicans joke is I will explain that one day. It's what they used to call Nero. I think they used to call him Boudicans because he was kind of short. DeSantis wears those boots with heels. All right, well, let's listen to this.
You're listening to Senate GOP closes in on passing Trump's tax bill, but holdouts remain. A news story written by Jacob Bogage, Theodor Ickmeyer, and Mariana Sotomayor, and read by an AI-generated voice. Senate Republicans inch toward passing their massive tax and immigration bill Monday, working through the evening to win over the final holdouts as they seek to deliver the first major legislative victory of President Donald Trump's second term. Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act would extend tax cuts passed in 2017, enact campaign promises such as no tax on tips, spend hundreds of billions of dollars on immigration enforcement and defense, and slash spending on social benefit programs. The $3.3 trillion legislation survived a brief GOP revolt over the weekend to allow the chamber to move forward with debate on the measure. But its passage remains far from certain. Trump has pressed Congress to pass the bill by July 4th, and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt implored Republicans on Monday to stay tough and unified as they rush to meet the deadline. The White House and the president are adamant that this bill is passed and that this bill makes its way to his desk, Leavitt told reporters. But with a 53-47 majority, Senate Republicans can lose only 3 votes, and 2 Republicans have already indicated they will oppose it. Senator Tom Tillis, Republican North Carolina, took to the Senate floor twice Sunday night to excoriate his party's legislation, saying it would break Trump's promise not to cut Medicaid benefits and would put more than 600,000 people in his state at risk of losing their health insurance. Tillis announced Sunday, after Trump threatened him with a primary challenge for voting against starting debate on the bill, that he would not seek re-election next year. Senator Rand Paul, Republican, Kentucky, also voted Saturday against taking up the bill, and he is expected to vote against passage because it would raise the debt limit by $5 trillion. And Senators Susan Collins, Republican, Maine, and Lisa Murkowski, Republican Alaska, have expressed concerns over the bill's Medicaid funding cuts and have not said how they will vote. Vice President J.D. Vance nearly had to cast the tie-breaking vote Saturday night to start debate on the bill before Senator Ron Johnson, Republican Wisconsin, switched his vote, and Republicans will need him to trek to the Capitol if 3 Republicans vote no. If the bill makes it through the Senate, the House will need to pass it again before sending it to Trump's desk. And many House Republicans are unhappy with the Senate's changes to the measure. About a dozen members of the hardline House Freedom Caucus, almost all of whom voted for the bill last month, are upset that the Senate version would add more to the federal deficit. Other House Republicans have balked at the Senate bill's Medicaid funding cuts, which are deeper than the House version. They fear the cuts will hurt Medicaid recipients and lead rural hospitals in their districts to close, according to House Republicans who spoke on the condition of anonymity to detail private discussions with Republican leadership and their colleagues. Moderate Republicans in the House have privately expressed concern that Trump lashed out at Tillis for voting against starting debate on the bill. Some of them are worried Trump will punish lawmakers with concerns about the bill rather than hearing them out. Even if voting for the bill means some of them lose their thin House majority. Republicans who vote for the bill could also face political risk. Elon Musk, the billionaire and former White House advisor who broke with Trump after criticizing the bill, pledged Monday to try to defeat Republicans who vote for the bill who campaigned on cutting government spending. Those Republicans will lose their primary next year if it is the last thing I do on this earth, Musk wrote on X. He also said he would support Representative Thomas Massie, Republican Kentucky, whom Trump has threatened with a primary for voting against the bill. Democrats have been determined to make the bill's passage through the Senate as painful as possible. Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer, Democrat New York, demanded that the entire 940-page legislation be read aloud on the Senate floor, which took nearly 16 hours. Only after the reading did debate begin in earnest on the Senate floor Sunday afternoon. Democrats offered an onslaught of motions Monday to revise the bill before the final vote, all of which have failed, although many of them drew support from 1 or 2 Republicans. The idea is to force Republicans to take uncomfortable votes that Democrats can use to hammer them when they run for re-election. Murkowski had voted with Democrats on 5 of them by early evening, underscoring her concerns with aspects of the legislation. Schumer accused Republicans of negotiating backroom deals as they...
All right, well, I'm going to stop this here. Interesting point you bring up, Trent. It's kind of what I do. So John Galt does shows, and so does Portia. But Portia does a lot of politics too, but she does kind of wander into, more partisan politics. I tried to be more, straight news and stuff like that. It's what I would want to see in a in a morning show. Obviously, it's not what you want to see in a morning show, but we try. But towards the end of the show, it gets a little bit more randy, a little bit more rambunctious. So stay tuned. You may see something you like. Let's see, where are we going here? Well, this is going to be, basically your school marm next. Your school marm criticizing your bad work. Consider this big, beautiful bill kind of like a book report. And that's how this is going to wind up sounding.
June 30th, 2025, by Heather Cox Richardson. And quote,
my favorite
"This
historian,
is the most deeply immoral
female
piece of
historian.
legislation I have ever voted on in my entire time in Congress," said Senator Chris Murphy, DCT. We're debating a bill that's going to cut healthcare for 16 million people. It's going to give a tax break to massively wealthy people who don't need any more money. There are going to be kids who go hungry because of this bill. This is the biggest reduction in nutrition benefits for kids in the history of the country. Murphy continued, "We're obviously going to continue to offer these amendments to try to make it better. So far, not a single one of our amendments has passed, but we'll be here all day, probably all night, giving Republicans the chance over and over and over again to slim down the tax cuts for the corporations or to make life a little bit less miserable for hungry kids, or maybe don't throw as many people off of healthcare. Maybe don't close so many rural hospitals. It's going to be a long day and a long night. This bill is a farce, said Senator Angus King, Independent, Maine. Imagine a bunch of guys sitting around a table saying, I've got a great idea. Let's give $32,000 worth of tax breaks to a millionaire, and we'll pay for it by taking health insurance away from lower income and middle income people. And to top it off, how about we cut food stamps, we cut SNAP, we cut food aid to people? I've been in this business of public policy now for 20 years, 8 years as governor, 12 years in the United States Senate. I have never seen a bill this bad. I have never seen a bill that is this irresponsible, regressive, and downright cruel. When I worked here in the 70s, King said, I had insurance as a junior staff member in this body 50 years ago. Because I had that insurance that covered a free checkup, I went in and had my first physical in 8 years. And the doctors found a little mole on my back. And they took it out. And I didn't think much of it. And I went in a week later and the doctor said, You better sit down, Angus. That was malignant melanoma. You're going to have serious surgery. And I had the surgery and here I am. If I hadn't had insurance, I wouldn't be here. And it's always haunted me that some young man in America that same year had malignant melanoma. He didn't have insurance, he didn't get that checkup, and he died. That's wrong. It's immoral. Senator King continued, I don't understand the obsession, and I never have, with taking health insurance away from people.
Actually, to that point about, some other young man out there didn't get the checkup and died. It is actually questionable. I guess his point is if it can be prevented, it's a moral issue. But there are people out there who would say morality has, nothing to do with it. It's like that person's responsibility to figure out how to take care of his individual health. So it's kind of a fine line, and it kind of depends on, your worldview, basically, or your orientation. I would tend to side with Angus. What is his name? Angus Scott. I can't even remember now. He's a senator from Maine. Angus King. I'm sorry. He's a senator from Maine. But you talk to someone else of the opposite side of the ideological spectrum, and they go, hey, you know what, someone who's more libertarian, it's not government's job to provide that person with the healthcare that's his individual responsibility. However, I think it all comes down to the pursuit of happiness. If the government's job is to help people pursue their happiness, then the key word is going to be help. Maybe you could change help to facilitate. It's really all how you view almost existence. It's kind of an existential outlook. Are you the sort of rugged individualist who is more inclined to be kind of a lone wolf? And, it's funny, I am, I don't particularly care, I tend to want to do things myself, but I also understand that I am not everybody and everybody's not me. And I honestly think that I can't square how, anyone who's remotely evangelical or an evangelical Christian could fathom not helping people when they can. And I think the other thing that people get wrong is tax money is not your money. We don't pay for anything. We provide the taxes. But once you put the stamp on the envelope and you send your tax check in, it's kind of out of your hands. It's like a tithe. Once you tithe, your 10% to whatever church, you don't necessarily, you may get to vote as a body where the money goes, but you can't go and ask for a refund. Now with taxes you can, but that's if you overpay. If you pay what is owed or what is due on your taxes, you can't go and say, hey, look, I don't like what you're doing. Give me my money back. It literally means the money is not yours. So people, I don't know who educated the American public, into I pay your salary, officer. You need to be more polite. That's not how that fucking works.
From people. I don't get it. Trying to take away the Affordable Care Act in 2017 or 2018, and now this. What's driving this? What's the cruelty to do this? To take health insurance away from people knowing that it's going to cost them up to and including their lives. In fact, the drive to slash health insurance is part of the Republicans' determination to destroy the modern government. Grover Norquist, a lawyer for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and one of the key architects of the Republican argument that the solution to societal ills is tax cuts, in 2010 described to Rebecca Elliott of the Harvard Crimson how he sees the role of government. Government should enforce the rule of law, he said. It should enforce contracts. It should protect people bodily from being attacked by criminals. And when the government does those things, it is facilitating liberty. When it goes beyond those things, it becomes destructive to both human happiness and human liberty. Norquist vehemently opposed taxation, saying that it's not any of the government's business who earns what, as long as they earn it legitimately, and proposed cutting government spending down to 8% of gross domestic product, or GDP, the value of the final goods and services produced in the United States. The last time the level of government spending was at that 8% of GDP was 1933, before the New Deal. In that year, after years of extraordinary corporate profits, the banking system had collapsed, the unemployment rate was nearly 25%, prices and productivity were plummeting, wages were cratering, factories had shut down, farmers were losing their land to foreclosure. Children worked in the fields and factories, elderly and disabled people ate from garbage cans. Unregulated banks gambled away people's money, and business owners treated their workers as they wished. Within a year, the Great Plains would be blowing away as extensive deep plowing had damaged the land, making it vulnerable to drought. Republican leaders insisted the primary solution to the crisis was individual enterprise and private charity. When he accepted the Democratic nomination for president in July 1932, New York Governor Franklin Delano Roosevelt vowed to steer between the radical extremes of fascism and communism to deliver a New Deal to the American people. The so-called alphabet soup of the New Deal gave us the regulation of banks and businesses, protections for workers, an end to child labor in factories, repair of the damage to the Great Plains, new municipal buildings and roads and airports, rural electrification, investment in artists and writers, and social security for workers who were injured or unemployed. Government outlays as a percentage of GDP began to rise. World War II shot them off the charts to more than 40% of GDP, as the United States helped the world fight fascism. That number dropped again after the war, and in 1975, federal expenditures settled in at about 20% of GDP. Except for short-term spikes after financial crises, spending shot up to 24% after the 2008 crash, for example, and to 31% during the 2020 pandemic. The spending to GDP ratio has remained at about that set point. The national debt is growing because tax revenues have plummeted. Tax cuts under the George W. Bush and Trump administrations are responsible for 57% of the increase in the ratio of the debt to the economy, 90% if you exclude the emergency expenditures of the pandemic, and have left the United States with a tax burden nowhere close to the average of the 38 other nations in the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, all of which are market-oriented democracies. And those cuts have gone primarily to the wealthy and corporations. Republicans who backed those tax cuts now want more. They are trying to force through a measure that will dramatically cut the nation's social safety net, while at the same time increasing the national debt by $3.3 trillion over the next 10 years. There are two ways of viewing the government's duty in matters affecting economic and social life. FDR said in his speech accepting the 1932 Democratic nomination for president. The first sees to it that a favored few are helped in hopes that some of their prosperity will leak through, sift through, to labor, to the farmer, to the small businessman. The other is based upon the simple moral principle. The welfare and the soundness of a nation depend first upon what the great mass of the people wish and need, and second, whether or not they are getting it. The Republicans' budget reconciliation bill takes wealth from the American people to give it to the very wealthy and corporations, and Democrats are calling their colleagues out. This place feels to me today like a crime scene, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, Democrat Rhode Island, said on the floor of the Senate. Get some of that yellow tape and put it around this chamber. This piece of legislation is corrupt.
This actually also makes a point that MAGA, and I've said this several times, is oligarchs dressed in populist clothing. What they will do is kind of split the difference. You know, a populist movement, which MAGA obviously is not, you know, nominally it's kind of, but they're literally convincing people to vote against, or they voted a government that is against their own interests. Okay, it is not in the masses, the populist, you know, masses interest to cut Medicaid. It is not in the public's interest to continue tax cuts that are contributing to a overall budget deficit. I do not see how this will actually work out in the end. You either go one direction or not. You cannot split the difference. Elon Musk cannot be accommodated to the extent that he is, while people are basically just, you know, losing their insurance or, you know, health coverage and stuff like that. The two don't jibe. I think that the Trump administration is inconsistent as a MAGA movement, and this is not going to this is not going to end well. And we're already starting to see this. Trump's popularity is not getting better. Okay, between the incompetence, the talking about you know, expecting more than can be done. One of the problems with this big budget bill, or this big beautiful bill, is that it's due like this week, and there's still people, you know, still Republicans who are putting up a fuss. So then what's going to happen is it's going to be late and all this stuff. Trump's a mess, and his administration is a mess. He has gotten the Stephen Millers of the world who, you know, Stephen Miller only cares about one thing, you know, a white nationalist state, and restoring a time when white males had the kind of primacy that the only time, you know, at the largesse of, you know, the typical white male, you know, you may, you know, get in good, you know, you may be a token this or that. These guys, people are finding out, and the Latinos, like that Latino grandmother who's a U.S. citizen, having her grandkids and or grandson and his wife being deported back to Cuba. You ain't seen nothing yet, folks. And there is a story coming up that I have that will kind of, you know, talk to that you ain't seen nothing yet point. So I'm going to move quickly on. Mitch McConnell, who I think is retiring, warns of big setback for Republicans in that there are two like senior Republican senators that have just said, hey, look, you know, we have problems with this budget, and apparently you can't be an independent thinker in MAGA. Like they're just finding this shit out. To me, it's hilarious. You know, they are the latest FAFO, FAFO. They're the latest MAGA FAFO. You fucked around and found out about MAGA.
Republican Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky warned fellow senators and Republicans that Tom Tillis, a North Carolina Republican senator, not seeking re-election after serving out his term, is a big setback for Washington. Newsweek reached out to Tillis' office via email Monday for comment. Why it matters. Tillis' announcement highlights ongoing ideological and leadership tensions within the Republican Party. Both Senator Tillis and Representative Don Bacon, a Nebraska Republican, have drawn criticism and isolation after challenging elements of President Donald Trump's policies. Their decisions to step down occur just as Republicans consolidated power in both congressional chambers after the 2024 election, a period when the party would typically anticipate increased cohesion and influence. This sequence of retirements signals heightened inter-party rifts, amplifying debates about the future direction of Republican leadership amid the party's electoral resurgence. Bacon formally announced his plan to retire on Monday, following numerous media outlets reporting his intent on Friday. What to know? Tillis announced his desire not to seek re-election in a post on X, formerly Twitter, over the weekend. It has been a blessing to go on a journey from living in a trailer park and making minimum wage as a young man to having the honor of serving as U.S. Senator for North Carolina, Tillis said in part in his statement. I am proud of my career in public service, including hard-fought victories like passing historic tax reform as North Carolina Speaker, and working in the Senate to help pass the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and confirm 3 conservative Supreme Court justices and counting, the North Carolina lawmaker added. Tillis later continued, as many of my colleagues have noticed over the last year, and at times even joked about, I haven't exactly been excited about running for another term. That is true since the choice is between spending another 6 years navigating the political theater and partisan gridlock in Washington, or spending that time with the love of my life, Susan, our 2 children, 3 beautiful grandchildren, and the rest of our extended family back home. It's not a hard choice, and I will not be seeking re-election. Tillis' announcement brought bipartisan reaction from establishment lawmakers like McConnell and independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. McConnell posted to X on Monday, saying, Edson Tom Tillis is one of the most effective and collegial members that I have ever served with in the United States Senate. His announcement is a big setback for the Senate and the Republican conference. I want to thank him for his service in this institution representing the people of North Carolina and our nation, McConnell said. Tillis' departure could impact committee assignments and majority margins in a closely divided Senate, while Bacon's pending retirement has Democratic strategists eyeing possible congressional gains in upcoming election cycles. Both races are expected to attract significant attention and resources as party leaders calculate risks of further moderate departures or primary challenges backed by Trump-aligned Republicans. Tillis' announcement also comes amid Senate lawmakers ramping up to vote on the reconciliation bill, dubbed the Big, Beautiful Bill by Trump, which Tillis has been outspoken against regarding Medicaid. What people are saying. Sanders on X on Sunday. I do not agree with NC Senator Tom Tillis on much. But he's right on this. Trump's Republican Party does not allow for independent thought. The Republican Party today is a cult. Either you do as Trump wants or you're out. Pathetic. Charlie Kirk, CEO and founder of conservative Turning Point USA, on X on Sunday. Tom Tillis routinely fought to increase American intervention abroad while rejecting border security at home. He has also been a chief obstacle to the timely confirmation of President Trump's nominees. His retirement is a golden opportunity to make North Carolina's senators reflect the priorities of North Carolina's Republican voters. What happens next? Senator Tillis' retirement will trigger a new Senate race in North Carolina as party leaders and prospective candidates announce intentions to run. Related articles. Laura Trump teases potential Senate.
I want to make a point about Charlie Kirk's comment. North Carolina is more or less a purple state. That's why Tom Tillis has to be a little bit less MAGA than people like Charlie Kirk would want. But here's the deal. That comment that Charlie Kirk made about, here's the chance for, a senator that will reflect the values or the desires of Republican voters of North Carolina, literally, not the voters, like across the board, just the Republican voters. That is a tell. These guys are a cult, and MAGA is not a good thing. You know what? It's becoming worse as time goes on. And I've watched Charlie Kirk for years, back when he was nominally a young person. He's not as young anymore. Charlie Kirk is literally a moron, and he has too much influence in this party. At least, he's trying to be a junior Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is at least smart. Charlie Kirk is not. So, that's my editorial on that moron. So, let's see here. Let us move on. Our next story: Trump drops a lawsuit against Iowa pollster Jay Ann Selzer, probably more like Selzer. President Donald Trump dropped his federal lawsuit against Iowa pollster Jay Ann Selzer, the Des Moines Register, and its parent company on June 30th, 2025, in federal court in Iowa. In December 2024, the initial lawsuit was filed alleging that an Iowa poll published shortly before the 2024 presidential election, which showed Kamala Harris leading, amounted to election interference and breached the Iowa Consumer Fraud Act, which is a bullshit lawsuit. The poll had shown Harris ahead by about 3 percentage points, but Trump won Iowa decisively by more than 13 points, with 56% to Harris's 42%. And this is why he had no choice but drop the lawsuit or get ruled against, because there was no harm done. If you're going to do a I don't know, a defamation or that type of lawsuit, he won the state, so the point is moot. There was no harm done. So this wasn't largesse on his point or on his part. It was going to be dismissed in any case, and we can't have that. So next, we're going to turn to immigration, and I've got a few stories and even a video regarding immigration. And again, I want to remind everybody, I have no problems with Trump's goals. Immigration, getting people out of here that shouldn't be, especially, if they're criminals, committing crimes here. However, the method is sloppy and incompetent, and it's slowly unraveling. And MAGA has voted against itself. I will vote for Donald Trump. that is coming back to haunt some folks in Florida. So let's listen to this. It's a little long, but this might be worth listening to the whole thing.
You're listening to ICE is arresting migrants in worksite raids. Employers are largely escaping charges. A news story written by Marianne Levine, Lauren Kaori-Gurley, and Aaron Schaefer, and read by an AI-generated voice. Trump administration officials have vowed to hold companies accountable for employing people who are in the country illegally, no matter which industry they are in or how big or small they might be. But the Department of Homeland Security's enforcement operations have overwhelmingly focused on arresting workers rather than punishing employers. Since the start of the year, Immigration and Customs Enforcement has posted news releases regarding approximately 24 raids on the worksite enforcement section of its website. Local news outlets have documented dozens more. The Washington Post was able to identify only one employer charged after the raids ICE has publicized. The Post reviewed court filings and searched for records involving individuals named in corporate records of businesses DHS has raided. Charging company owners for employing undocumented workers has historically been rare because the government needs to demonstrate that the employer knew of the worker's illegal status. That is a high burden of proof, and investigations can take months. Neither Democratic nor Republican administrations have made worksite raids as much of a priority in the past. The Biden administration halted large-scale immigration arrests at work sites and focused enforcement on employers. The raids immigration officers are conducting have largely targeted small businesses such as car washes. Some are carried out in a span of minutes. 2 business owners said officers did not show a warrant, even when asked for one, raising questions about whether immigration agents are violating constitutional rights in their effort to drive up migrant arrests. The difference about these raids of the last 6 weeks is that this is not principally an action against employers, said Muzaffar Chishti, a senior fellow at the Nonpartisan Migration Policy Institute. This is principally an action in pursuit of mass deportations. When they could not produce the number of arrests that they had been hoping for, they suddenly said, "Let's raid employers." It was not, "Let's penalize employers." Though the recent raids in Los Angeles outside Home Depots and at a garment factory drew much attention, immigration authorities have conducted enforcement operations in states throughout the country. They arrested 33 workers at construction sites near Ocala, Florida, and 11 at Outlook Dairy Farms near Lovington, New Mexico. The first raid ICE publicized took place at Complete Auto Wash in Philadelphia 8 days after President Donald Trump took office. Small businesses with limited resources are easier targets than deep-pocketed corporations, immigration experts say. That's because they're less willing to challenge government actions or stir up a public commotion. Though immigration officers need a judicial warrant to enter private areas within a business, they can go into any areas considered publicly accessible, such as the space where customers eat at a restaurant. Nonetheless, 2 business owners whose companies were raided said armed DHS agents had entered areas restricted from the public. In February, ICE agents arrived at an auto repair shop outside Philadelphia. They entered a private back office and arrested the entire staff of 3 workers, said the owner, who spoke on the condition that he and his business not be named because he fears retaliation from the government. One of the workers was deported to Guatemala and another remains in detention, he said. "It's already hard enough to run a small business," said the shop owner, an immigrant from Mexico. "We've barely been open in recent months. This hurt a lot." The owner has faced no charges, fines, or further contact from ICE since the raid, he said. But the local Latino community avoids his shop now, and he and his wife have lost sleep worrying whether the business can survive. He also worries that his rights were violated because of ICE's refusal to show a warrant. DHS did not respond to questions about how many workplace raids have led to charges against employers. In April, ICE announced it had arrested more than 1,000 workers who were in the country illegally during Trump's first 100 days and proposed more than $1 million in fines against businesses that exploit and hire illegal workers.
What's up, humble
A Justice
President?
Department spokesperson said in a statement that, under President Trump and Attorney General Bondi's leadership, the Department of Justice will enforce federal immigration laws and hold bad actors accountable when they employ illegal aliens in violation of federal law. An American business. On June 22nd, Customs and Border Protection agents in masks, sunglasses, and bulletproof vests pulled up in unmarked cars at Bubble Bath Hand Car Wash in Torrance, California, chasing workers into a car wash tunnel marked with "Employees and Clients Only" signs. Video shot by a bystander shows agents pushing one worker's head into a gate. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said he was trying to escape and was not injured. The car wash owner, Emmanuel Kareem Nicola Cruz, said his requests to see a warrant were repeatedly denied. Security video of the incident obtained by the Post shows an agent pushing him into the tunnel. "They weren't answering any of my questions," Nicola Cruz said. "I feel like my rights were 100% violated. I feel absolutely betrayed. We have American flags all over the property. We're an American business." 70 miles to the north in Ventura County, Maureen McGuire, chief executive of the local farm bureau, said ICE agents swept through more than a dozen farms and packing houses last month. They arrested multiple workers, but left after farmers requested to see proof of judicial warrants, she said. Those incidents and others have left some small business owners convinced the worksite operations are aimed at increasing the administration's goal of arresting 3,000 migrants a day, rather than targeting public safety threats or investigating owners engaged in a criminal enterprise. In several raids, armed officers have been recorded moving in quickly, surrounding workers and questioning them about their immigration status. In other cases, they demand to see an ID. While workers do not have to comply unless agents present a warrant, many do, said Jennifer Martinez, a labor and employment attorney at the Hanson Bridget law firm in California. People cooperate because they are scared, she said. They worry things could get violent. Several other tactics have alarmed immigrant and labor rights groups. ICE agents have been serving notices in person that officials are auditing whether a company's employees have permission to work in the United States. Although serving these notices does not give ICE the authority to search and enter private areas of a worksite, agents have intercepted workers attempting to flee after their arrival. The Trump administration has also asked courts for special warrants that allow immigration officers to enter and search businesses without identifying who they are looking for. These warrants, known as Blackie's warrants, allow immigration officials to seek out undocumented workers without having their names, a typical requirement for judge-issued search warrants. Speaking about warrants more broadly, McLaughlin said it was not a new practice for ICE to ask for one without naming specific workers. Blackie's warrants in particular have rarely been used under recent administrations, and some judges have found they fail to meet the requirements of the Fourth Amendment protecting individuals from unreasonable searches and seizures. ICE is trying to make an end run around the legal requirements that bind law enforcement, in line with the broader trend of abusing executive powers, said Jesse Hahn, a senior attorney at the National Immigration Law Center, an advocacy nonprofit. Car washes and taco trucks. On June 10th, ICE conducted a worksite raid of Glen Valley Foods, a meat production plant in Omaha, as part of an investigation into identity theft, according to a news release. The raid resulted in the arrest of more than 70 people working illegally. Chad Hartman, president of Glen Valley Foods, said in an interview that he was taken by surprise, especially because he said the business had an I-9 inspection this year and participated in E-Verify, an online service designed to help employers confirm work eligibility. Hartman described hearing a loud knock and said he was handed a federal search warrant as ICE agents entered. When they opened the door, you saw armed officials in bulletproof vests. Everybody. They've got masks on, he said. It was just shocking.
Bounty's warrant?
Hartman said DHS later informed him that Glen Valley Foods would not face charges or fines because it had followed the law. He noted that Representative Don Bacon, Republican, Nebraska, described Glen Valley Foods as a victim, but added that there's no winner in this. There's also the victim of the person that got their identity stolen, and arguably there's a victim in the family members that are left to figure out how to make ends meet when the family member who is the breadwinner is not able to support them, Hartman said. There's tragedy all around. ICE announced in March that John Washburn, general manager of San Diego Powder and Protective Coatings in El Cajon, was charged with conspiracy to harbor aliens after employing undocumented workers. The Justice Department said this month that Washburn pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 1-year probation and 50 hours of community service. The current Trump administration appears on track to exceed the number of worksite arrests made in the initial 2 years of his first term. The National Immigration Law Center estimated in a 2019 report that more than 1,800 workers had been arrested in worksite raids since 2017. Immigration advocates also note that Trump commuted the 27-year prison sentence of Shalom Rubashkin, the former chief executive of an Iowa meatpacking plant that was raided under President George W. Bush. Rubashkin's immigration charges were dismissed, but he'd been convicted of financial fraud. The administration has claimed it is going after the worst of the worst and prioritizing the arrest and deportation of people who are a threat to public safety. But former ICE officials said raiding car washes and taco trucks is not an effective strategy for reaching that goal. This is the exact opposite, said John Sandweg, acting ICE director under President Barack Obama. Under the second Trump administration's approach to worksite raids, you are much more likely to find non-criminals because professional criminals don't work at car washes typically.
Sorry about that. Well, you know what? I think this article pretty much speaks for itself. Notice those are happening in California. Trump's new scapegoat. And enough said. I also talked yesterday, well, maybe it wasn't even yesterday, it was last week, about how businesses created or contributed much. The Chamber of Commerce type businesses contributed much to this current problem. And, letting people get off with 1 year of probation and 50 hours of community service somehow or another doesn't seem to me setting the proper example. Again, Trump is sloppy. So I've got a couple videos here kind of on the same topic. I couldn't find the Peter Ducey in DeSantis video. No, I can't remember if I saved it somewhere or not. If I find it, I'll show it. But for now, this will the Attorney General Upmeyer will have to do. He's a despicable character in and of himself. So this should satisfy. Oops, hold on one sec here. This is from X. See if I can get it to play.
Attorney General James Upmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier training facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Florida's been leading on immigration enforcement, supporting the Trump administration and ICE's efforts to detain and deport criminal aliens. The governor tasked state leaders to identify places for new temporary detention facilities. I think this is the best one. As I call it, Alligator Alcatraz. This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Within just 30 to 60 days after we begin construction, it could be up and running and could house as many as 1,000 criminal aliens. This presents a great opportunity for the state of Florida to work with Miami-Dade and Collier counties. Alligator Alcatraz, we're ready to go.
I kind of wonder, I'm guessing maybe after all of these facilities are, done deporting or housing deportees, whether they'll just be turned into prisons. So, or maybe, as you will soon see, maybe they'll wind up just being used to take away your citizenship. So this is another essay. This lady, it's called, this is a Substack essayist called Joyce Vance. I believe she's a lawyer. And she, in this essay, talks about something, and I cannot remember who I got into a little debate back and forth with. Actually, I guess it was 12th Man, about denaturalizing citizens. And of course, he was wrong. He has taken that Trump pill and he's shitting Trump points. And yes, I know you're in the audience, 12th Man. You're simply wrong. And basically, what Trump is going to have to do what you do is more or less on the border of extra legal. So here's what Ms. Vance has to say. If I can play this, I'm not sure that I can.
This piece of legislation is crooked.
Hold on one sec.
Taking Away Your Citizenship by Joyce Vance. Here it is, right on schedule. We've moved on to the next phase of the plan, where the Civil Rights Division, the once proud crown jewel of the Justice Department, will participate in stripping naturalized American citizens of their citizenship. A June 11th memo, issued by the head of the DOJ's Civil Division, Brett Shumate, explains the plan. He comes straight out of the chute, explaining in the opening sentences of the memo where the new direction comes from. President Trump and Attorney General Bondi have directed the Civil Division to use its enforcement authorities to advance the administration's policy objectives. This memorandum describes those policy objectives and directs civil division attorneys to
We may
prioritize
actually read the
investigations and
memorandum. There's a
enforcement
link to
actions,
it.
advancing these priorities. Denaturalization doesn't show up until page 3 of the 4-page memo, but what comes beforehand is enlightening. It starts off with Trump's decision to use our long-standing civil rights laws to combat illegal private sector DI preferences, mandates, policies, programs, and activities. This is Trump's perverse effort to use our civil rights laws to go after people, businesses, universities, and so on who have fought to make this country more diverse and inclusive. It is the culture wars brought to life in the bureaucratize of a memo titled Civil Division Enforcement Priorities. And for good measure, Shumate adds that Attorney General Bondi wants to align the department's priorities with Trump's, before informing his employees that the Civil Division will use all available resources to pursue affirmative litigation combating unlawful discriminatory practices in the private sector. How does the Civil Division plan to do that? Shumate lists 3 priorities before he gets to denaturalization, and a quick review of them gives you an idea of the tone of the memo. He starts with something seemingly benign, the use of one of the Civil Division's long-standing primary authorities, the False Claims Act (FCA). But this is a new twist, because now, instead of targeting fraudsters who steal taxpayer money, the focus will be on people who violate this administration's efforts to return our culture to one dominated by white cisgender straight males. The FCA makes anyone who knowingly submits false claims to the government liable for 3 times the amount of damage they cause to the government. It's an important tool in the arsenal of civil divisions in U.S. attorneys' offices across the country, with cases often starting as catams, where private citizens come forward as whistleblowers in exchange for a share in the damages. Shumate notes that those who can be pursued under the FCA include entities that receive federal funds, but knowingly violate civil rights laws. Schools, cities, nonprofits. The list of potential targets is endless, and treble damages would put a lot of them out of business. This is more of the same, an effort to force people who would oppose the administration into voluntary compliance with its hateful policies, in hopes that they can live to fight another day. Shumate also nods at other important new policies, like the one using anti-Semitism as an excuse to interfere with the independence of our nation's universities, and one about protecting women and children, which turns out to be an attack on transgender people. He directs his lawyers that one of their priorities is ending sanctuary jurisdictions. Finally, we get to denaturalization. The memo calls for DOJ to prioritize denaturalization for people who became naturalized citizens through fraud, lying about, or concealing facts related to their eligibility. There is nothing new about this in principle. 8 U.S.C. Section 1451A provides for citizenship to be revoked in these circumstances. The law has been around in more or less this form since the early 1950s. But denaturalization has been used judiciously across Republican and Democratic administrations. Denaturalization was used against alleged communists during the McCarthy era in the late 1940s and early 1950s. But from 1990 to 2017, DOJ filed only about 11 denaturalization cases per year. All American citizens, denaturalized or born here, are subject to the penalties of criminal law if they commit crimes. Ripping someone away from...
Okay, and I want to point out, if they are accused of committing crimes, but it gets a little deeper than that. And this is where people like 12th Man just apparently can't read, or are so charged with xenophobia that they just want to stretch shit.
From their family and their established life has been too harsh for anything other than the most heinous crimes. For instance, Nazis who lied about their role in the Holocaust were stripped of citizenship if discovered and deported.
Yes, you have to lie in the application process. If you don't lie, if you become a citizen and everything is in order, you are a citizen. This is what morons don't seem to understand. Once you're a citizen, if you became a citizen without fraud or, outright, you literally have the full rights of a U.S. citizen. If I was born here, if you get naturalized properly, without any sort of fraud or lying or anything like that, you are a citizen equal to me with the same constitutional rights, regardless of the color of your skin. And what Trump wants to do is borderline. And frankly, what 12th Man wants to do is borderline racist. It is stretching the law. It is against democratic norms. And at some point, I'll drop the link when I'm ready to drop the link. Because I'm not in the mood to fucking go back and forth about the obvious.
The memo directs the Civil Division to prioritize denaturalization proceedings and sets 10 categories of priorities for denaturalization cases, including people who commit serious violent crimes like terrorism and war crimes, transnational gang-related crimes, felonies that weren't disclosed during naturalization, human trafficking, and also white-collar
during
crimes like financial fraud against the
naturalization
U.S.
crimes.
They are all serious crimes that carry lengthy prison sentences in the U.S., and some might argue that's better than returning them to their home countries, where might receive far more lenient treatment and even be able to return to this country to commit more crimes. But most people would agree that there are at least some cases in these categories where denaturalization might be appropriate. Then we get to Category 10. Any other cases referred to the Civil Division that the division determines to be sufficiently important to pursue. These categories are intended to guide the Civil Division in
See, this is where the wiggle room comes in. Now, all of a sudden, you can pick and choose what is the priority. And, this is one of the problems with the Constitution. Latitude or wiggle room can be good. It can be bad. And of course, the Trump administration is going to use it to support the 12 men, the 12 mans, and others like him in their voter base. Not the better angels of the American nature, in my opinion.
Prioritizing which cases to pursue. However, these categories do not limit the Civil Division from pursuing any particular case, nor are they listed in a particular order of importance. Further, the Civil Division retains the discretion to pursue cases outside of these categories as it determines appropriate. The assignment of denaturalization cases may be made across sections or units based on experience, subject matter expertise, and the overall needs of the Civil Division. I don't know what that means, and that's exactly the problem. Any other cases that the division determines to be sufficiently important to pursue. The provision is so vague that it would permit the division to denaturalize for just about anything. It could be something prior to or following naturalization. Given the other priorities discussed in the memo, it could be exercising First Amendment rights or encouraging diversity in hiring, now recast as fraud against the United States. Troublesome journalists who are naturalized citizens, students, university professors, infectious disease doctors who try to reveal the truth about epidemics, lawyers, all are now vulnerable to the vagaries of an administration that has shown a preference for deporting people without due process and dealing with questions that come up after the fact and with a dismissive tone. Oopsie. And there's nothing we can do to get them back. The way the memo is written, there is no guarantee DOJ will pursue cases against violent criminals. They could just do easy cases to ratchet up numbers like we're seeing with deportation. Or they could target people who they view as troublemakers. Prior to 1933, Jews in Germany were full citizens, protected by the Constitution of 1919. That changed after Hitler came to power. A law passed in 1933 authorized the denaturalization of East European Jews who had become German citizens since World War I and Jews who had already fled from Germany. The laws were vague. Instead of naming Jews, they permitted denaturalization of people who were, end quote, undesirable, end quote, or were outside of Germany if their, end quote, conduct violated the duty of loyalty toward Germany or harmed German interests. End quote. The Nazis seized assets from people they denaturalized. Their spouses and children could be included. There was no due process, no judicial or administrative proceedings of any kind available to challenge actions taken against these people. The Library of Congress and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum maintain documentary evidence of what happened. In 2023, there were approximately 25 million immigrants in this country who had become naturalized American citizens. Today, their lives have become a little less certain. The question we have to learn to ask about this administration is not where it starts, but where it ends. We're in this together. Joyce, your subscriptions and support make civil discourse possible. Thank you for being here with me.
All right. And I don't know, 12th man, why you don't think or didn't think I read the law. I read the law. And let me show you this memo. I just dropped the memo she was talking about. This is from the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Justice Department. It's Brett Shoemate who wrote it. I dropped the link. It's 4 pages. You can read it for yourself. I I won't be reading it. So this is what's going on, and now U.S. citizens, naturalized U.S. citizens, are kind of under threat. And you know what? If you committed fraud, that's fine. But now you kind of get to look here, and I've kind of laid awake thinking about it. Hey, Lou, how you doing? Good to see you. Look, one of the things that some Americans or some form of Americans have done is a sense of fair play. And I think we are getting away from democratic norms here, which Trump, has railed against in his first administration. And you know what? We're not at war. Okay, making up wars, making up emergencies to kind of excuse extreme behavior is a false flag. And those idiots who think Trump is doing the right thing, ultimately, there is karma. And I made a joke about this. I think in a video that's coming up next or after this video. Look, you don't have to be religious to know that there is karma. What comes around does go around. And, I don't want to get all, metaphysical or religious, but, just that come around, goes around stuff, that probably would make me believe in God more than just about anything else. The miracle of you reap what you sow. That might be the only miracle that I believe in, because I see it all the time. Yeah, turnabout is fair play. Exactly, Humble. And let me address your point right quick, because it'll just take a second. Civil rights, and I showed Humble Presidents. I don't know if you were here, but the original Civil Rights Bill of 1964 specifically, because there were other civil rights bills, hundreds of years before, well, 800 years before and after 1964, Fair Housing, Voting Rights Act. In 1971, I showed a clip of this white congresswoman who literally says on camera that, white women were afraid that black women would have rights that they didn't have. So white women lobbied to have sex inserted as a protected class into the 1964 Civil Rights Bill. There was opposition as soon as like immediately and up to 6 years and way beyond. America has never wanted to do any sort of reparation for slavery. And I'm going to have to be brutal here. America doesn't think it did anything wrong. Oh, I'm sorry, the harm was done to people, but as a system, at a systemic level, America thinks it did the right thing, and slavery was legal. America does not think at large that it did anything wrong with slavery. And I've kind of gotten to a point to where, and I'm probably kind of the odd man out here. America doesn't give a fuck. This is like Afro pessimism stuff here. We should just move smartly on and do the best we can. Support the causes that should be supported. And I'm not like a group guy. I don't think there's a contiguous black community from one end to another, one coast to another. But there are causes that are kind of mutually, beneficial for a community of people, with a shared history and culture and that sort, or subculture and that sort of thing. White people don't give a fuck, and we need to stop acting like they do. And that's not all white people. I'm just making a broad general, like, Trump doesn't give a fuck and he's president of the United States. So, I'm looking at that level. I just can't see evidence that they do. And the way they're going to skew and warp the intent of the civil rights bill, the only time you're going to hear Trump champion any black cause is to basically boot other minorities out. I heard Trump say the other day that the 14th Amendment was about black people, which is ahistorical, by the way. It was 90% about freed slaves, freedmen. However, there were one or two other small minority groups that figured into why it was universal. So the Civil Rights Bill, white women in particular, inserted themselves into the Civil Rights Bill because they felt at the time that there would be other types of women that would be, get rights that white women would not. So there you go. I showed that clip last week, and that's my point. Civil rights is a lot more complicated. It should be simple, but it simply isn't. Oh, let's see. Stanley trying to into the cave. Oh, fuck all that. You know what? Stop. Yeah, you know what? It might be SKC. Look, as a matter of fact, you actually gave me a lot of food for thought. And then I went. You've kind of poisoned my mind. You fucking mind virus. Yeah. I started watching some other shows or that shall remain nameless. And you know what? I am just gonna do what the fuck I want to do. Come on board or not. I had a complaint this morning that my show is too much about politics, and it does get raunchy, but I'm also trying to keep it doesn't all have to be about black men and black women. You made a point, SKC, and it's not a point you introduced to me. I was just more reluctant to kind of, I was more reluctant to assert exactly what I want to do. And it what comes around goes around. There is karma there, because I'm looking at this, and but it'll work out. You can't just do the same old shit. Oh, damn, it is repetitive. So thanks for bolstering me. You didn't have to convince me, but you did kind of. You know what? If SKC thinks it, he's an old hand at this YouTube game. I'm just gonna go. Aaron Magruder's not that bright. Free zone. Aaron Magruder is not one of my like heroes. So don't go there. Because I've watched more Aaron Magruder than maybe most people have, and the Boondocks it is dated. It's not that funny. And I never watched the Boondocks because I think I was in the Navy at the time. I really didn't watch TV back then. And I have watched the first few episodes of the Boondocks, and while amusing, it is not profound. It's not that funny. I'm not sure. It may hold weight but not to someone like me. Some of that shit wasn't really new conceptually. So anyway, let's listen to this is kind of surprising. This is George Lopez on Latinos for Trump. And I hope Latino for Trump is in the bushes.
See now, George, is it different now too? Because you see now, and I mean it's today's market price. People are cutting the line a little faster. People, you can get on social media. You don't have to do the clubs, to do the runs and everything, man. Do you feel like comedy is different, and even a cancel culture, just the way things are looked at now?
Yeah, if people say like, oh, hey, it must be difficult to be a comedian, you have to say, no, I mean, you have to shoot whatever shot you have. I mean, you can't, not after this long. Like when Trump got shot at, I said, he's trying to get the Latino votes because he got shot and went to work the next day.
Right. Yeah, I'm all right.
He's like, hey, I took a boy. Well, how come you got a Kotek on your ear, eh? I was shot at.
With comedy now, George,
So that was
is it different now too?
What shocks me is George Lopez. He's kind of going the Stanley Krause route. Fuck it. Let your hair get long. Just look like let it go gray. Just look like an old sage, what you're pretending to be. And this is a clip that premiered on the Stanley Cross channel. Yesterday, I think it was last night. And these things never do well for me. However, it was Professor Pacheco. It was Juan, Latino for Trump, speaking of Latino for Trump, and me talking about the Friday's Supreme Court decision on the universal injunctions. So here we go. It's only 7 minutes, but it's vaguely amusing. Juan, what's up, man?
Good afternoon, guys. How are you guys doing?
What up, Juan?
Pretty good.
¿Qué pasó, Latino? ¿Cómo te va?
Bien, bien.
Today's been an earthquake in the Supreme Court decisions, no? It's like case after case, like 4 or 5 different opinions that came down. But for birthright citizenship, I wouldn't say, to be quite honest, not so much. It's just basically saying that you can't you can't issue an injunction for the whole country. You can only issue an injunction for your circuit, and then it's even more limited to the people that are suing. Those people can reap the benefits of the injunction. Everybody else, no, is what I understand.
Oh, go ahead and describe the rest of the decisions, and I want to.
You can't issue an injunction for the whole country. You can only issue an injunction for your circuit, and then it's even more limited to the people that are suing. Those people can reap the benefits of the injunction. Everybody else, no, is what I understand.
Oh, go ahead and describe the rest of the decisions, and I want to loop back because I actually think the Supreme Court did not do a good job with that, saying that the Constitution is nationwide. It's not district wide. It's not district to district, and I just disagree with how they did it. And you have the legal education, so maybe I'll learn something. But if I understand the twist, like they had to split it apart, so they split the injunction part away from the birthright citizenship part, and I think that was a masterstroke. That was some chess. So go ahead.
Well, to shorten it
Tell
down,
me where I'm wrong.
well, you're not wrong technically. It's just that what happens is when you're suing, and this is where these guys made the mistake. I call it a strategic mistake. Is that if I'm suing you, me individually, the injunction doesn't apply to everybody else. It only applies to that person that did me wrong, and that's what happened. CASA and like 4 or 5 other groups that sued Donald Trump, they only sued individually. They didn't open up they didn't open up the whole class of immigrants.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
Had they
That
opened up
makes
the
sense.
class of immigrants, then this could have gone the other way, but they didn't.
But
And
let me.
go ahead.
So help me here, and you know what? You just actually kind of helped me understand because it wasn't class, and they talked about that in the argument. But the thing is, and then you know what? How do you want to do this? You want to talk about the rest? You're going to take control and talk about the whole Supreme Court cornucopia because I don't know all the stuff.
I would have to let it go first, Stanley. That's the thing. I read two opinions. One affects me here in Texas. Well, it doesn't affect me that much. But
Well, tell us about the one that affects you.
Well, it doesn't affect me that much because I don't watch those sites. But here in Texas, if you want to watch Prawn, you have to submit your ID. And the Supreme Court upheld that. Basically, they likened it to you needing to present your ID to prove that you're over 21 to drink is basically what happened there.
Yeah,
What's
just
wrong
like
with
Florida.
that?
Just like Florida.
Yeah, just like Florida, you're absolutely right.
I don't see a problem with that.
Me
We
either.
have the technology.
Me either. But the problem that I'm seeing with everything is everybody's acting, in your words, bombastic about the whole thing. Tom Holman's coming in and, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do the other. And, calm down. Calm down. It's not that serious. Calm down.
Did you see? We watched Pam Bondi. Oh my God, she was like a cheerleader. You know, I wanted to hand her a set of pom poms.
I thought she had pom poms for a minute there, right? But,
Well, no,
but
Donald Trump, rah. He was so. Oh my Lord.
what she did say in the midst of all of that cheering that a lot of the people will miss, Stanley and Latinos, is that the true argument on the merits will happen in November. And she's right. That's when that next term comes.
Well, yeah, but see, here's the deal, and maybe we can talk about Ketanji Brown Jackson's point, and she made it during the argument. And,
I'm dirty in that opinion.
okay, but her point about laws, federal laws, I think that was her point. The federal laws, that's countrywide. That's an automatic nationwide injunction, right?
What she was saying is that the Supreme Court has the ultimate authority and has the ultimate responsibility for enforcing all laws federally. And that's where she got, man, they did her dirty. They smacked her down, and that's where.
Okay, well, do you agree with the smackdown?
I don't agree with how they did it, but they're not wrong because what they were citing was Marbury versus Madison, that everything is subject to.
Okay, this is where I should have stepped in, and I was kind of in the moment and didn't think about it. But the bottom line is judicial review. The Supreme Court has the ultimate responsibility for it, but that doesn't mean a lower court can't rule an executive order unconstitutional. Lower courts can do that. It needs to percolate up, as they call it, through the courts, and ultimately the Supreme Court may have jurisdiction on it. It is a bad argument. Okay, there is nothing saying and again, if Juan is in the audience, hop up, we can talk about it, but you can declare a law unconstitutional at any level. Ultimately, you know, either a higher court may agree or disagree. This is done all the time. Now, the problem is you cannot declare a federal law unconstitutional and have it only affect the plaintiff. The federal law that you've ruled unconstitutional affects everyone everywhere within the jurisdiction of the United States. And there's literally, that's like a logical weirdity to say, you know, a federal law is unconstitutional for the plaintiff, but not for anyone else in the country. These guys, I just don't know what the fuck they're doing. Either they're fucked up or I'm fucked up, and maybe it's just more that I'm fucked up. But to me, and Ketanji Brown Jackson made this point. The laws at the federal level, not the state level, the federal level affect everyone. And now, as it was rightly pointed out, you literally have citizenship. They basically reversed citizenship to pre 14th Amendment days. Every state could possibly have its own version of citizenship because of the way they did this. Now, you might make the system more efficient, the judicial system more efficient, because now you have to do class action lawsuits and kind of work around this. So there are workarounds, which Amy Coney Barrett did not address, which is tacit approval. They kind of satisfied Donald Trump's, megalomania by, because he basically, the bottom line is Donald Trump only wants to deal. He will only listen to the Supreme Court. The lower courts he thinks are beneath him. And that's really what it boils down to. He only wants to talk to the Supreme Court. And you know what? Presidents are bound by the law. And the law is not just the Supreme Court. They're just the final stop, the final say. District judges have a role. And you know what? If it's such a burden, you can go to your Republican Congress and get rid of the district courts. The district courts are a concept, they are a creation. They're not provided for in the Constitution. I think it's just the circuit courts and the Supreme Court. So if you feel so strongly about it, get rid of the district courts or restrict them by law. But the thing is they're not going to be able to get the 60 votes in the Senate to do it. 12th man, you don't know whether I'm rewriting history or not because you don't fucking know history. Dude, this is not the day for you to pretend you're smart. So let us move on.
To judicial review, they don't have to.
Okay, well, Marbury versus Madison is a construct. Okay,
right.
So you're gonna smack. Look, that was an assumed power. No way, that's not a constitutional power.
Well, the doctrine of judicial review, you're right. It comes out of the doctrine of federalism, right? So that's you're absolutely right. It's not inherently written. But that's what they used to smack her down, and that's why I think it was dirty, because there wasn't really, other than that case law and other than the Federalist Papers regarding judicial review, that was all that I saw. That's where I thought that they did her dirty. It was just basically like, it was a legalese way of telling her, chick, sit down, shut up, you have no business being here, is what they did.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, and by the way, no, 12th man, let me address this point. The Civil War was not about slavery at the start. It was Lincoln's desire was to keep the Union together. And slavery, he did not care whether there's a whole speech or something about, he really doesn't care whether it stays or goes, slavery. He just wants to keep the Union together. Eventually, slavery became kind of like a weapon. Freeing the slaves, number one, weakened the South, because who was planting the food to feed the soldiers but the slaves? 12th man, don't ask me about, especially this the Civil War parts of it. You don't know it. Stay down. You need to go and you need to do your homework, because I've already done mine.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's what I think that they did.
Well, the problem is, well, you know what? I think she's going to prove them all wrong. I thought the point she made during that argument, the Casa, Trump Casa, I thought that was the best argument of the whole thing. And I'm not particular, I'm not that partial to her, but look, y'all motherfuckers are gonna love this. She's literally the smartest one in that room. Now, no, I think she's the smartest one in that room.
Well, I can't agree or disagree. I understand where she's coming from with her judicial philosophy, but I don't agree with it. But that doesn't mean
why not?
I'm not.
She's an originalist.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's an originalist, and she believes that the Constitution is subject to change, even though the words.
Yes.
and I'm a strict what do they call it? Strict construction.
Strict constructionist.
Yes.
But the problem, dude, now Thomas Jefferson was not a part of the Constitution, so but
Right.
he is I think he's considered a founding father, motherfucker. He wrote the Declaration. That whole Tree of Liberty thing, why isn't that taken into consideration? To me, that's almost more sacrosanct than the Constitution. The people have the right to tear it down when it becomes tyrannical.
Well, believe it or not, Stanley, you might think I'm wrong here because I don't know. But my theory is that they're actually getting literally into that now. Because like I mentioned a couple of days ago, I don't know if it was with you or with somebody else, but we're starting to see an expansive body of Second Amendment.
Okay, and I didn't have the presence of mind at the time. You know how hindsight is 2020. I disagree with Juan here. The Second Amendment is not, expansion of Second Amendment rights. And I guess I'll talk to him about this when I see him again, maybe today. What does the Second Amendment have to do unless you think there's going to be a shooting war? Revolutions don't necessarily have to be about war, though I think in a gun country, it's more likely to be. So, the problem is, the way the Second Amendment works, anybody can get a gun if you're qualified. So there is nothing saying the left can't be, if you want to go a left right and the country's 50-50, you know what? I'm left to center and I know how to shoot a fucking gun. So I think what's going to happen is the revolution happens at the ballot box. I don't think because there's an expansion of Second Amendment rights, that is some, winds of war sort of warning that there's revolution on the horizon. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm a peacenik, but I don't follow Juan's logic here. Or at least I don't want to.
And so I think
Well, elaborate on that because I'm not following.
when you look at cases like the New York State Pistol and Rifle Association versus the City of New York, you look at DC versus Heller, and you look at DC versus Bruin, those cases didn't exist 20 years ago. The way that it used to work, and this is what held the National Firearms Act up for so long, even though I disagree with it, is that the federal government can't take your right to bear arms away, but the states can. And so then the states come in and they pass these laws, like in New York. If I have an AR-15 in New York, it's a felony immediately. If I have an extended clip, which I do for my 40 caliber pistol, it's a felony. Whereas here in Texas,
But that's part of the state militia thing, right?
yes, you're absolutely right.
I mean, states can regulate their militia,
In the 80s or the 90s, the Supreme Court said that
with as long as they're following the Second Amendment.
which made almost everybody that had machine guns felons overnight as a result. Now the end result is that they're basically it's almost similar to what they did with Plessy versus Ferguson. They're rolling back on that law, and I would argue that if they keep going that route, within 30 years, the National Firearms Act will be overruled. The Texas versus Johnson rule will be overruled, and so the Second Amendment will basically be deferred to the states, which I believe should have been to begin with. But my opinion is only that of jurist doctors, people that are much, much higher in intellect than me.
Motherfucker, that's just not so much intellect. See, this is the other thing, and I'm not fussing at you, of course, Juan. Dude, experience contributes to intellect. Experience contributes to intellect. You know more as you live more.
That is so
So, motherfucker, you're still young.
having to tell my kid, I was you once, I thought like you once, you're about to follow your footsteps.
Exactly.
Latinos, you're doing that right now, buddy. Hey, una vez. Pero síguele.
Dude, you know what? I had parents who would, dude, and I know your parents have probably told you this. One day, I can't remember, it was probably my father who said, motherfucker. He didn't say the motherfucker part. No, he literally said, and this is a motherfucking man. son, if I'm wrong, I'm right. Yeah, well, that's the end of that. Let's see what happened here. I guess I am still not good at this editing thing. That was kind of an abrupt end. I'm going to have to do better. But anyway, on our way to the next news stories, this is for DiCapriono. I haven't seen you in a while, so maybe you're still here. You asked about public assistance in China. So I just did, this is just a down and dirty Google search. There's probably stuff that I'll miss, but just for the sake of at least attempting to answer it, public assistance in China is a multifaceted system that includes various programs aimed at supporting low income individuals and families. The Maximum Living Standard Assistance MLSA program is one of the primary public assistance programs in urban China, designed to provide a last resort for the urban poor. This program has been instrumental in reducing income inequality and improving material well being of poor families by prioritizing human capital investments such as education and health over basic survival needs. Um, and you know what? I do know there are African students. So I'm going to imagine there's probably, like Africans in China. I have no clue. Maybe one day we'll have a China expert subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel or the Stanley Cross channel. And we can talk in deeper detail. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button for both channels, please. Likes are free and we need them. And I want to, kind of, too bad I'm not on camera, because I would turn to that second camera and go, hey, for those of you who get especially offended at my bluntness and wanton just disrespect for stupid people, you also subscribe, and everyone else should, but especially those who need their whoobies and their blankies and their warm milk to get away from Stanley the oppressor. Subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. I do not stream this show over there yet. No one's ever told me to, so I don't. So I think you can see Portia's shows. I think you can see John's shows, but you will not see my shows as of now. I don't ever go into that chat. When I watch John or Portia's shows, I just, everything's rigged up to go automatically into the main John Gall Urban Landlord channel. So you won't see my ratchetness. You will be insulated from Emperor Stanley telling you, motherfucker, I have clothes, you're the one without clothes, and therefore there will be less hurt feelings. This is specifically meant for you, truck driver. You're a pussy. So let us move on to a next point. And let's see, Ryan, you're here. Tyrannical, like Congress has the purse money, but the president tries 5 times to waste. There are actually a couple articles that I want you to go back on. I wish you were here earlier, Ryan. There's a range of articles that I'm not willing to go back and recover, but I can hit the link. Let me just drop the link because it's about link time, I guess. Because I know 12th Man's pissed off at me. I didn't drop the link earlier by design, but I will have to take my medicine now because today is Karma Day for Stanley. So there's the link in one chat. Here's the link in the other chat. And Kelvin, one of these days you ought to hit the link if you're still there. So anyway, Strict constructionism. This is something that that I should have thought about but didn't, because god damn it, I'm not as good at thinking on my feet as I used to be now that I'm a septuagenarian. Um, Strict constructionism, not to be confused with originalism. In the United States, constructionalism is a particular legal philosophy or of judicial interpretation that limits or restricts the powers of the federal government only to those explicitly and clearly granted to the government by the United States Constitution. While commonly confused with textualism or originalism, they are not the same and, in fact, frequently contradict, as textualists like Antonin Scalia have noted. And I think they're morons for doing it, because there's a whole lot of wiggle room. And I just don't understand how you can be a strict constructionist. The more rigid, the more closely you become I don't know, a Charles Pinckney of South Carolina. He was one of the people who wanted slavery, forever. Strict construction requires a judge to apply the text only as it is expressly written. And see, this is where people who want that strict construction will hamstring themselves on the 14th Amendment, because as it is expressly written, literally it says all citizens, I'm sorry, all people born, or, I have to go back and look at the text, but there is no history, there is no wiggle room. It is universal, and the strict constructionists like Juan, I don't even know what argument they would have in that, if you're going to use that framing. So how the fuck did you get up here, Ryan? Where'd you
told me to come up.
Oh, did I? You know what? I'd forgotten.
You said you had other articles or something.
No, it was just a gesture.
You were like, "Hey, 12 man's gone, Ryan, come on up." And I'm like, "You said you had some articles?"
No, I'm kidding. Anyway, I'll find the articles as this next thing plays.
What are they about? What are they about? That's my question.
Well, one of them is about the dollar, the weak dollar. It's been kind of sinking.
Yeah, the weakening dollar.
The last while. Yeah.
That's right.
And there's an article that I have about basically Trump's big, beautiful bill kind of kind of goes against what he wants to do with tariffs. So, and then the stock market is up, but the stock market really is more like, it doesn't. I don't know why they even do news about the stock market, but it's
People
almost
think
like
it's the
candy.
economy, but it's not.
Right. It's almost like candy. Candy is good tasting, but it's not good for you. So
yeah. Well, and people's, it's actually too, when it's up, a lot of people have money via their retirement in the market in most of the country. So people have a good feeling about it,
Right.
So, and it's really consumer sentiment is what it really is, a barometer. Makes people feel good if it's up. But it certainly isn't the economy.
So, Doge is the next topic. I will find those articles and put them in the back. I think I pretty much said all, but well, shit, you probably read the articles, but the dollar is actually, a weakening dollar is actually a good thing.
Well, it's good if you're an exporter. It's good if we're trying to sell products.
Exactly.
If you're trying to export stuff, it's good. If you're trying to buy stuff overseas,
it helps in a
bad.
consumer economy. It actually kind of balances things out, in a consumer economy, because we make less than we buy. You know,
that's right.
we literally buy all kinds of stuff from other places, and you know, if people can buy more stuff from us, it helps with the trade imbalance, right?
Yeah, or yes, but the other thing is we sell a lot of services to other countries. So like goods and services are involved in the tariffs and in imports and exports. So when we have people working on stuff in another country, that's considered uh, an export because there's money coming into us. You follow me? They don't
Yeah.
talk about that part. But yeah, we have people doing service work all over the world, legal work, repair work, building dams, all kinds of shit. They only talk about the goods part in China. 15% of our stuff comes from China. But,
Right.
you know.
You mean the infrastructure stuff. And then, you know, again, what scares me is the pharmaceutical parts. That just there should not be pharmaceuticals. That industry should be like as much of it as we can get here.
Yeah, and then
I mean, when shit goes south, because I take medicine, you know.
Me
you know
too.
that I'm an old man. Oh,
Me
that's
too.
right, you do.
Yeah, I take
It's
medicine.
like, dude, now that I'm old, you know what? I don't want to, you know, having some issue overseas affecting my medicine.
I'm stockpiling right now, buddy. I get something from Taiwan.
You
It's made
better
in
pay
Taiwan.
attention. Well, hold on. Pay
I'm
attention
loading
to
up.
and you probably know this. Pay attention to the expiration dates. So don't
Yeah,
stockpile too much.
I got to keep it in the fridge. I mean, it has to be cool, you know. And
oh shit, do you have a generator?
I don't, but I've thought about it.
Motherfucker, you better get one.
Yeah,
If you have medications that need to be chilled,
I thought about it. Believe me, I thought about it. And the medication's 16 grand a month. Okay.
oh my lord.
Yeah, it's immunotherapy. It's like serious shit.
Right. Well,
You
see,
know,
you're
and-
doing worse than me. I have an immunosuppressant, but you're doing
Okay.
therapy. That is way more complicated.
Yeah, but it
Dude,
comes
you
from
better
Taiwan.
get. You know what? If you want to drop your Cash App,
Yeah, that's right.
we're gonna figure out how to get you a generator.
Well, yeah, I need. Man, I'm gonna tell you what. Look, man, I get it from the farmers. I get it from I got to get it from the hospital. You know what's going on with me,
Oh
right?
wow.
And then on the way home, I'm like, I got to put it in a cooler. It's pretty complicated, you know. And they're like, well, we can deliver it. I'm like, and what they do is put a couple of ice packs on it and send it to your house. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. 100-degree day, you know, they won't do it right, and then it won't be any good. So I just pick it up and drive home. Huh? But so yeah, it's crazy. It's coming from Taiwan though. So you know, hey, smart move, right? Let's send.
No.
that's what I mean. It's a fucking terrible move. You know, we got all these meds here, and anything that's like that for national security.
Well, I mean, was it developed in Taiwan?
It's developed in France.
Interesting.
Made in Taiwan. Not approved in France. It's approved here. But the French didn't approve it because their government pays for a lot of their pharmaceutical, right? Because they have nationalized health care. But their French FDA still hasn't approved it. In England, they already said, we're not going to approve it because the cost benefit isn't there. They don't want to drop 16 grand a month, right? So certain countries are they won't pay. They expect to, you know. So some of these countries, like in England, like they have supplemental insurance beyond the national insurance for that kind of shit, you know. So
can I get you to read what's on the screen and respond, or I'll read it?
Yeah, I can read it.
Lou says, well, you go ahead and read it, and I'll read it for the audience, I guess. A weak dollar also quietly deleverages the federal balance sheet without default or austerity. I have no idea what that means.
So with rate cuts, I got to think through that, because with rate cuts, when rates are cut, that will weaken the dollar. And when they raise rates, it'll strengthen the dollar. Like when we were strengthening the dollar a couple of years ago, it was killing these other countries that were trading with us. So I guess with rate cuts and the weakening of the dollar, that would make borrowing money cheaper from the government. So he's correct. All this finance shit, you got to think through how many things are involved. It's like nuclear energy,
Right.
Stanley. If you ever seen how fucking nuclear energy is made, there's like 180 processes, one after another, to make fucking these nuclear rods. It's crazy. There's so many damn things. It's the same way with the money thing, what these Fed people are figuring out. It's hard stuff, man. It's hard stuff. It's not easy.
Well,
but he's right.
It is nuclear science.
I tell you what, man. I watched a YouTube video on what it's like to make the shit, and I'm like, good God, like it's crazy. It's crazy. It must be 100. Put it in an acid vat. Put it in another acid vat. Heat it up to 900 degrees. Fucking free. There's so many processes just to make one of the damn rods. Go ahead.
Beautiful chemistry. Beautiful chemistry.
So you're somewhat familiar with nuclear.
No, I know it. I am very vaguely familiar from like 30 years ago, and then I was never in the nuclear Navy by design.
Okay.
Nuclear engineers in the Navy live a miserable life.
Okay.
You got to be. They have a really high attrition rate, and let me put it to you this way: there were O3s, like nuclear O3s, because I had he wasn't my boss, but he was a peer of my boss on my second ship. He was a chemistry major who was a nuke, and he drove a fucking Mercedes because to keep these people in the Navy, they were paying like, and we're talking back in like 1991, 92, 93, they were getting $50,000 re-signing bonuses. Like this is 1990. So, he probably took that 50,000 and bought himself. It wasn't like a high-end Mercedes, but it was, it was like a 300 class.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife was a lawyer, another signing bonus. So, I mean, these motherfuckers, they weren't your straight black shoe. Like, I was a lieutenant at the time too. I was a junior, like 03. But he was probably he could easily have been making twice as much as I was making, if not close to 3 times. And then you put in his lawyer wife.
Yeah, it's big money.
So anyway, I had the chance, and I was like, nope, too much work.
Yeah.
So
that's
anyway, Lou agrees with you. Apparently, Lou is your level of economist.
The thing is, a weak or a strong dollar has good and bad, right? Like people are saying Trump's trying to weaken the dollar for exports. I don't agree with that, right? I think the dollar's weakening because people are getting nervous about our debt. Okay, this bill passed. That's like our debt is getting shaky. We've been downgraded by all 3 credit agencies, and there's states in our country that have better credit than the fucking federal government right now. That's crazy. So when you can't trust the government to pay their bills, then you say, well, I have all these T-bills sitting here that are quote unquote the dollar, right? I should probably get rid of half of them because I'm nervous those dumb Americans can't pay this shit. And so that's what it is. And then when we go sell our debt, we've got to pay more money, to get other people to buy it. So, Trump's bill is stupid.
Well, let me ask you a weird T-bill question.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like a very, I have I'm sure it's expired by now. I literally had a Series 7. I worked you remember Dean Witter?
Mm-hmm.
I worked for Dean Witter for a year and a half when I got out of the Navy because I thought that's what I wanted to do. And as it turns out, I'm just not a good salesman. I attracted clients like me, and a lot of them knew more than me. Literally, I'm an analyst. I'm like
Yeah.
and all my clients were analysts. So I'd call them up. Oh, hey, I got this deal. And they're like, well, it's not that good a deal. I would have people go, well, you know what, Stanley, because you're young and new, I'll take 10,000. They would just be, they would be buying shit just to do me a favor.
Just to help you out. That's great. That's awesome.
Well, no, it is awesome. I had this dude who was a retired lawyer.
Yeah.
Out of Virginia Beach, and he wanted to keep his firm. He started out as an insurance lawyer. Now, this is going to be a longish story, and I swear I'm going to get back to the news. But this motherfucker, I met him. He was in his 70s. I would meet him like at some breakfast spot. And I cold called him. And for some reason or another, I guess he was like, hey, look, you know what? I have nothing better to do at my little Virginia Beach coffee spot. So I go fucking meet him for coffee one morning. And I worked in Virginia Beach, but he was even farther out. If you know Virginia Beach, it's like, Virginia Beach is like down, what is it? It's not. I forget what it's an interstate from Norfolk. Is it 64? I guess it's 64.
It's a half hour from Norfolk or 20 minutes from Norfolk, I think. Approximately.
It used to be longer, believe it or not.
Yeah.
They built it up, and I haven't even been there in probably 15 years. But anyway, so some little beach spot where all the old men drink coffee. You've seen those TV shows where the old guys
absolutely Allison Flo are in there.
Yeah. So
the waitresses.
I go out and all the old men are there, and I go out my little stockbroker suit, and it was a good looking suit. I have to say that. I'm some young black kid in a nice suit, and all these old codgers are there. And so I sit down. No, you know what? Dude was just like, we sat there and drank coffee, and probably longer because I should have been back, doing more cold calling or something. Motherfucker was just like, you know what? I used to have a suit like that when I was your age.
That's funny.
he just took me under his wing. Dude was a dear friend, and it was totally cool. And but the thing is, I'd call him and I'd literally be like, well, hey, this is what we got. Do you want some? And he'd be no. And I'm like, well, why don't you? And then we'd fucking talk half an hour about why this wasn't a good fucking event.
Well, Stanley, let me explain
I'm like,
to you.
well, you know what? Mr. F, I won't give his whole name, even though he's been dead. He's been dead for probably 30 years now.
Yeah.
I'm that old. But anyway, you know what? He would talk me out of selling the shit. Motherfucker, I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, you get done and you're like, man, this is a terrible product. Nah, why am I selling this shit?
Well, no, I wouldn't. Look, I'm not going to sell you shit that's going to lose you money.
I'm with you.
However, see, that's why I didn't make a good stockbroker, because I couldn't knowingly. Now, stuff will go up or down. It's all risk. But I'm not going to be selling you shit. I'm not going to be selling you penny stocks or. It was rare I even did IPOs, because IPOs you have to flip unless it's like a super IPO and you are the type of investor, you're willing to risk. Dude, there was a whole people who did nothing but IPOs, because if it's a good enough IPO, you get that initial bump. It was almost like crypto. You get that initial bump and then you get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, that's right.
You lock in your profit and go. And you know what? You may get it on the next up. There were people who did nothing but IPOs. But anyway, this is a part of my life I rarely talk about. But all that to say, I'm not unaware of this sort of stuff. It's just not
Well, you were
stuff
going to
I
ask
like
me about
thinking.
treasuries, I believe.
Well, yeah.
Initially.
Where else are you going to go if treasuries fail? There is nowhere, because the thing is if the treasuries fail, that means the government has failed. The states are going to be toast.
I agree.
So I mean, so what I'm saying is you're talking about getting rid of treasuries. What is safer than a treasury?
I mean, I don't, there's nothing safer in the world. Gold, maybe gold. I don't know why people are doing it. I know that if you look at our debt and deficit,
What are they going to pay you in? They're not going to pay you in dollars.
well, that's what everyone said there was a lot of deleveraging.
Talking like, hey, everybody has their little gold dust scale.
Well, people can buy gold too. They're like the Saudis will buy gold, the Saudis will buy treasuries.
Yeah, but I mean, if the treasuries fail, and this is where you can educate me, because I don't know what the end times. Digital's not gonna fucking work. You know what? You won't be able. No one will be able to pay the electric bill.
I know.
There will be no digital.
That's just dumb.
There will be no internet.
Well, the other thing about digital is everything is run off of Swift. So Swift banking, which is basically out of Switzerland, and it's all the fucking countries in the world that use this banking system to exchange electronically. And essentially, crypto is going to be going through that as well. So it doesn't even matter. But that's why they're regulating it, and the government's all involved in it, because they want to be able to see what's going on with crypto. So Iran can't buy nuclear weapons from Russia. That's why the government's involved in this shit, because they want to watch what everybody's doing. They've been doing Swift banking. They've been doing it for years. That's how they sanction Russia, et cetera, So anyway.
Well, Juan has a question for you. And by the way, Juan,
come on up, Juan.
Well, no, I was going to say, Juan, you were just the star of that clip. Have you seen it?
No.
It's called Professor Pacheco stops to teach law, or something like that, to the Stanley versus the World audience.
Yeah,
we called you Professor Pablo Pacheco. So anyway, what do you have to say to his question?
What was his question?
Stanley Stanley and Ryan, is that why the Trump administration proposed a crypto sovereign wealth fund for the U.S.?
I don't know why he did that, but usually I think I don't know what the purpose is. When you're in debt like we are, you don't have a wealth fund. It's like Norway has a wealth fund because they have a glut of extra money, because they have a lot of oil that they're not in debt. They're to the positive. We're to the negative. Why do we'd be better off to pay our debt than have a wealth fund? Usually cash-rich countries have a sovereign wealth fund, not ones that are 36 trillion in debt. I don't know what he's trying to do. I don't understand it. So, but I would guess that
he's trying to, dude, look, you know what he's trying to do.
I don't know what Trump.
He is trying to make an imperial Trump family that will last for
1,000 years.
2,000 years. He look, Donald. What comes around goes around.
Doesn't he have his own coin?
Yeah, he's got. Melania has one too.
So I don't know, man. I just know that I don't trust crypto. A lot of people like it. I think it's because I don't understand it that well. I don't
either.
And I know. And another thing that makes me nervous about it is, it's right now allegedly it's about 2% of the friggin' global power grid or something. Like it sucks energy out of the system. massive amounts, right? I'm like, how long can they keep this up? Yeah, I mean, because I think you exchange with almost every transaction, you exchange the whole friggin' ledger account. Like it's massive. It's massive. So, anyway,
No,
I
well,
bought
it'll.
I bought Bitcoin and sold it because I was like, I don't know what this shit is. I mean, I lost money on it too, but either way,
Oh, really?
I just said, well, I mean, it's a couple grand. I mean, I bought other dumb stuff like stocks and stupid shit, and then I'm really a bad trader. I always lose.
Well,
I'm like,
you're
man,
probably now. It may be a function of age. I mean, honestly, if someone said, "Hey, Stanley, we're going to give you $500,000 and we want you to be a day trader," I'd have to do it, but
I'm losing money
yeah.
on it. I'm losing money.
Well, no, but I think I'd probably maybe break even or something, maybe lose money. I just
Nah.
don't want that kind of job. I just want to
Yeah.
fire and forget and do the shit I want to do.
Well, I
Which
gotta
is
like
waste people's time on YouTube.
Me too. I'm with you. Well, no, every time I buy, I'm like, man, this is going to be great. I'm gonna make a ton off of this, and then I'll buy the stock, and then it's worth half as much like a month later. So
let me address this right quick.
Yeah.
Juan, I will not do that again. I hate my voice. I think I talk slow, so I sped it up, and I premiered it, and I asked the question, "Is this too fast?" And then I asked T to play it because she touched on the 14th Amendment, and she thought it was too fast. She went in and slowed it down to 3/4. So it's my mistake. I'm pretty new at this editing game. So, it's kind of an experiment. It sounded fine to me, but once it got up on YouTube doesn't play exactly like your local editor. I played it in my local editor. I use Clipchamp. It was a little fast, but it sounded fine. But once you get it out on the internet, so my apologies. Slow it down to 3/4 speed, and it'll sound not quite normal, but normal enough. So it was all on me. I think I talk slow. I wouldn't say country, but it is slow, and it's annoying. But you should sound better. I'll just have to, what comes around goes around with my drawl. So let me play this Doge thing, and there's a story afterwards you're gonna like, Juan. And if anybody wants to hit the link, go ahead and do it. This train has gone off the road or off the rails, but I do have a bunch of stories. I would like to get to them today, but I do not want to do 12 hours. That kind of throws my sleep schedule off. What is up, Broke Genius? How you been? Haven't seen you in a few days. How's things? And let's see. Bitcoin isn't taking over, but blockchain is replacing banking systems that use the dollar, and we will probably regret that.
I don't know about that. I mean, how much money is in banking versus in blockchain? It can't be even. I mean, the global economy is $100 trillion, and the money's kept in banks. So, how much is in the blockchain banks?
Yeah, but at the banks, I mean, wouldn't the banks utilize blockchain?
I think blockchain is one of these internet, trading things, from what I understand. So, but
my problem with things like blockchain is, you remember back in the day, you do like EMF bursts and shut down electrical grids. If your electrical grid is shut down, even now, just with basic debit cards, you're cut off from your money. I mean, there is an argument that you should always have some sort of hard assets, even if it's paper money. If that electrical grid gets shut down, you are toast. Because I never carry cash, so I'm thinking about myself too. With my phone and my debit card, because dude, I do everything online. I don't even go to ATM machines. Fuck all that. I literally
I don't either.
I am a merry recluse here in small town Georgia.
The only time I go to I get cash is when I'm trying to conceal gun purchases from my wife.
Oh my lord!
If I'm going to buy a new pistol, absolutely. If I'm going to buy a new pistol, I go and I'll buy the pistol cash, because otherwise she sees it and she just goes crazy. And then I wait about a year, and I'll
She
take
goes
her to
crazy.
Absolutely. And then I'll take her to the range.
Is she like hand over the gun? Does she arrest you?
You don't need another gun. You just bought another gun.
That could be kind of sexy.
Yeah, she don't want me to have it.
I'm gonna arrest you, big boy, for
that's the only cash,
for having an illegal weapon in my house.
Well, the thing is no. I mean, I have a concealed permit, but I've just learned that I gotta wait a little while.
Maryland? How
absolutely.
much money did you pay for that?
No, I mean, I got it a couple of years ago, and they dropped that New York law dropped, and as soon as it did, where they couldn't stop you from a concealed carry permit, and I went out next day and said, I'm going to get this before the Maryland pull. Maryland's very anti-gun, so I said I'm going to get my permit while I can, because I'm sure they're going to put up a lot of jam ups to that. So just because you never know. And I'm a very responsible gun owner.
Let me ask you a question. Do you carry it on during work, or just
occasionally when I'm spending a lot of time in the city, I'll have it, but I'm a very responsible gun owner. Like, I don't, I got to work in DC a lot. You can't go anywhere near DC with a handgun. So
yeah.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can't
just
fly
ask
over
John.
there.
Just ask John. He'll tell you.
Oh, all right. If he's messing around with a gun in DC, man,
No. You've heard his court stories.
Maybe not that one, but maybe not.
Well,
I mean, I've heard some of it.
I'm not. Yeah. So you need to be responsible. I'll just say that. I'll just leave it at
I've been to multiple classes. I mean, I've taken tactical shooting classes. I clean my guns. I mean, I do.
I'm just like, don't forget you put your gun in your briefcase. Like, know where the fuck your guns are.
It's on my person or locked in my truck. So, but I rarely.
Wait, you don't have a gun rack?
No, man, I don't.
Come on now. Technically, Maryland is in the South. If you got a truck and you don't have a gun rack, man, son, you ain't Southern. You ain't Southern.
Listen, Maryland's a lot different than Northern Virginia, where you were, as you know.
Shit, I'm in Georgia. I'm in Georgia now.
Yeah, but you've been up in Northern Virginia, so you know what that.
No, well, but dude, I lived down in Warren County. There are plenty, motherfucker. That is redneck central. Like, I lived on a mountain, Blue Mountain, which was right on the. Like, I could walk across the street. There was a vineyard about half a mile from my driveway. You could walk across the street to the vineyard, and you were in Fauquier County, and you'd be looking down into Fauquier County. You walk across the street, and you're in Warren County. So I was right on the line. However, Warren County is the wrong side of that. Warren County's on the wrong side of the.
That's like Culpeper, isn't it?
Road.
Culpeper.
No. Culpeper is Culpeper County. It's a separate county. It borders Fauquier. Fauquier is the shit. Now Fairfax is the real shit. That's where all the rich Virginians are, even today. Fauquier is like their summer houses.
Loudoun County and Fairfax, big money.
Well, I would even say Fauquier is better than Loudoun. Loudoun is more urban, though it does have a lot of rural estate type places. Fauquier is the shit, though. Loudoun, let's say they're equivalents. If I had to choose, it would be Fauquier because it's a little more rednecky. Look, I think my brother-in-law is a fucking redneck. We used to joke back and forth that my son would be, half white, half black, and half flannel. I rednecks like cool rednecks are really cool. They're just cool. They can be a little reckless. Other than that. So
Well,
anyway,
you know,
I'm the Fauquier guy. I would rather live in Fauquier rather than Loudon. Loudon's just a little too uppity, little too.
there's a
It's
lot.
rich.
I was
It
in
might be richer.
Great Falls, Virginia, about
Well, that's
2 months ago.
Fairfax.
I'm telling you right now, man. It's Potomac, Maryland, and Great Falls, Virginia. You wanna see who's running the world? These people got a lot of money, man.
Yeah, well, like
they
I
got
said, Fairfax County, Loudon isn't Fairfax. Loudon County's nouveau riche.
okay.
Fairfax is old. Fairfax is old money.
That's the old
That's
money.
why. And Fauquier is also old money. Loudon, roundabout Loudon and damn it, what's the other one that's right next to it?
Well, the thing is, real quick, also is that it's a mixture. There's
Springfield.
Right next door is
Springfield is Fairfax.
Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to think of the other fucking county. Albemarle County. It's another county.
No,
There's four counties.
Albemarle.
Four counties.
No. Albemarle, old money. That's Thomas Jefferson country.
There's 4 counties in Northern Virginia. I can't even place them in my brain. Winchester, that's too far out.
Winchester is Clark County.
Yeah, but that's further out.
And I know, well, it's right on the border with West Virginia. I lived in that area, so I actually know it well.
Okay.
So yeah, Clark County, that's Winchester. It's like 5 minutes in the wrong direction, and you're in West Virginia.
That's right. Harper's Ferry right there. But I can't think of the 4 counties, and it's going to drive me crazy. Warrington. What is Warrington in? Warrington, Virginia.
No, Warrington is in Fauquier. And the reason I know Warrington is my father-in-law was born there. As a matter of fact, he's still like my father-in-law still had shit. You didn't know this? My father-in-law grew up right across from the direct descendants of Robert E. Lee. Like the Lees were my grandmother-in-law's across the street neighbors. Now, when I say across the street neighbors, you might as well say across the street properties. It wasn't exactly the hood. But no, as a matter of fact, I used to go to, like, every year. My grandmother-in-law died at 97. I mean, the sad part is she survived my wife, and we kind of became closer, oddly enough. But anyway, every year we would do like a family reunion right there in Warren County on the other side of the mountain I lived on. And yeah, the Lees and this dude, I can't remember. He's like a great grandson. But the dude, there is like a family resemblance. This motherfucker looked like Robert E. Lee. They got big heads. He had a big head and a square jaw, just like Robert E. Lee. Dude, he could be a Robert E. Lee impersonator. That's how close. But no, shit. I used to sit right across the fucking table from him. He knew, and I mean, it's so weird. So one of these days I'm going to tell you this story, and I'm not going to now. But the Lees and supposedly my wife's family, there's
each other?
Supposedly there's some kinship, and you know what? I know them enough to shake their hands. They know who I am, but they know my wife's family. I'm just the black dude.
He's a black dude. Hey, what's up, black dude?
I'm just the black dude who, but you know what? My wife didn't work. She had time to hobnob with him. Yeah. I had to work.
Yeah.
I was the N word in the woodpile.
I don't know any of these people, man. Like, I guess
Look at Juan.
there's one in
You get
mind.
that joke, right?
There's one in mind because I did a DNA test and I'm 4%. I'm like, well, there must have been some philandering. There's something going on way back when.
Hey, you know what? 4% and not 1,024%.
Yeah.
Hey, 4% is not 4% is not chopped liver.
Well, how many? I wonder. What is that? 6th generation? I don't know. Who the hell?
Oh, who knows? Who cares?
Yeah.
Really, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't care. That's right. So what's up, Juan? You back up?
I was listening to that clip.
I figured you were coming up to explain crypto to me. I said, Juan's back. It's gonna be back crypto.
Juan, let me tell you how that clip came about. John, Portia, and I were chatting on Sunday, and everyone thinks this show is slow. You know, John has a lot of suggestions, and I'm just resistant to it because I'm going to do it my way. Now, I'm not against, and you know, people like you and Ryan, Lou, you know, people who are kind of like, you know, plank holders, to use a nautical term, CKJ3. Hey, I'm always open to suggestions, and I will take you seriously. But the thing is I'm not. I like news. I like culture. The damn show has an Alexander Pope quote. I'm going to be who I am. But the bottom line is that clip came about because I was talking about you, and there's another clip that's going to come either the day before or after that we did. I was like, we had a wonderful conversation. You know, it's not all about just like, you know, N-word this and, you know, rap star that. Sometimes there's some serious stuff that I consider important, and we need a change of pace every now and again. And, you know, well, I was asked, well, Stanley, why don't you ever clip this stuff? And my response is, I hate the sound of my voice. I never watch the shows that I do. I would never do shows if I fucking had to do that. So I went special to clip this Professor Pacheco doing a law seminar, and hopefully you are duly honored.
Thank you. What I thought was funny about it though was when I played the video clip, I was speaking extremely fast. I don't know if that was part of the rendering. Or
no, I hate my voice. I think it sounds slow, so I sped it up. So my voice sounds normal. You speak at a normal pace, so you sound fast. So you got to play it at 3/4, and I won't do that again.
Yeah, that's what I
that
noticed.
That is my bad.
No, it was funny. It was funny because of two reasons. Number one, when I was being played, I guess at 1.5 times the speed, so that your voice could sound normal, I guess, in speed. I sounded like Ben Shapiro, so I'm just hearing myself.
It was totally unintentional.
You wasn't that bad, was you? Was you one?
Dude,
you can talk that fast like Ben Shapiro.
I hope not, but here's the kicker, Stanley.
Oh, he's not talking as crazy.
At the very end,
Ben Shapiro sounds when I listen to that motherfucker. He's like,
you have literally been. Oh my Lord! You know what? This is one of those times. You and Solid Snake, I always take a deep breath before I let up. So, what were you saying, Juan?
I was saying the kicker was at the very end of the video. At the very end of the video, as I'm talking about the Federalist Papers and you and I are talking about that facet of our conversation, there's an ad that pops up for the energy drink sponsored by Mike Lindell. When I saw that, I lost it.
No way.
Yeah, that was funny.
Unintentional humor.
That's just what you need as an energy drink after listening to Ben Shapiro.
So I'm let me apparently Ryan is gone off to work. So I want to do this quick Doge article, and it's kind of a prelude into the next article, which does not involve Doge, but I'll make the connection in a minute. This is a long article, so we're not going to play it all, but we'll get a taste of it. Doge. We'll see. Doge will not survive the next president. I'll put it that way.
You're listening to Doge has the keys to sensitive data that could help Elon Musk. A news story written by Desmond Butler, Jonathan O'Connell, Hannah Nathanson, and Aaron Gregg, and read by an AI-generated voice. For months, Elon Musk's UA Doge service plumbed the federal government's information systems, scouring arcane internal records that the billionaire said were guiding his hunt for waste. Now that Musk has stepped away from his government role, some of that data could be valuable in another way, by giving the world's richest man a competitive advantage over his rivals in the private sector. A Washington Post examination found that in at least 7 major departments or agencies, Doge secured the power to view records that contain competitors' trade secrets, non-public details about government contracts, and sensitive regulatory actions or other information. The Post found no evidence that Doge has viewed or misused government information to benefit Musk's business empire, which spans industries including artificial intelligence, space exploration, and medical devices. But some competitors are alarmed about the possible exposure of their proprietary information or other private data. So much of the data that we submit to the government is competitively sensitive, said one executive from a firm that competes with Musk's aerospace company, SpaceX. When we do that, we assume it's protected. And now, it feels that we are vulnerable. The company has held internal high-level meetings to discuss Doge's access to federal contracting data, but has not made those concerns public for fear that its government contracts could be targeted for cancellation, said the executive, who, like others interviewed for this article, spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retribution. The post-examination sheds light on the scale of Musk's overlapping interests during his more than 4 months leading Doge. It also underscores Musk's unprecedented view into the inner workings of a federal bureaucracy that has both aided his rise as a businessman and served as a check on his ambitions. The data that would be valuable to Musk's firms. Doge had the ability to access data systems in at least 7 agencies that experts say could benefit Elon Musk's companies. When President Donald Trump issued an executive order on his first day in office to establish DOGE, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, he called for federal officials to provide the new unit with access to all unclassified agency records, software systems, and IT systems. He also ordered DOGE to adhere to rigorous data protection standards. Nearly 130 days later, after a contentious effort to slash government spending, Musk said he was stepping away from his government position to refocus on his businesses. After his departure, Musk feuded with Trump this month over the cost of a proposed legislative package backed by the president, a rupture that threatened to curtail Musk's influence within the federal government. His level of potential future involvement remains unclear. Some DOGE staffers have since left, while others have taken permanent jobs at federal agencies. White House officials, meanwhile, have insisted DOGE's work will continue. Regardless, the information the unit was able to view will remain valuable, experts said, because it has the potential to help Musk's firms expand into new industries, win additional government contracts, or identify employees who reported unsafe working conditions to federal investigators. The Post reviewed court documents and interviewed dozens of current and former U.S. government officials to determine which records DOGE aides were able to examine, while Musk led the unit. Reporters also spoke with experts and business competitors about how that information, if improperly shared with Musk's companies, could give them a competitive advantage. DOGE aides, for example, were given near-blanket access to records at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, court records show. The agency holds proprietary information about algorithms used by payment apps similar to ones that Musk has said he wants to incorporate into his social media platform, X. NASA employees told the...
Yes, sir.
Did you hear what Trump said before he got on the plane to go to Alligator Alcatraz today?
I don't give a fuck what he said. I'll cover it when it's...
He said,
okay,
Elon can
stop. Not interested. Let's play this article, please.
The Post that DOGE aides were able to review internal assessments of thousands of contracts, including those awarded to rivals of Musk's SpaceX rocket company, which has already won billions of dollars of government work and is competing for more. Among SpaceX's competitors is Blue Origin, a company owned by Jeff Bezos, who also owns The Washington Post. Blue Origin and its executives did not respond to requests for comment. And Labor Department employees said in court filings that Doge aides were allowed to examine any record at the agency, which holds files.
Okay, so what is this Trump thing about, Elon?
Well, he was about ready to get on Air Force One to go to Alligator Alcatraz, and he made a speech about Elon that said he can be dodged. You know what I mean? Because
I have no idea what that means.
Billions he makes off the federal government, like he can be torpedoed too.
Okay, do you understand why I think that Trump is a fucking lousy president? Doge was an ill-conceived idea that is literally a piece of shit that is basically albatross-sized and hung around America's neck. Trump is a horrible president. He brought this moron, this egomaniacal, autistic motherfucker into the government, and now we may all live to regret Trump's decision. Trump is a bad president. He's a bad judge of character, and we can't wait for MAGA to go.
Well, you know what they're going.
Okay, I don't care about the rebuttal. I said what I said. I'm ready to move on. And by the way, this is so I don't care about any Elon. He's an idiot. Trump is an idiot. Bad decisions. America will first. When Trump means America first, he literally means America will be the first to feel the fuck ups that he made as president. So this is something that Elon didn't catch. It's called Inside Operation Gold Rush. Let's hear about it. Doge didn't catch this. All the fraud and all the bullshit. This is at least I don't think Doge caught this. Maybe they did, but probably not.
You're listening to Inside Operation Gold Rush, largest healthcare fraud bust in U.S. history. A news story written by Dan Diamond and Lauren Weber, and read by an AI-generated voice. Gerald Quindry was facing a quandary. The 73-year-old retired engineer received a statement last year that Medicare, his health insurance provider, had been billed $15,500 for urinary catheters, but his doctor had never ordered them, and Quindry never wanted nor received them. Quindry complained to Medicare, but he said the representative seemed nonplussed by his complaint, and he could find little information about the incident himself beyond news reports of catheter-related fraud in the government program. Obviously, somebody deserves to be in jail, Quindry told the Washington Post in February. 4 months later, several people are, and they are facing criminal charges in what the government says is the largest healthcare fraud bust in U.S. history. Quindry was one of more than 1 million Americans whose personal information was compromised in an alleged $10.6 billion fraud scheme, the details of which were unsealed last week and announced by federal officials Monday. The 2-year investigation, dubbed Operation Gold Rush, uncovered a conspiracy to purchase more than 30 small healthcare supply companies that were already enrolled with Medicare, officials said. Conspirators then used those companies to submit a flood of claims for urinary catheters, continuous glucose monitors, and other supplies that were not medically necessary.
I never once thought
Law
there
enforcement
would be
officials
fraud
allege. The numbers were often
fraud
eye-popping.
involving catheters.
Beginning in late 2022, the companies collectively submitted fraudulent claims to Medicare for more than 1 billion urinary catheters, officials said. I don't even know if the United States has the ability to manufacture 1 billion catheters in such a short time, said Isaac Bledsoe, Director of Strategic Projects and Initiatives at the Department of Health and Human Services Inspector General's office, which helped lead the investigation along with the Justice Department and the FBI. The absurdity, the brazenness of these actors is really just astounding. Federal officials were able to prevent more than 99% of the Medicare payments from reaching the alleged perpetrators, saying that teams at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and the HHS Inspector General's office moved quickly to identify fraudulent bills, suspend payments to the suspected companies, and partner with other federal agencies that launched Operation Gold Rush in early 2023. They also said they had been able to seize tens of millions of dollars in fraud proceeds. Bledsoe said it showed how the federal government has moved from its long-standing pay and chase approach, where agencies would pay out claims before identifying fraud and then try to claw the money back, to a stop-and-caught model. But the perpetrators, authorities allege, were still able to collect about $1 billion in payments from other insurance companies that help cover older Americans' healthcare costs, known as Medicare supplemental insurers. Those insurers were contractually obligated to reimburse claims processed by Medicare, even if Medicare didn't end up paying out the claims, officials said. For instance, Quindry said his supplemental insurance company, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, paid 20% of his fraudulent $15,500 bill. Federal officials Monday also announced that they had disrupted other alleged healthcare fraud schemes potentially worth $4 billion in total, including some focused on telemedicine, genetic testing, and opioid trafficking, as part of an ongoing government initiative aimed at healthcare fraud. These criminals didn't just steal someone else's money, they stole from you, Matthew R. Gagliotti, head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division, said at Monday's news conference, where he was flanked by CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz and other federal officials. 19 people have been charged with helping coordinate the Operation Gold Rush scheme, according to indictments unsealed last week in federal court in New York, Illinois, and other states. The alleged conspirators, who include people from Estonia, Kazakhstan, and Russia, face charges of conspiracy, healthcare fraud, and money laundering that could send them to prison for years. At least one has taken a plea deal, according to public court dockets. 7 alleged conspirators were intercepted at U.S. airport departure gates and at the U.S. border with Mexico, officials said, while others have fled. The U.S. 4 defendants were apprehended in Estonia as a result of cooperation with Estonian law enforcement, officials said. The Post last year first revealed the federal investigation. Gabriel L. Imperato, a partner with the Nelson Mullins law firm and a former HHS lawyer, said Medicare supplies have long been a target for overseas healthcare fraud rings, which have often deployed similar tactics in hopes of tapping the sprawling, multi-billion-dollar market. It's just an opportunity for international criminals, Imperato said, adding that fraudsters have used similar tactics for decades. It's a never-ending quest to try to get beyond the whack-a-mole phenomena. Officials said the episode underscores the vulnerabilities in the American healthcare system and the complexity of cracking down on waste, fraud, and abuse, a vowed political priority of the Trump administration. The U.S. DOJ service and its former leader, Elon Musk, repeatedly highlighted the risk of Medicare fraud this year, although with sometimes misleading or false claims. The episode also resulted in mass confusion for patients across the country. Medicare and its contractors received more than 400,000 complaints related to the catheter scheme, federal officials said, with older Americans demanding to know why their Medicare accounts had been billed by companies such as Pretty in Pink and Main Street DME. The scheme ensnared more than 7,000 physicians, whose identities were used to order medical supplies without their knowledge, according to officials. It enmeshed legitimate companies that happened to share the same name as the alleged perpetrators, such as the Pretty in Pink boutique in Tennessee, an unrelated cancer supply store that was so drowned by complaints, it posted instructions on how to report insurance fraud. It frustrated accountable care organizations, groups of hospitals and physicians that receive federal incentives to deliver high-quality, low-cost healthcare, which worried that they could collectively lose millions of dollars in payments because it appeared that they were failing to manage their patients' healthcare spending. The National Association of ACOs, an industry trade group, publicized the alleged fraud last year. The CMS subsequently issued a rule to change how it paid for catheters and effectively protect the accountable care organizations from the spike in catheter bills. And the scheme angered lawmakers, who demanded answers on why the alleged fraud had gone publicly unreported for more than a year. Targeting catheters, Healthcare supplies known as durable medical equipment, or DME, such as wheelchairs, catheters, and wound care dressings, have long been an alluring target for scammers, in part because of the sheer number of claims that are submitted every day for payment. Medicare will pay 80% of DME claims if the equipment is prescribed by a physician, and Medicare supplemental insurers will often pay the remaining balance. Bledsoe said the DME market also had a low barrier for entry for would-be fraudsters, compared with other healthcare schemes that would require a medical degree or advanced knowledge. With a DME company, you essentially need space, supplies, and a person, and sometimes you don't even need the supplies, Bledsoe said. The alleged conspirators homed in on intermittent urinary catheters, tubes that patients insert several times a day to drain their bladders and treat incontinence. Urinary catheters made an appealing target for potential scammers because orders for the low-cost.
Yeah, that's getting a little too into the details. Bottom line is Doge had nothing to do with this. Um, the Trump administration and MAGA is incompetent. They are fire-breathing dragons who don't kill inefficiencies. So, where we're going to go from here, and actually, I got a ton more news articles. Guess I'll just do the headlines. California rolls back its landmark environmental law. And this is interesting because apparently it had something to do with housing shortages. And apparently we need more housing or something, interfering with the housing market. I can drop this link if anyone's interested. But I wanted to basically make the point that California, MAGA is even having an effect on California. And, they're kind of moving to the right slowly but surely. But I wonder, I don't know that it's so much a capitulation to the inevitability of MAGA as much as Gavin Newsom positioning for a presidential run. And
That'll be a laugh.
next is firefighters battle. Three blazes.
Is that the best
east.
you got, Stanley?
Okay, dude.
Gavin Newsom?
If it's not good enough for you, you may go. I'm doing news stories.
No, I'm just saying, like, is that your
Okay,
great guy hope is
I know you're just
Gavin
saying,
Newsom?
12th man, I know you're just saying.
Yes, sir.
What I'm asking you is not to just say. Just let me finish. So, firefighters are at work again in Los Angeles. I will play this. There's more fires.
Firefighters battle three blazes east of Los Angeles. This article is by Sopan Deb and Mark Walker, and read by an automated voice. Firefighters in Riverside County east of Los Angeles were battling three fires early on Tuesday morning, even after the authorities lifted an evacuation order for thousands of residents. The blaze that prompted the order, the Juniper Fire, began just before 11:30 a.m. on Monday and swiftly burned almost 700 acres, according to CAL FIRE, the state's firefighting agency. The order was issued in the afternoon and affected just over 5,000 residents, based on a New York Times analysis of the evacuation zones and Landscan population data. The order was lifted shortly before 9 p.m. by CAL FIRE, but only 30% of the fire, which was burning in an unincorporated area about 70 miles southeast of central Los Angeles, had been contained. The cause of the Jupiter fire was under investigation. Fire crews would continue working through the night to extinguish it, and evacuation warnings for the blaze, indicating a lower alert level, would remain in place overnight, CAL FIRE said. A second blaze fire in Riverside County, the Wolf Fire, began on Sunday and had burned more than 2,400 acres by Monday evening. The authorities reported that it was 30% contained. Another blaze that began on Sunday, the Mindy Fire, was mostly contained after burning about 100 acres, and all evacuation orders associated with it have been lifted. Summer is typically the worst season for wildfires in California, as the atmosphere dries up and temperatures rise. Though it can be difficult to predict wildfire activity, forecasters have already seen signs that this could be an especially intense year, with plenty of dry grass to fuel potential fires. In Southern California, conditions were especially dry this winter, setting the stage for more and larger fires this summer. By September, officials predict fire activity across most of the state will be above normal this year. On average, about 1.4 million acres burn a year in California, but there have been varying totals in recent years. More than 4.3 million acres burned in 2020, when dry lightning without nearby rainfall, sparked an outbreak of wildfires across Northern California, but in 2022 and 2023, only about 300,000 acres burned each year. The Juniper Fire started as residents of Los Angeles County were still reeling from the devastating wildfires in January. The Eaton Fire destroyed more than 9,400 structures, mostly in the community of Altadena in Los Angeles County, and burned about 14,000 acres. To the west, the Palisades Fire destroyed more than 6,800 structures in Malibu and the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of Los Angeles, and burned more than 23,000 acres. A total of 30 people died in the Eaton and Palisades fires, making the fire event the second deadliest in California history. The Camp Fire killed 85 people in Northern California in 2018, more than any other single wildfire in the state's history, according to CAL FIRE. Amy Graff, John Keefe, and Jesus Jimenez and Francesca Regalado contributed reporting.
We'll take a look at this 30-second video. Looks hot. Is there? Well, there is audio, but it's unintelligible, and the volume's all the way up. But I don't know whether we're just paying more attention to fires or whether there are actually more. Who knows? I guess you'd have to look to stats to figure that out. Oh, there's more video of fires.
We have a bunch in Alaska too, Stanley.
Yep.
Not around here, thank God.
All right. Well, we're going to move on, and we are going to move on quickly. This popped into my algorithm. I literally just found it, and the subject of it is fascinating, and we'll watch a little bit of it. You know, if it pans out, we'll watch it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But this let's oops, screwed up here. So what happens when yeah. So let's try this again. But Black Capitalists is the name of this video, and
Black
this makes me,
Capitalist.
let's see.
Dr. Rachel Laurier is a thought leader specializing in race and money, ethical entrepreneurship, and social good. She's a Goldman Sachs and Yale alumni, and her newest book is Black Capitalist: A Blueprint for What's Possible.
And see,
Welcome
the
to
white guy
show,
gets it
Rachel.
wrong. Let me
Thank you so
stop
much
you
for
here.
having-
This is where we know new money from old money. It's not alumni, it's alumna. Alumni is alumna is female, and alumnus is male, alumna is female, alumni is plural. So bad show, son, bad show.
Interesting.
Excited to have you on. Tell us about your personal lives, more about your work, and what motivated you to write the book.
Yeah, so it's very much the case that I've always been interested in the intersection of race and money. Growing up, it was the case that every kind of example or model that I saw of wealth was correlated to whiteness. And so that got me asking myself the question of what might it mean to be both Black and thriving? And what would be the cost associated with that? My mother, she immigrated to the US from Ghana back in the 80s. And over time, and through the help of an affordable housing program and a lottery system, was able to buy her kind of first home in what was at the time the wealthiest county in Northern Virginia, where we grew up. And so I was in the space of elitedom and enormous privilege, but never felt like I had authority in it because of my background and my context. And, fast forward, I would go to some of the best academic institutions, some of the most expensive academic institutions, and even go on to start my professional career at Goldman Sachs. But again, that question still remained. What might it mean to be both Black and thriving? And what could be the context for which you could see models of Blackness and the Black lived experience associated with wealth and thriving, which you often do not see. And I certainly did not see so much in my childhood. And so that became the context for me. But what was really interesting is that, my undergraduate studies I did at NYU in social and cultural analysis. And so I was very much trained in critical race theory, the Black radical tradition, which really often tells a kind of singular narrative and story about Black participation in capitalism, just given the history of American capitalism and how Black people were the laborers and creators of our economic system, but have hardly ever been the beneficiaries of it. And so that was my context for really thinking about the Black lived experience in a capitalist context in a theoretical framework. But then I started my career, as you mentioned, at Goldman. And I was seeing for the first time how Black professionals in high finance were both critical of an economic system, but still using it to their benefit in order to create social good, not just for themselves, but also for their communities as well. And so for me, that totally kind of shifted my paradigm in thinking about, okay, how can we be both critical of things, but still navigate in them every single day and navigate from a place of agency and empowerment and from a place of intentionality and strategy in order to create new outcomes within that system for ourselves. And so that's what really kind of solidified my interest to then ultimately write this book, Black Capitalist, which is really a blueprint for how we can navigate the moment that we're in now as we continue to strive for a more kind of economically liberatory system for all of us.
Well, that's pretty heavy stuff, Rachel. It's awesome. Okay. And you figured it out.
I like to think that I've got some good solutions for us, because it's the case that capitalism, we've all got these different economic identities. Some of us are capitalists, some of us are anti-capitalist, some of us are socialists. And especially for folks who have visceral and negative reactions to capitalism, for all good reason, when you think about the creation of American capitalism really predicated on exploitation, extraction, violence, and racism. And the capitalism we experience today is really centered on profitability and private ownership. It doesn't leave a lot of room to think about social good. And so what I offer really through evidence of other people who are doing this and how they're thinking about how do we create more social good within the context in which we live at scale that is also sustainable, and that's really important. It creates a kind of hopefulness around how we show up in this moment. And so I think it's a pragmatic theory for how we deal with the reality that we're in.
More government is always the solution, baby.
So many different ways and to have this conversation. I'm fascinated by all of it. I think that the way that we identify and think of ourselves within all the different contexts and frameworks and systems that we're taking part in, because they're all around us and we're all dealing with assumptions. When you were a young person a little girl, and you're looking around and you're associating wealth with white. Do you think that your parents felt that same way? Was this unique to you? Did the people that you were interacting with feel the same way?
I think it was certainly the case from my mother's kind of experience. As I mentioned, she immigrated to this country really in search of and in chase of kind of elusive American dream. And, she was experiencing in real time what it meant to be Black in America and the challenge associated with that. And so hustling became really the only medium by which she could achieve some kind of economic freedom or tap into intergenerational wealth building. And none of it was easy. She worked 2 jobs, 7 days a week for my entire childhood. And that was the context by which she was able to position herself well enough to, become a homeowner. And so all of the additional work, additional labor to really achieve some kind of economic stability was front and center for her. And I, had a front row seat in seeing that. And so when I was, existing in these spaces, as I mentioned, of my hometown and seeing how wealth just looked and felt different for my white counterparts, there was something very different about the experience that I was having. And it kind of really crystallized for me how race can really make a difference and how we participate in capitalism, how we are received in society on account of our race in our pursuit of economic thriving as well. And so that really kind of set the tone for me as a child, seeing my mom's experience of how it could be so different for her as an immigrant, as a Black woman, raising 2 kids on her own and trying to achieve this American dream.
I think, credit to your mom that's working 2 jobs,
Give
7
me a
days a week, 2
second,
kids,
because
single
this
mom,
is
amazing.
all
That's
kinds.
awesome.
This is all kinds of, oh, hey, you're not the first person to notice this. This is the problem with some young people like this young lady. The work's already been done. You're not rediscovering much of anything. Race and capitalism, we've had 250 years of this. You're not going to contribute anything new. And I haven't read the book, but just listening to this, yeah, my response is yeah. And
Yeah, she really did it.
She did it. And then seeing you go to Goldman Sachs and get a doctorate from Yale, and now this. This amazing book. Do you think that that's a version of the American dream, or do you
in 12th Man,
how is she thinking about
oh
it?
wait, hold it, because I'm feeling mean right now because you fucking came up here and interrupt every goddamn video I show with shit that with hums and haws and stuff that's just disturbing. 12th Man, you talking about incompetence is literally a comedy show.
Yeah, I think the way she thinks about it is her sacrifices are paying off. Because she came to this country, as I mentioned, in chase of that dream, which wasn't necessarily going to be for her to enjoy.
And the problem is, why is sacrifice needed? In the world's richest country, Why is sacrifice needed exactly? Someone needs to explain that part. Why would you sacrifice yourself to the world's richest economy? This ain't the Bible we're living in. It is the United States of America, the world's like most successful economy, etc. Why is sacrifice necessary is my question.
You know, because so much of her sacrifice was on behalf of her kids so that we could live the lives that we live now. And so for her to see that coming to
Nothing
fruition,
about
that is such a
intersectional
gift to her. And what's interesting about her story is that she came to
intersectionalism.
this country not
What
with
the
the
fuck does
intention
this
to
even
stay.
mean?
She has every intention to go back home to Ghana. But it was really about how can she position
Dave,
her children
your
in the
point,
best way possible to have a life.
Dave, your point about incompetence, I don't even know what that means when it comes to this video. Did you have a point you were trying to make, or is there something in the chat that I missed? That's actually what I'm asking. What does incompetence have to do with this video that I'm showing? I might have missed something. Who knows? And Brian, intersectionalism, I assume you mean intersectionalism. Again, irrelevant. Y'all are just spouting bullshit out, apparently. How about address the video? Might make it more interesting.
Life where you're not making choices based on desperation. Everything is available to you if you persist and put your best foot forward. And so for her, I think her children are achieving the American dream on account of her sacrifice.
Yeah. What popped into my head was that quote that I'm not going to be able to pull correctly, but you're planting seeds of trees that you'll never sit under. So
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that.
What an emotional thing for somebody to be that sacrificing and to bust her butt so much that it worked out, but still the day-to-day of it to be so focused.
The fuck?
Do you think that today and maybe this is the whole a big thing of the book is you recognize where you are, your place in the world. And for your mom it was, I'm gonna get a better life for myself and my kids, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get there. And now she gets to see it happen. And now and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you've stepped up to a different level of security or understanding. And so now you get to continue building on that. Is that through capitalism, which is a flawed system and has a lot of obviously terrible things in
but
the
don't
past.
tell me
Maybe
it's the
that's not really
best
about
we
capitalism.
got.
Capitalism in the United States certainly does.
Rick, what are
am I
your
close?
comments? You can always
Yeah, you know, I think
hit the
my
link
own
and
personal and
come up
professional
and make them in
experiences
person.
indicate my own evolution and how I think about capitalism and how I participate in it. And so my time at Goldman Sachs was, like I said, it really kind of opened the aperture for how I even think about
It
existing in
opened
certain
the
spaces.
aperture of your
Because
purse.
while I
You
was
got a
in
lot of stuff
undergrad,
in
I
that
thought that I
purse
would go to
now
grad
called
school. I just
money.
happened to, you know, pursue a career in finance because I was recruited by Goldman. I didn't have a context for what it even was. And it was actually my older brother who said, "Oh, you know, see it through because this might change the trajectory of your career." And so that was my starting point.
It might change the
Surprising to
trajectory of
me.
your net
But
worth.
then as I saw that, okay, you can be still critical, you can still be resistant of the harms of the system while still engage within it in order to create new outcomes for yourselves and for your communities, kind of gave me a new framework to even situate myself within what some might call the belly of the beast, which is Wall Street, you know, but even
Shit. You turn it down?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you just getting here, or did you
I'm just
hear
getting
any
back.
of
Yeah,
this
I had to
video?
take a call.
Okay.
I didn't hear the theme though. Is
No,
she? What is her
this
story?
is bullshit. Well, I'd even start this over. I think this is a well. Let me deal with Brian Nichols here. Sacrifice, built our society, nation, and economy. And you, Brian Nichols, don't know American history. The sacrifice of the many, not by the few. Thomas Jefferson he might have risked his life, but he did not sacrifice much to die at Monticello. You need to read some American history, sir. I hate this motherfucking bullshit. The sacrifice, dude. You know what, Brian? I'm just gonna not even remark farther. You need a better perspective on American history. There are people who have thrived in this land throughout history who did not make ultimate sacrifices.
It's true.
My point is it's incompetent to say you seek success. Okay, and you know what, Deacon Dave? Again, you need to just hit up my email address so I can send you some stuff. Success is not white, but white in America tends to be successful. That's just how it works. You either accept the system or you don't. And even if you don't, you really don't have a choice. Why study white success? Well, motherfucker, they're white schools. You have no choice but to study white success because it's called respectability politics. They want whites to mimic. They want blacks to mimic whites. What the fuck are you talking about, Deacon Dave? You
Isn't
need
success
to
just success, though? Like, it's just success.
No, it's not. Not in the United States of America. Look at the statistics. If you want to make a metaphysical point about success being success, then you start getting into what is success. Okay, that is literally like a mirror held up to a mirror where it's infinite on either side.
I guess it's
But
just your interpretation.
Let's just take all I literally just said it was an interpretation. Let's just take standing out on the street. You dress for success. There are all kinds of notions of success, but the problem is when you start talking about white success, you can tell there are rhetorical truths. I'll just put it that way. And the actual truth and the rhetorical truth, and it's reflected in the statistics that white people in America, as a vast majority, dictate what success is. Listen to Amy Wax talking about bourgeois values and blacks need to wait their turn. As they accept bourgeois values, they will kind of have success. I don't know what the fuck you read, Deacon Dave, but you need to start reading the stuff that will answer these high school questions of yours. Sorry to be rough, but this is literally a high school question.
So, Stanley, help me out here.
Okay, I don't have a mind virus, Deacon Dave. As a matter of fact, you don't have a mind virus. You need one, would be my response. Find a mind virus, find a book you're fascinated with, build upon that, and then start reading other books that can countermand or counter argue or whatever it is. Everyone needs a mind virus, and I fear you don't have one, Deacon Dave. And you know what? This video has just kind of pissed me off. So this honestly,
Was it like communist? Is it communist?
No, actually it's the opposite.
Anti-capitalist.
This idea that 2025 is not 1965 and then it's not 1825, etc. But y'all are under the illusion that there is no obstacle to success in America. There are always obstacles, but there are more obstacles to some types of demographics than others. And you folks Dude, I could be brutal here, and I'm trying not to be. But let me just put it to you this way. I'm 60 and I don't work. Obviously, even within the Black community, there are some obstacles that are easier to overcome that we all may or may not face. But dude, don't be calling me from a delivery truck, or don't be texting from a delivery truck and tell me about incompetence. We're not all equally competent. We're not all equally incompetent. And I am very aware when someone like a Brian Nichols wants to who wants to talk about me having a CRT mind virus. Well, I have and have had time to know what CRT is because I had the leisure time to do it. If you don't have the leisure time, you decide or know what CRT is from a fucking news article, but it's not deep knowledge. Y'all need to actually start understanding your own arguments, which are often inept and insufficient. Don't be telling me what kind of mind virus I have, because I've had enough time to know what mind virus I have. Maybe you don't. So what were you saying, Ryan?
I was going to ask, I don't know, I was going to ask something. Oh, about success. Like, everyone defines it differently, but I think there is some commonality to it, you know, like
what
I
would
think
the
if you
commonalities be?
well, like I define success, and I was trying to tell somebody this, right? Is if you do better than, like, I took what my parent gave me and did better for my kids, right? So I try to tell somebody that is actually my wife. Okay, so I'll just say it. So my wife sometimes feel like she's not successful enough, and I'm like, you're pretty fucking successful. But she compares herself to these other coworkers that all went to private school and private college and shit like that. Like they were literally on the track, Cornell graduates, shit like that. I'm like, you came from a row home, but the basement of a row home, not the whole fucking row home, the basement of it, right? 5 people in that row home. And a lot of those fuckers, like, you were born in the dugout and you made it to third base. You made it 4 bases. They were born on fucking third and made it to home. You're far more successful than they are because you made it 4 bases and they made it 1. And there's so many people that are born on third and they walk across that plate and they say, I hit a home run. And it's like, no, man, you didn't hit a fucking home run. You made it 1 base, right? That's how I see it. So I think if you know, I'm not saying the more bases you accumulate, the better you are, but that's a measurement, right? So I think if you can hand what you got from your parents to your kids better than you got it, I think that's success. That's successful, you know. And if you do the right thing,
That's in a material sense.
Well, but yeah, you're right.
Well, let me ask you a
sense.
question, and I've seen plenty of examples. Well,
Yeah.
what if, and I'll give a rough hypothetical. You know, every Catholic boy in Catholic school thinks about becoming a priest.
Yeah.
So what if I become a priest? My material wealth would be nothing like what my parents had. Is that success?
I agree. No,
So,
it would be.
but you get my point now.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Would I actually be doing better, maybe spiritually, but not necessarily materially? As a parish priest or something?
Yeah, that was
So,
just a
I mean,
material
to
thing.
me, well, see, that's my point. We, you know, as Americans, and it is what it is. I mean, I do it too. You know, when my father tells me to dress for success, that is literally a comment on materialism or a materialist comment. However, you know, the older you get, you start thinking about these sorts of things. Had I become just did nothing other than a parish priest, would I have been better off than my parents? Materially, probably not.
Not materially, but if it's what you wanted to do and you set out to do it and you succeeded at it, then I think
That's
that
success. You
Yeah.
set your kids up to do whatever they want to do besides be criminal. You don't want them, to be a criminal.
No.
But that to me is success. You set your kids up to choose their career path. Now, it may not be, it may be a humble parish priest, but if they are able to achieve their dreams and not starve, because you're not going to have grandkids generally as a parish priest. There will be no grandkids or anything like that. However, you were successful raising that child. He's doing good for others as a parish priest.
Yeah, I totally
think I think we just, and you know what? I'm not even fussing because, when you throw out something and don't think about it, it is what it is. We don't always have time to sit and kind of cogitate on it. But I caution people to stop just throwing shit out like, oh, this woman is talking incompetence. We don't, one of my criticisms, and of American culture in general, and it's never going to change. I'm pissing in the wind on this. But for those who can and are inclined, sometimes it's fun just to sit and critique other people's arguments. Because when you start asking them what is success, you get some fascinating answers. I think Deacon Dave is perfectly wrong. You want to raise your kids to do what they want to do. Now, parents should guide them. You can suggest. But for instance, and I've told you this probably, my son has wanted to kind of take this career path since he was like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Which was kind of weird. Who wants to design software? He wanted to design games.
That's cool.
So, you know what? But I'm talking 6 or 7, and we have as late as his senior year, I asked him, or I semi-forced him to take AP Economics because I wanted him to know that there was more you could do with math besides, being an engineer.
Sure.
There are things, and he hated it, by the way, but he knows what he doesn't want to do.
Well, you can try to push your kids in certain
Well,
directions.
no. What I'm trying to say is you offer the kids options, okay?
Yeah.
Now I kind of wanted him to, maybe mechanical engineering. He talked about aerospace. However, when he decided to do what he did, because he still has the option, maybe not so much anymore, do computer engineering. It's kind of a blend of, the software stuff, but it's also got an electrical engineering component. Nope. But one thing I can say, he's literally always gone back to what he told me playing his Xbox at 7 or 8. I want to make computer games. So
Sometimes kids know, though. Sometimes they know like that. Like my daughter's a teacher, and when she was 8, she was like, I want to be a teacher. And believe me, I've tried to convince her not to be a teacher because
well, then what I'm talking about.
You don't want to fucking do that shit. You ain't gonna make any money.
She's never gonna, now just herself. I won't talk about anyone other than your daughter, not marriage or anything like that. She will never make the money you make unless she becomes like Secretary of Education or something.
Yeah.
However, you raised a successful child. She is doing what she is doing what she wanted to do, maybe what she was designed to do. You are a successful parent. She is a successful person. And she's gonna probably find, hopefully, her equivalent of her wonderful father.
Well, she's
However,
actually talking.
Even if she doesn't, she'll be okay. She won't starve.
No, she won't. I did sit her down when she was in school, and I said, "Listen, I'm just letting you know that based on your career choice, you're probably not going to live like here. You're probably going to like where we live,
unless you leave her the house."
yeah, you're probably not going to live in our neighborhood. But she's like, listen, I was made to do this. So what do you say to that? I was made
You know
to
what?
teach.
Well, let me
What do you say to
compliment
that?
you, sir. She sounds like a wonderful woman.
Yeah,
So
she's
good
great.
for you. Good for
She's
you.
great.
Good for
Yeah.
you.
Hey man, I didn't. What did I? I gave her a good moral code, and it's her. She's great.
Motherfucker, you're a success. She's a success.
Yeah.
She's not gonna starve. Dude, I don't, you know what? I live in like under some trees and I'm on the internet. The most complicated thing I will do in the last 24 hours is I put a whole pork shoulder in the smoker.
Gotta love that. I love that.
And there will be dinner tonight.
Yeah.
But look, I'm not writing Shakespearean sonnets. I'm not doing, complicated stuff. However, I like doing this dinky morning show. To be honest, my father thinks I'm crazy. My sister's actually amused because I've always liked politics and culture and the stuff I talk about. And
Yeah.
you know what her response was? Good for you. I'm not going to
Hey,
starve.
that's fun. You like it? Do it. So my
Well,
wife likes
I
it.
like doing it.
My wife likes that I talk to you guys because she don't want to talk about politics.
Nice.
She's like, I don't want to talk about none of that shit. So she don't want to
But you
talk
know what?
economics.
I actually had someone come by this morning and he literally said, you know what? This is too much politics.
Really?
I'm like, oh yeah. Well, he was new, and luckily DiCapriona was here. So DiCapriona was like, "Hey, hold on, there'll be a motherfucker or something come down towards the end." It starts out newsy and then it devolves.
That's just
So, and
It's
you
kind
know what? That's probably by design or something. In this particular show, this young lady here, Yale, I forget where she did NYU undergrad, Yale. Apparently, she has a doctorate in something or another, but it's a liberal art. But she worked for Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
So, basically, and I've not read her book. I never heard of her, but I have the best algorithm, probably at least on these YouTube streets. She just popped into it, and she is extolling capitalism. And
She doesn't
I
like it.
think no, she is extolling it. She loves it.
Oh, extolling his loves. Okay.
She worked for Goldman Sachs. And,
Okay.
and
Well, I think you could also
Sachs
hate it
is
at that
cool.
point. You could also, if you work in finance, you could also hate all the people in it.
Yeah, but you know what? You're going to hate it and get out with enough money to find. I don't know how many people I've heard about, getting out of it and having enough money to go found a small business. I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna, if you don't fuck it up, you'll get out, you'll be okay. You just decide when you've had enough, and then you go on and do something else. But in a way, it's almost like a capitalist army. It's almost like the military.
Yeah.
Because I
Well,
hear it's pretty regimented.
Wall Street is the driver of innovation in the sense that they capitalize it. The money flows in so that these companies can build out AI, right? Like that money's coming in there, people are buying shares, and that's truly the engine that drives all this bullshit, So
Well,
government some too,
Be Brave needs a quote. He says, Stanley, I need a quote. Are you saying that driving a delivery truck is incompetent? You know what? Keep waiting for the quote.
No.
I suggest you wait. I don't know, maybe I don't know. Get Be Brave, since you're in the audience and you need a quote from me, how about you hit the link? Let me drop it for you. I'll give you a quote or
Here's one.
two.
I have a quote.
Here's my quote. Let's see if we can get your cowardly ass up here, because there will be no rules, just mine.
I have a quote.
Let me make sure. Let me make sure. And by the way, Be Brave, have you subscribed to my channel? If you haven't, that is my quote. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, folks. It is Stanley Cross 6000. Subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. It is often worth it, especially when John or Portia are here. Also, make sure you hit the like button. We need the likes. We are always light on likes, especially on the Stanley Cross channel. And here is my the third prong of this promotional commercial. There is an urban landlord clips channel, and I'm thinking of Truck Driver here. He was on Portia's show the other day, and his point, he asked me, well, Stanley, why can't you just be awful on your own channel? My response was, I actually have a channel, Truck Driver, please subscribe. I bet he didn't. I haven't noticed that he did. However,
Stanley, I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Well, I
gotta
may
take
or
a
may
look.
not be here. Oh,
Okay.
all right.
Yeah. I just got to deal with something. All right. See you. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. All right, see
Good
you, man.
having
Bye.
you, by the way.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
The Urban Landlord Clips has a special advantage in that it is a safe haven. If you have a problem with Stanley, if you have a problem with me roasting your dumb asses in a chat because of some dumb comment, or you just don't like Stanley, hey, he's a little too effete, or, whatever your problem is, the Urban Landlord Clips channel is a safe space for the anti-black black. You can listen to John, because I think John streams there. You can listen to Portia. I think she streams there. I currently do not. So you can take your whoopee, you can take your blankie, you can take your bottle of warm milk, you can shroud yourself in your anti-blackness, and then you can be safe over there because I've literally never been into that chat. You won't get roasted in your safe space. You are anti-black woke, and I understand that you need to be away from the big bad Stanley monster. He roasts me. He makes me feel bad. I want him to go away, Daddy. Daddy John Galt, will you send Stanley away? That's what Truck Driver sounded like. It was hilarious and so sad. Dude has no testosterone coursing throughout his interstitial fluids. So, anyone hit the link that you want? Anyone who wants to hit the link, the anti-black black. No, I spell it CK big time, not with the Q. I need them to know that I mean they are black people who are racist against black people. It's a whole respectability politics thing. So they need to know it, and I'm the one to wake those woke motherfuckers up. And half of them just don't read books. So that's half the problem. And what does this moron have to say? I do not blame you, Stanley, for not wanting to repeat that vile statement. What vile statement, Be Brave? Can you hit the link and remind me? Did I drop the link? Oh, I did not drop the link. Come up, Be Brave, and tell me what vile statement I made. It all seemed okay to me, but your sense of vile and your very white fragility, what may be vile to your white lily gilded fucking, you know, your white lily hot house flowerism may be a little bit more sensitive to heat than I would be. So let's listen to what else this young lady has to say.
While I was at Goldman, I had plans to still go to grad school. And at that time, when I became a grad student at Yale, I was still thinking about how can I exist in institutions that are still part of this capitalist engine in a way that's going to be kind of useful to me and my community. While I was at Yale, I was able to start my business, Kelawele, and was actually able to leverage institutional resources to do that. Because when you think about how capital and access to capital can be so hard to achieve and amass, especially for Black entrepreneurs, the question then becomes, okay, how can I be strategic and creative and really just kind of tactful, and how I leverage the spaces that I'm in service of what I'm trying to do. So that became an opportunity. Then after grad school, I'm now at JP Morgan Chase, and my first role on the team was in the community impact team, which is a team responsible for shepherding the firm's $30 billion racial equity commitment, which launched back in 2020 after the murder of George Floyd. So the work that I got to do was really thinking about how can we deploy $30 billion across the US in service of closing the racial wealth gap. And now in my work in wealth management as a researcher, I think about and build mental models for how we think about wealth creation and build products that align to it. And so for me, my kind of North Star is making sure that we incorporate diverse stories in the creation of these mental models, because historically the wealth management space, high finance, has been predominantly white. But that's not the only story and lived experience that we need to account for.
Well,
And
this
so it's
is
very much the
interesting. She
case
sounds
that
like a
in
woke
whatever seat that
capitalist.
I'm in, whether it's
She's
my
going to build
entrepreneurial hat,
wealth
my kind of
models.
corporate hat, whatever hat that I'm wearing, I'm always
What's
thinking
up, B
about how
Brain?
can I use this seat in this
Hey there.
position of privilege.
Well, this has been a long time coming. How you been?
Oh, that's fine. Oh, I'm okay. Stanley, I'd love to talk to you more, buddy, if you let me talk. You don't understand.
Oh well, it's going to be my rules, but you're here,
Oh,
so
no, I don't
talk.
mind your rules, but come
You're
on. Let me.
you're here. Hold on before you do that Yosemite Sam thing. Go ahead and talk. You're here.
Okay, Stanley, I'm telling you, if you let me talk, I'll come up on a regular basis, buddy. Your views would, I'm sure, improve drastically. We'd both have a lot more fun if you let me talk. I don't care if we're angry with each other.
You seem to be you seem to be talking now. Be brave. So go
I know
ahead
I'm
and
impressed
talk.
so far. I am impressed.
Go ahead and talk. Don't be nervous. Be brave.
Oh, I'm
Go
not
ahead and
nervous a
talk.
bit. You don't scare me.
I will interject when need be, but so far you're good.
All righty.
So Brave, what's up, Stanley?
Hey, John. No, Stanley. Now, I may have heard it wrong. I may have misunderstood it. But I heard you say, how can somebody driving a delivery truck talk to somebody else about incompetence? Did you say that?
I did.
Okay. I just want to make sure I got it right. So
Okay,
then that
now
you're
now before you hop, skip, and a jump away from the point, because
Mhm.
see, one of the things I seek to do on this panel is to keep people focused on what I said. So, what do you take away from what I said?
I think his statement speaks for itself to anybody but a retard.
Okay, do you think I was making a generality, or do you think I was talking to a specific person when I said that? And by the way, I was talking to a specific person. I was not making a generality. So, see, I think you might have misunderstood, and it's easy to do from the chat.
Wouldn't that be a safe generality though? I mean, if you can apply it to an
No,
individual.
it would be a safe generality, except I just told you it wasn't a generality.
Okay, couldn't you? Okay.
Okay,
apply it to
nope.
apply it to the
Before
individual.
you hop, skip, and jump away, I told you it was not a generality. It was to a specific person. I also acknowledged that, yeah, it could possibly be taken wrong from the chat. But I think the person I was talking to, if you obviously didn't notice, I mentioned that person's name before I made the statement. So you go ahead.
So
Rest assured, it was not a generality.
So then that person is incompetent since he drives a delivery truck.
It's between me and that person, not
That's
you.
what I thought.
Yes,
Stand
be
by what you
brave.
said, man.
Well, be brave. It is
consistent.
between it is a one-to-one conversation. Do you feel the need to interfere in that one-to-one conversation?
No, I love the statement. It just proves your arrogance. In
Well,
that,
then you know what? I am arrogant. I think we all know that.
yeah, and so am I. I get it. What else is on your mind, Stanley? Anything else? You called me a liar. You want to discover why?
I did a whole bunch of news stories. Were you here for those? Or are you getting
You
in
called me
late?
a liar. You want to talk about what you want to give it the folks?
I don't. You know what? Did I call you a liar today?
It don't matter. I'm up here.
Okay,
saying
no. See, once again, you want to
saying you called me a liar.
skedaddle. You want to talk about yesterday, but you're on the panel today. Would you like to talk about yesterday on today's panel?
Oh, yes, I would.
Well, then I don't.
Oh, okay.
So let's
well,
talk
I
about
thought I'd give it a
today.
try.
Let's talk about today.
When
Let's
can I
talk
ask
about
you?
today.
When can I ask you to? Why did you call me a liar? When can I ask you that? I want to know what I said.
I am uninterested in yesterday.
I know you
Maybe
better be
tomorrow.
uninterested.
Well, wait, hold it.
Thing to
Maybe.
say about somebody.
Yeah, you know what? Now you're getting a little talkative.
No, yeah.
Now maybe tomorrow's panel will be about yesterday, but today's panel is about today.
You're a coward.
Would you like to comment on the title of the show? Maybe.
What is the title? Let me see. If you're not the person who gives a fuck about some goddamn dumb old poetry?
You know what? He's one of your white English ancestors, so I.
But Stanley, I really do agree with you.
I figured.
No, I do want to talk about something today. I do. Your stance on white.
Hold on.
Well, I ain't got a lot of time.
So I don't care about. You're on my time. I'm not on your time.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's not worry about time.
Okay.
I think this whole week the theme is going to be Alexander Pope. What do you think about that?
Oh, I don't have no idea.
Do you know who Alexander Pope is?
No, I don't.
He is one of those. He's one of the great neoclassical poets in the Western canon. You care about Western culture and all that excellence, right?
Oh, I care about
Alexander Pope was one of the he and Jonathan Swift, but I knew. You know where I learned about Alexander Pope? Because I'd never heard about him before.
Where, Stanley?
Father Bryant's 10th grade English grammar class. Father Bryant in what was that? 10 or 14? He taught, dude. This is like 44 years ago or so. I still remember the quote. Father Bryant was the best English teacher I ever had. Benedictine priest, older gentleman. He had all these pithy quotes and all this wisdom. So you know what? I grew up that way. So when I quote Alexander Pope, I thought about him over the weekend. I wasn't thinking of you in the Western canon and excellence and neoclassical poets.
I'll be damned.
It was something political I was thinking about. He was also a great satirist. So I'm glad you appreciate the title. You didn't quite say you did, but I wanted to point out some Western excellence that maybe you weren't aware of, but I've known about since I was a teenager.
Anyway, can we talk about what you said
No,
today?
there is no anyway on my panel. I set the anyway. You just say okay.
Oh, okay.
But I will give you grace because you are a rare guest. Yeah. So John Galt needs to be here to make sure to be your chaperone, so I don't hurt you too bad. So what do you want to talk about?
appreciate that
I'm
up
not
here.
talking about yesterday.
I'm
Let's talk
talking about
today.
today.
Then what do you want to know about today?
I agree with you when you talk about white being something that is going to make things easier for white people, white culture.
Is that wait, hold it. Is that what I said?
How did you say it? You said obstacles are for some people
I
because
said
of their
white people
have less
today are too stupid to know who Alexander Pope is. White people don't know their
You were
history.
talking
They
about
are not
obstacles in the
okay.
white
Well,
culture.
no, I don't appreciate, and I'm not going to put you in the back. I'm just gonna talk
Jesus,
over you.
I'm trying, folks. I'm
All
trying.
I'm
You know
saying,
what I mean?
hey, motherfucker, keep trying
damn,
on
man.
my panel, and you will fail.
Stanley, you'll
That
take
is
me to other places.
guaranteed.
Stanley.
So here, whilst you're here, I'm going to tell you about white excellence, which you don't measure up.
Okay.
You don't know your own history. You have no clue who Alexander Pope is. So all you second rate or even bottom feeding white people who don't know excellence in your own Western culture, I know some of it, not all of it. Y'all have nothing that you need bother me with. You don't even know your own excellence.
I don't. You're right.
That is so sad.
I know.
You talk all this white superiority and
I know I do.
how great the culture is and you
Yes, it
change
is.
the world. Motherfucker, you don't even know the white people you're talking about.
No. Imagine if I
And
actually went.
it is so sad.
I'm
How do
trying.
you let
See
me
what I'm
ask
saying,
you a
folks?
question?
You think I'm shitting
Since
you?
we want
Yeah, think I'm shitting you,
to
folks.
talk about today, let's
Can we
talk about
talk?
let's talk about whites failing their own Western canon, their own Western culture. I argue that Black Americans, legacy Black Americans, foundational legacy is my term because I don't want to use foundational because I'm not Tariq Nasheed.
Okay.
I think legacy Black Americans have taken better advantage of the Western culture in America specifically. I'm not going to talk about the world. I think Black people have taken better advantage of than white people of your type. I think white people have
Can I explain to you why
totally
they haven't?
taken the white people have not of your ilk. I
I
want to
don't
be
get to
very
respond to anything
specific.
you say.
When I'm done,
I
I'll
want to
let you
reply.
know.
Okay. Let me respond to what you just
You
said.
don't always get what you want.
But
This
you said
isn't
See what I mean,
an
folks? I'm
exposition
telling
of
you.
Be Brave's
telling you.
commitment to white
Stanley, I'm trying
supremacy.
to respond
This
to what
is
you
Stanley
just said.
versus the world. Don't be the world. I need you to stick. I need you to stick. Yeah, good for
All right,
you.
I'm trying to. What did you say?
I think legacy Black Americans, me for instance, let's just narrow it down to me. I've taken better advantage of your beloved white culture than you have.
I agree with you.
Oh, good for you. Well, then that's a one-word response. We don't need to go farther. What
Am I allowed
do
to go
you want
further?
to talk about?
Hold on, am I allowed to
Why?
go further?
Why? You mean
like-
that wasn't far? That wasn't far enough? Or are you gonna give me fucking explanations of why you? Whoa! I'm not interested in the whining and the fragility and why you couldn't take advantage. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about any of that. You answered. I accept your answer. I'm ready to move on. So, anything else? What else is on your mind?
Why would I bring up something else when I don't get to talk?
Well, then I can move on and play this video. I got things I can do.
Well, you can. I tried, folks. You witnessed it.
You did try, and much like you tried, and much like your position in this white country, much like your position in this country, it's reflected on this panel. You tried and failed. Now, can we move on to another topic? If you want to go work on your outhouse or whatever it is you're working on, hey, I appreciate having you up here. Please do come back, but we can move on.
There
You're
you have
gonna
it,
stay or
folks.
you're gonna go?
Oh no, I'm proving that you're a damn fool. And you
Okay,
won't let
dude,
people
you've proved nothing except
Oh,
you
it's right here,
cannot.
right here in a
You
neon
cannot
sign,
cut
Stanley.
it. You
Right here on a
cannot
neon
cut
sign,
it.
folks. He
You
had Be Brave up
cannot
here and
cut
wouldn't
it.
fucking go with it.
You
He wouldn't. I
cannot
even
cut
wanted to
it.
go with his
Hey,
issues. He wouldn't
I
do
am
it.
a better reflection.
Woo!
I am a
Stanley, I
better
just kicked your
reflection
fucking ass
of
and you
white
don't even know it.
culture.
You old fool!
Hey,
I just kicked your ass
I'm
and
a
you don't even know
better.
it.
Okay, this little gnome wants to be all white and shit. I'm a better reflection of your Western canon and your Western culture than you are. That's what you're having problems with, Be Brave. I'm better at it than you are. I know who a famous neoclassical English poet is, and your dumbass is building outhouses with like cinder blocks. You put a fucking building up on cinder blocks. The grass is going to grow between the cracks in those, what are they, keystones or whatever the fuck they are. Dude, you coming up on this, you did your best, and much like your position in white America, you are where you are. And hey, you did your best. You are you did fine. You did fine. You did fine. And by the way, let me turn you up a little bit because I wanted to talk over you. I don't give a shit what you have to say. And I bet neither does the audience. You are on Stanley versus the World. This is not Be Brave's channel. John Galt is not going to protect you. John Galt is not going to salve your little red stripes from the whipping you just got.
One of us got a whipping. You just made yourself look like a coward, sir.
Anything else, Be Brave? Anything else, Be
point.
Brave?
Anyway, folks, I tried, didn't I?
You never had a point. You literally, dude, you coming up here. Actually, you coming up here without special. You coming up here. Oh, he's gonna tell me. Yeah, I don't have to let you talk. This isn't Be Brave. And see, I haven't even put you in the back. You're still here. You are still here. I don't even have to put your dumb ass in the back.
You invited me up.
You're still here.
You invited me up, and
I don't have to let you talk. This isn't Be Brave's panel. Wait, hold it. I think Ryan's here to exact some revenge.
What's up? How's it going?
Say hello. Hey, Be Brave. Ryan's here.
I haven't been able to listen. I've had
Ryan.
I was conducting
Ryan.
business.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Hey, Ryan.
Oh,
He can't put you in the back, Ryan.
Oh, I'm gonna.
He can't put you in the back. So, hey, Ryan, say what you're gonna say. He can't put you in the back.
Well, I think yesterday he was struggling with his. I don't think he was trying to do it. I just think he had problems
I
with
did
his.
not do it on purpose, Ryan. I
think
wouldn't
it's-
put you in the back that many times. Give me a break.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a technical issue.
Yeah.
But he has put me in the back over 250 times on his show.
Yes, I
so.
have, and you deserved every
Oh,
one.
you've been keeping count? Hey, let me say hello to Big Time. Big Time, we'll move on to you in just a minute. But I want if this was a Star Wars movie, it would be Ryan gets his revenge on the set.
I'm like the 12th man of Be Brave show. I get put in the back more than 12th man does on the Stanley Cross show. Which is a lot. So, actually, I haven't seen Solid Snake.
Can I say something on my way out? Folks?
Oh, yeah, absolutely you can.
Okay, all right.
Oh, and is it goodbye you're going to say?
This is why when I'm invited up, I don't come up here.
Yeah, because you know what? You have to play by your superior's rules.
Right, okay.
Dude, I'm not giving. Hey, we don't have timers on my panel. You came up, you tried, and as I said, hey, dude, hey,
come on against
this
the white
is
man, Stanley.
hey,
This is
hey,
black
you know what? And this is what happens when failures of white American culture come up against their superior, Stanley.
This is
I am your superior.
America.
Just accept it.
Black
You'll be
America in
okay.
full bloom.
I will
All out,
not
no
enslave
show.
you.
Can't back
I
up,
will
anything like you say. Can't
I
back
will
up
not
anything you
enslave you.
You
You'll
laugh
be
like
fine.
a child.
Hey,
Stupid, silly nonsense.
hey, I
This is
love
Black
it.
America.
I love
I'm ready
it.
to go, folks. I'm ready to
This
go.
is Be Brave and Think, folks. He came up to Stanley's panel
No, you
and
asked
he
me
was
to
Be
come up.
Brave.
You
He was
asked me to
brave
come
to
up.
come up. He just didn't do much thinking.
No, well, how can you do any talking?
Because I
Have you ever
overtalked
thought
you.
about
I
getting therapy?
overtalked you is why. We
Have you ever thought
all
about
know
getting
why. We
need
all know why you couldn't
going on
talk.
in your head.
I
You need therapy,
overtalked you. I overtalked you is why you couldn't talk.
You need
Thank
therapy.
you for pointing out the obvious,
Yes.
Sherlock Holmes.
You need therapy, buddy. Something's
I
wrong with
do. And you are not
You're
a
a coward.
therapist.
You're
You
a black
aren't
coward.
even a
A
street level
black
psychologist.
coward.
If
You
I
are.
need
No,
therapy,
I know.
Mr. Street level psychologist,
You are
Mr.
a
Street
black
level psychologist, can
Yes,
you give me therapy? No, you can't because
You're a
you
black
are not a psychologist. You are not Universal Jones. You are not credentialed. You have never, all you are is an outhouse builder. Stop pretending you are any sort of excellence.
You are a black
You
coward.
have been put in your place, sir.
Stanley.
You have been put in your place. Now go back, and insulate your outhouse so it won't be so cold when it snows in the winter. When it snows in the winter, you want that outhouse to be warm. Go do your due diligence so your old ass does not freeze on the borrowed toilet.
It didn't work, Slick Rick. I tried to be an adult. Stanley's a coward. He's a
You
black
were, hey,
coward.
you tried and you failed. You could not be an adult. You could not be an adult. You tried, you tried. You are just gonna fight the inevitable. You are just gonna fight the inevitable. You're waiting for your holy man. You're waiting for your holy man, aren't you? You're waiting for your holy man. Your holy man, John. Your holy man, John, is not going to save your bottom feeding ass. Your holy man is watching as your ass gets handed to you.
Oh, shut up.
Your holy man is on this panel. Why is your holy man not doing shit, bottom feeder?
He knows I don't want him to.
Because you do not deserve his holiness. Now, what you need to do is go back to your outhouse. Are you doing your show from the outhouse now? Are you doing your...
You afraid of this old
You know what? We have big time up on the panel.
I know, black
Be
boy.
brave. I thought you were leaving. Be brave. I thought you were leaving. Hey, be brave. You got a whole show you can do on this. You got content out your little wazoo. You can go back to your outhouse and do a whole show about being on Stanley's panel.
Go ahead.
I tried to be the world on Stanley's panel, and I just couldn't be. Hopefully that's the title of your show.
No, it's going to be Stanley. Stanley has mental problems. He won't let people talk. That'll be the title.
You know what? And you know what? You as a street level psychologist could not address them because you're not a psychologist.
Yeah, but
you're not even street level, motherfucker. That wasn't a dude. You live out in dude. You live in a copy. You live in a carbon copy of Appalachia. Nobody wants to live there. Is why you don't even live in a street. That street had grass growing in the cracks.
I live under a bridge, if you must know.
You know what? That wouldn't surprise me.
I know it. So why are you? So again, black
man.
Oh,
because it is funny and it's making me laugh. Is why.
Hey, black boy.
You know,
talk
I
right
told you about,
now.
I educated you about your
boy.
white superior in Western culture, Alexander
Put him up,
Pope.
black boy.
He was a very good satirist. He would take people and mock them, but elegantly. I wish I could do it as elegantly. I am summoning the spirit of your white ancestor, Alexander Pope. His satirism and ability to roast dumb motherfuckers is coursing through my brown body. My brown body is coursing with the spirit of your white ancestor, Alexander Pope, and he is roasting you. So I thought you were going somewhere, sir. His Holiness John Galt has not given you benediction. Why are you still here?
He called me a liar. He ran like a bitch out of it.
I did. Oh, I did better. I didn't have to run. I just told you. I just told you. See, John, I just told him it wasn't something that would be talked about on my panel. You came up here wanting to talk about something, and I shut your white bottom feeding ass down. I shut you down. I did not want to talk about. I don't lie. You think I lie? It's not worth talking about on this panel. Go talk about it on your panel. You got a show.
No. I had my say over here. I proved my
No.
I proved
Is
my
that
point
what you're
right
doing? No.
Somebody.
This is so fucking weak.
I know it is, Stanley. You should be ashamed.
Dude, you know what? I need to move on to a guest we haven't talked to yet. Would you mind, Be Brave?
No, go right
Big
ahead.
Time is here.
Please
Big
go
Time, you're certainly not going to step on another guest's toes, are you?
No, go.
I hope not.
I'm silent.
Because white people are known for their politeness. Now, you aren't white, or at least in the best tradition of whiteness. So, but try and be polite. Big Time, welcome. Is it the first time you've been on this panel?
Yes, it is, Stanley. Thank you for letting me up.
It is great to hear from you. I hate that it got so contentious here.
Stanley,
Any overall things you want?
we had fun,
Why is this man interrupting? Who is this interrupting little leprechaun?
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Go ahead, Big Time. Well, it would be mighty white of you to let another man speak.
I know it. I'll
Be
shut
brave.
up. Okay, all right, go.
Thank you so much. Big Time, welcome. What you got? What's on your mind?
May I ask a question about when you were saying Alexander Barron and the comparison you made to
Alexander Pope?
I'm sorry, Alexander Pope. You were saying that Be Brave was, I'll just say, in a different level, as you're aware of who Alexander Pope is, and he built an outhouse. Is that right? He built an outhouse?
No, it wasn't that simple, but it's along those lines. So continue, and if I need to correct your rhetoric or whatever, I'll do it.
Sure. So I live in Appalachia, PA, and I'll say
for
that
you. I lived in Northern Virginia, 35, actually up in the Blue Ridge, so I'm vaguely familiar. Not in Southwest, 35 miles. I could see West Virginia from my backyard, but I'm Blue Ridge, 35 miles. It's close enough.
Okay. The comparison I want to make, and then I just wanted to ask a question. Do you know Lancaster, Pennsylvania, or Manheim Township?
I'm vaguely. I lived. Do you know how well do you know Northern Virginia?
Not very well.
I spent New Year's in Lancaster.
Well, I know where Lancaster is. Do you know where Winchester is in Virginia?
No. I've been to Williamsburg.
Okay. Well,
let me tell
no,
you.
I'm up in the mountains. Hold on one second, John, please. I'm vaguely familiar with your part of the world. Never been up that far north. 81. You know, I've vaguely familiar.
Well, I spent time in Lancaster. I went up there.
Well,
for
good. What's your point, Big Time?
I guess I can make a comparison. Do you know the Amish community in Pennsylvania?
Vaguely. There's a Martin's down in Front Royal, Virginia. We get their products. I've never been up to Amish country.
I guess this is a quick reference. You ever see the movie Witness with Harrison Ford?
Yes. What is that? 30 years old? Yes, I have. And your
Yeah.
point would be because it's either going to get very interesting or not so much.
So the Amish have a tradition, as evidenced by their Supreme Court case from the 70s, Yoder, where they don't continue their education after 8th grade. It interrupts their religious beliefs. But Manheim being the wealthiest township in Pennsylvania, the average home up there starts at like $750,000, 1.5 million. But I would say that like over 80% of all those homes are built by 15 and 16-year-old white Amish teenagers.
Damn.
And the same thing occurs.
Okay, well let me cut you off there. So maybe I can focus your argument. What is your point? Is your point that Be Brave is Amish? Is your point that 15 and 16-year-olds building, $1 million homes? You need to have a point, because I get bored quickly and I don't give a fuck about the materialist point I think you're trying to make. What is your point? Get to it quickly, and I am getting bored.
Sure. So the people they build homes for might know who Alexander Pope is, but the Amish people who build their homes don't know who Alexander Pope is. Are they less because they don't know who that is?
What does that have to do with the title of this show, me talking to Be Brave about him not knowing Western culture? What does this actually have to do with anything that I talked about?
Well, now you're kind of moving the goalpost. You were saying
Okay,
you are.
no. You moved the goalpost to the Amish. I was talking about Alexander Pope and the bottom feeding.
I already made the point.
Part. Okay,
Did you miss
motherfucker. It? This is not Be Brave's panel. You need to get to your point. You need to connect the dots, or we can move on. The Amish building $1 million homes has nothing to do with Alexander Pope or the weaknesses of Be Brave. This is not some random free-floating I love whiteness fest. You save that bullshit for Be Brave's panels. This isn't that.
I mean, if you don't like what I'm saying,
any other questions? You need to stick to the point. Or,
are the Amish?
The Amish have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I need you to connect the dot.
Well, it's not my fault if you can't connect them yourself. You want me to say it again?
Are you saying the Amish don't have an education? They can build $1 million home without knowing who Alexander Pope is?
Well, I already said that. Yes, that was my question.
Okay, well, motherfucker, good for them. It still has nothing to do with my point to Be Brave. Nice try, son. But you must be one of those Amish who didn't make it past 8th grade.
I'm definitely not Amish.
Because you literally, Ivan? Is this Ivan?
I'm not Ivan. No, I'm not from Serbia.
Okay, you sound like him.
I know all white people sound alike, right?
I know where you want to go, but
where do I want to go? Tell me.
Almost like Juan calls. Well, you're going nowhere. White people without an education building $1 million homes, they got to make their money somehow. So
is that a bad way to make your money?
Well, no. Let me finish. If they have a trade, that is one way that they build wealth or, raise a family. Nothing wrong with that. But there's some people who do it another way. As long as you're successful and do it legally, hey, I don't look down on people making a living. That is not my point. My point is dealing with a racist like Be Brave who wants to denigrate a culture he doesn't particularly understand. And I want to point out that if he thinks white culture is so superior, He literally doesn't know white culture. He is in the backwaters of white culture. He might not be the best person to extol the wonderfulness of Western civilization, Western culture, and what he wants to call white culture. He is not at any sort of pinnacle. I'm better at it than he is. I've done better in white culture, if we must call it that, than he has. Why the fuck is he calling me part of a 70%? He's not even a part of the 70% of white culture. He is literally like, I don't know where he would fall, but he wouldn't be in the 70%.
What part of Alexander Pope represents white culture?
I don't really care if you agree. You can question it all you want, but my mind is made up, and I've been listening to Be Brave for damn near a year now. My opinion is set. So please respond if you must.
Can you give me an example of Alexander Pope and what you mean or define that as white culture?
Look, what's the title of the show? There's one example. It's a quote.
Where does it come from? Where's the book come from? Can I
It
get a little more
comes from
context?
Alexander Pope, Essay on Criticism. I talked about learning about Alexander Pope in 10th grade from Father Bryant's English, I think it was English grammar class. I've given that background. If you're coming in late, the example is the quote by Alexander Pope, Essay on Criticism. You can look it up on YouTube. There are ebooks that you can have it read to you.
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
Do you know who St. John Chrysostom is?
Don't give a shit. That's not the title of the show.
Okay. So if I have my show, I can just claim.
I expect you.
That seems to be your rules. Okay.
Yes, it is my rules. Thank you.
Okay. It's your show. Understandable.
Of course it is. Who else's would it be?
The rule is nobody gets to talk.
The rule is you need to stick to the topic.
I tried to. You wouldn't let me in.
Oh, look at. Oh, you heard.
Oh, Stanley's got to mock somebody and thinks he's being a high school cool kid.
Notice your holy man is not sprinkling holy water on you.
You sound like a goddamn fool.
Hey, can I ask you something, Stanley?
Hey, what's up? What's up there, sailor?
How you doing? I want to ask, when you use terminology like, you don't understand black culture, you don't. When you use that kind of, I don't understand. Like, what do you mean by that?
Be Brave does not. Well, Be Brave thinks that black culture.
In the background. It might be a porn bomb in the back. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even see him.
But yeah, if I grow up in the United States and
Alan Wong, yeah, that's funny. I don't think Be Brave understands American culture, let alone black culture. He just simply, first off, and this is the base of why I think so. He thinks black culture is not a part of American culture. He thinks it's separate.
Not anymore. It's not anymore. It's not.
Okay, I don't care about that. Be Brave. I have asked you. Be Brave. Hold on one sec. Be Brave. I've asked you this directly, and you have literally said within the last month or two that they're two separate.
Yes.
So I'm basing it on the last time I do not overtalk, sir. Do not overtalk, sir. Do not overtalk. I don't want to put you in the back. I will not put you in the back, but you will let me finish. This is not Be Brave's show. You came up here voluntarily.
Fucking white man is
so of Aaron C, that's why I think he got it absolutely. Okay, dude. Now you're using all kinds of invectives and stuff like that. Here's the deal. He literally within like the last maybe 3 or 4 months, maybe longer, but within the last year, told me, because I asked him specifically, and he responded, black culture is not a part of American culture. That's why I don't think he understands American culture.
It's not a part of American culture. Black culture is a
Could you guys each give an example?
No, this isn't. You can go over to Be Brave show and follow his rules. I'm actually willing to move on. There's a video I'm trying to show.
I feel like the majority of American blacks reject what is known as mainstream American culture, though.
Then you thought wrong.
Really, there's American flags out front of
Yes,
every
you
American
literally
black's
thought
house?
wrong.
Oh,
Which part of me saying you thought wrong can't you comprehend?
The part where we think you're wrong for saying that, Stanley. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's false, dude.
One man to another, Stanley. One man to another.
Okay. Okay.
Be brave. I'm not going to call it Be Brave. You're not going to.
Okay. And Averency, I understand. I think it was you. Did you articulate that or did Big Time? You thought wrong.
I don't see how I thought wrong, though. Like, my observation
Well,
shows me
if
that
you
most
don't
blacks
see,
don't.
do you want me to recommend books?
I reject your knowledge, Stanley.
Okay, you can reject it all you want, son.
But how
I
would a
don't
book
care
help
if you
from real
reject
life
it.
from real life experience? How
Okay,
would a
dude,
book
I've
help?
lived as much dude, I will put you in the back big time. You need to hold your tongue until I'm ready to hear you.
Okay, Mom. Whatever you say.
Okay, yep, I might be your mom. Maybe I should have been your mom so you wouldn't be so impolite. Be mighty white and be polite.
You're not worth
please.
respect.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll bring you back when you can show some respect.
Stanley, I feel like you just disagree with everything just to disagree with it. I mean, you're
Well,
telling me my
I disagree with
observations are.
people that
You're telling me what I see
I
with my own eyes. I mean, come on, man.
Okay, your own eyes have not seen as much as my 60-year-old eyes have. Even in the Navy, even within the Navy, even within the Navy, I've seen more than you have. Now, granted, it was decades ago, but dude, you haven't seen what I've seen.
How so? What do you mean?
You haven't read what I know you haven't read what I've read.
Wasn't your enlistment the same as my enlistment?
I did not enlist, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your contract was the same amount as my contract.
I was
right?
commissioned.
Your job was different.
Sir.
Your job was different.
My job was different because I was a naval officer.
Yeah, so more from the managerial
Okay, so it is a
but you were an
totally
air
different
crew.
job.
You were you don't know about air. You don't know
Okay,
about my
aircraft
plane.
carriers are for pussies. Every motherfucker on an aircraft carrier, if they're not actually flying a plane or in the command structure, y'all, the reason you're there is because you can't ride destroyers or cruisers or smaller actual naval ships. Motherfucker, it's a floating airport.
People on
It's
destroyers.
a floating airport. You
it's
are
awesome.
one of 5. Going to an aircraft carrier for a surface warfare officer is death, because you will never get noticed. You will never get noticed in a crew of 5,000 people.
I wasn't ship's company, Stanley.
Okay, sir, you're interrupting. I need to finish.
You're lost.
You were not an officer. You
didn't
did
say I
not
was.
have the same career path. You do not know what you're talking about.
Right, and you weren't air crew. And you weren't air
Okay,
crew, right?
motherfucker, you would call me sir whether I was air crew or not. Sailor.
No shit.
So
That doesn't mean you
shut
know
the
more.
fuck up
Your
and
experience
listen
is
to.
you
Hey,
just want to be
all I have to
disagreeable,
say,
bro. That's all.
air
You just
crew
triggered me.
is pussy. Airedales are pussies.
Fine, then swos are pussies. Dumbass.
Motherfucker, I said it, and you are not responding the way a man would.
It's harder to do a Navy
Air
special
crew,
program than to
motherfucker.
be in
Y'all
the
have
surface community.
McDonald's.
You're just a
Y'all have
dumbass, dude.
motherfucking McDonald's on carriers. How hard can it be?
Dude, I'm not
After
ship's
a
company.
hard
Why do you
day's
keep
work,
saying that,
you
dude?
get a Happy Meal and a strawberry shake.
I'm
and
from a
life is
squadron, dude, not a ship.
I don't
I'm
give
from
a
a
fuck.
squadron, not a ship.
You were not
I'm from
a squadron
not a
commander.
ship.
You were not a
Oh, because I
squadron
wasn't
commander.
top dog, I wasn't shit. I get it.
You weren't shit.
I wasn't
Did
the
your
admiral.
hands get dirty, son?
I wasn't the admiral.
Did
so
your
I wasn't
hands
shit.
get dirty, son?
Some days, yeah.
My bottom line is don't make a comparison that can't be made. Be kind to yourself, because I'm not into like trying to be all plebeian in that. You had your job and I had mine. Let's not do the comparison.
I wasn't. You're the one saying that what you did is 10 times
Okay,
cooler than what I did.
I
And it
said
wasn't,
what I
by the way,
said.
but
You started with the bullshit about me enlisting. I did not enlist. I was commissioned.
oh, my bad.
There's
I
a
said the word
different.
enlist.
It is
Okay,
a
it's still a
different.
military
You
contract,
don't have
bro.
to
Who cares?
recognize shit. I don't care what you recognize. It is what it is. I did not
You still
enlist.
didn't answer my
I was
question, though.
commissioned.
You still didn't answer
Okay,
my question.
you don't need to. You don't need to ask me a question.
When you
We
say
can
that
move
term,
on.
we don't understand black
Okay,
culture. We live in
I
the United
don't care.
States with
Look it
blacks.
up. There
How
is.
don't we understand?
Who is we? Who's the we you're
I live in
talking about?
I live in the
Who
United
is the
States,
we?
right? If I
Who is the we
I forgot
you're
how you
talking
be,
about?
man. I
Okay,
live in the
I
United
live in the
States with a bunch
United
of other
States.
races.
You know what?
Okay.
I never thought I would meet a young person who had not read a book.
Why do you keep
Back
saying
in
I'm
B
young?
Braves Day, I can understand how you might not be exposed to any kind of books or knowledge or anything, but you're younger than me.
I've circled
What's
the
up
earth
with
just
that?
like you, my
Did
brother.
you avoid knowledge or did you forget it?
You didn't even, why can't you just answer my question? You said I don't understand. Me and Big Brave don't understand
Motherfucker,
black culture.
it's not a question I
How?
need answer.
How? Oh, because you can't,
Dude,
you dumbass. Duh.
okay,
Of
what
course you
you're
can't
not
answer
understanding.
it.
No,
Of
I
course you
can't
can't
answer it.
it,
It
dude.
is so stupid, it's beneath me.
Okay,
I am unable to answer such a simple question.
So you have no answer. I got you. All right, cool.
I have no answer.
Yeah, you ain't got. No, you ain't
Anything
got
else?
shit. I don't. I got you.
I ain't got shit for you.
So we
Ain't
don't
got shit
understand
for
black
you.
culture, but let me guess. You're
You
a
want to
genius on
overtalk
white
me?
culture,
You
aren't
want?
you?
Hey,
You're a
of
genius
RNC,
on
we
white
have
culture, aren't
gone.
you?
See, you think this is B Braves
Why can't you
panel?
just answer and have a conversation? You just go off into dumb shit.
Because I don't want to have a conversation. You thought this was, dude. You're not someone I would have a conversation with.
Oh,
Why
so
do
why
you,
even let
you
me on the
if you
panel then?
want
Like I
to
don't get
have a conversation,
then why is
you
I'm
need
on the
to
panel?
okay, dude, I don't have time for this. If you want a conversation, bring up a topic that's worth me conversating about. This fucking acting like you're stupid or acting like you're in Be Braves like panel, dude, cease and desist. Act like you have a brain. It's not required on a Be Brave panel. It is required on a Stanley versus the World panel. This is not the same place. You need to understand this. We have like we if you want to have a conversation, but we're not doing Be Brave style or CT style or wherever it is you think. You learned in the wrong place.
Could you just? I mean, again, that's my primary question. That's the main reason I hopped up. You know.
Okay, ask it quickly. And stop. Just
all right,
forget
my final
just
question,
ask the
and then I'll
question again.
bounce, dude. Just
It
one
was so
question, then I'll
stupid.
bounce.
You'll
Dude.
have to remind me.
Okay, I just have one question. So, Be Brave and we don't understand.
Okay,
black
I don't
culture,
care
but I
about
wanted
Be
to ask,
Brave. Don't bring him up in your question.
Are you
ask
a genius?
the question.
All right, I'll ask the question. So you're saying someone like myself doesn't understand black culture, but let me guess, you yourself are a
You do
genius
not.
on white culture.
You
aren't you?
no.
Do you know white culture?
No.
Do you know white culture?
Yes. And let me tell you what I know about white culture.
Yeah.
I know enough about white culture that it is not a monolith either. You, no more than Be Brave, represent white culture. Be Brave is literally the bottom rung of white culture. I don't know where you are in your life, but I know enough about white culture that I don't look at you and think you represent white culture.
I mean, I understand what point you're trying to make.
Okay, then
I'm
motherfucker,
lost
you're
at this
not a
point.
part of white culture
I
because
don't
you
get it.
don't
I really don't get it.
understand what monolith means. You
Yeah, of course I know
do
what a
not
monolith means.
represent white.
Yeah, that means we're all the same.
Petty officer of RNC, you do not represent white culture, do you?
I mean, I feel like I do. I mean, it's a white person living
Well,
my
then
life. Kind of, so,
you have a problem with your ego. You do not represent white culture. There
Okay,
there are people in white culture who are better than you.
Yeah, sure. Okay, cool.
So you do not represent the best of white culture for sure.
So you yourself can be an expert
No,
on whites,
see,
but I can't be an expert on
can't
blacks.
handle the answer. You
So
can't
you ain't got it. You
handle.
ain't got it.
Okay,
You're saying
no,
dumb shit, man.
motherfucker.
You're saying
See,
dumb
you
shit.
just want to be a little pest. You do not represent white culture. You think you do.
I never said I
don't.
did. The fuck?
You
It was
literally just said. You literally just said you think you do.
No one's ever asked me that question before. It's a retard.
Okay, motherfucker. No one has ever asked you that question before. Then how about take a deep breath and answer it thoughtfully, not like Be Brave taught you to.
All right, I'll just.
No one has ever asked. See, it is so funny that a black man asked you, "Do you represent white culture?" and you just flippantly said you think you do without
I
even
love the
thinking about it.
Constitution and my country. Yeah,
Dude,
I think
what does
so,
the
bro.
Constitution? Does the Constitution represent white culture? Is the Constitution the best thing white
It's part of our
culture has
culture.
ever
First,
done?
the amendments, yeah. Second Amendment, especially in the state.
So
I mean,
that's
it's
the
part of our
best thing
culture.
white culture has ever contributed.
I didn't say that, dumbass. I'm just
Okay,
saying
then
that it's part of our
motherfucker,
culture.
you are just rattling off
You are
shit
an
without
idiot.
thinking about it. This is what I expect about a Be Brave level version of what you think white culture is. White culture is
Dude, you're
better
not
than
above
you.
us, though,
White
Stanley. You're not, like,
culture
more
is
brilliant than
better.
us.
White culture is better than you. White culture is definitely better than Be Brave.
No one listens
White
to
people,
you and thinks that you're
when I
smarter
say
than
we
us.
need better white people, I have you in mind.
Okay, there's just one thing I don't understand. I don't understand
We
how
need
everyone that's
better
black.
white people, and you are the perfect example.
Yeah, I heard that. But what I'm saying is, why is
No,
it that every
motherfucker,
black person?
you better hear it and digest it. Cause
sure, okay, got it. Roger that.
Someone bring me a better white person to talk to.
But you can't even keep up with me, dog. What you mean? You ain't ready for the
Motherfucker,
final boss.
you're not
Fuck
even
you, man.
smart enough to. You're not even smart enough to understand what I just did to you. Dude, this is
hey,
so
Chad,
sad.
is he cooking?
This is
Chad,
so
is he cooking
sad.
me? Hey, Chad, is he
So-
annihilating
no.
me? Is he cooking
I
me?
don't
or-
seek to.
Let's see
Dude,
what the
I'm
chat
not
says.
cooking you. I'm not cooking you.
Well, the
I'm
audience is who we're trying to convince, dumbass, not yourself. You're a
Look at
fucking
him.
idiot.
He
Dumb as fuck.
thinks I need to cook him. All I need to do is undermine your confidence, dumbass.
You haven't outfoxed me in any
Your
way.
confidence.
You're an idiot.
Ooh,
You're an old
I never
Don
had
King looking
anyone
ass.
ask me that question before.
All right, can I
Motherfucker,
just say
I
one
just
thing? Can I
undermined
just
your
say one thing?
confidence.
Can I just say
I
one
just
thing?
undermined your
Can I just say one
white
thing?
You
Can
are
I
no
just say
longer
one
Dylan
thing?
Roof. You wanted to be a
Right,
Dylan
I'm just-
Roof. Now you're not.
All right, can I just say one thing? Here's
Dude,
and
I'm deconstructing you,
I want to
and
ask
you
you a
don't even
question.
know it.
I want to ask you, since
Don't
you're
bother
all-knowing
asking
God.
me questions. You need to ask yourself
I
questions.
mean, it's a good question. It's a
You
good
need
question.
to have more self-doubt. Don't be so confident. You're going to wind up
Why
like
not?
Be
Confidence
Brave.
is good. Confidence
If
is good.
if you wind up with maintaining this level of confidence, you're going to wind up like Be Brave, building
Brave's awesome. What's
outhouses,
wrong with that?
building outhouses on a lawn that needs to be mowed.
Sounds awesome to me.
This motherfucker didn't even mow the lawn before he built the
Sounds like more than most blacks are doing.
Yeah, what the blacks are doing. What the blacks are doing.
you know
Is that
what
what?
I'm saying? But can I
It
ask you
sounds
one
like
thing?
what the blacks are doing, except Be Brave isn't black.
Hey, can I ask you something, bro? Can I just ask you
Dude,
one
this
question
is-
since you
This
are
is so weak.
since
this
you're an
is
all-knowing
so
God?
weak.
Since you're an all-knowing God, I want to
This
I
is
just
so
want to ask you something.
motherfucking
I just want
weak.
to ask you one question.
Dude,
Can I ask you one
hey,
question?
I need
Can I ask you one
hey,
question?
I-
Just one question, bro. I gotta
need
go. I just want to ask one
look at him
question, man.
Look at you screaming. Why are you screaming, son? Is there a fire in that room? You
Dude,
need
you're
to go
rambling.
put out a fire?
Dude, you're rambling like a
You need to
crazy
go put
ass.
out a fire, son. What you need to do
So
before
you're not
you
gonna let nobody. All right. I
no,
really had a
what you need
good
to do.
question.
I
was
have
hoping you
a
could answer.
requirement. I have
What
a
that is?
requirement. You need to take a deep breath and commune with Be Brave level whiteness, because I'm sure y'all think it's spiritual.
Yes, you can't handle the smoke when I'm bounds. I thought you want people. I thought you wanted people to
Dude,
debate. I didn't know I just came up here
you
for
know
like
what?
old nigga
No,
babble. That
motherfucker,
shit's
I don't
retarded.
debate.
You're a
You're
dumb
not
fuck.
my equal. Why would I debate with you?
I know I'm your
You're not
superior.
my
No shit.
dude. You are not my equal. Stop thinking this
I
is a
know
debate.
that I'm your superior, you dumbass. No shit.
Yeah. You're my superior, and you've been showing it all along.
You ain't smarter than me, cuz.
Hey, John, I don't know who Jake is. I know who Latino is. What's up, Latino?
Jake is probably a porn bomber.
Hey, John, can you regulate
You
for
think
a
so?
second? I mean, it's fucked
Hey,
up. I
and
can't
he
say
was
a single
a
word,
white
dude.
porn bomber, wasn't he?
I don't know what he was, but yeah, it was a porn bomber.
Jake, if you're not a porn bomber, type something in the chat or whatever John's test is. Because
Hey, John,
I
can I
don't
get a
do.
word in or what, dude?
No, you may not. John does not control
damn it.
this panel, son. Petty officer of RNC.
Oh, I ain't know that. You know what I mean? I ain't know that.
Well, you ain't know much. That's what I'm talking
Shit,
about.
yes, I
You are literally failing whiteness by not knowing much.
Oh, I ain't.
You didn't even know. Like, the show is called Stanley versus the World, and you think John is running the panel. Good job there. Good
just a
job
guess. I
there.
don't know. It's just a guess, motherfucker. How do I know, man?
I'm
Shit.
impressed. You thought Be Brave would come up here, and therefore you thought, oh shit, everything's fine for Petty Officer Aaron C.
I thought you
I'm
were in
gonna
debate.
come
I didn't
up.
know you were on
I'm
some
gonna
dumb
come
shit.
up, and I'm gonna. Hey,
You're
I'm like
drunk at
white.
like 10
I'm like
a.m.
white
babbling,
vinegar.
dude, you know?
I'm like white vinegar.
Whatever,
I'm gonna come up here and be all bitter and shit.
All right. Well, I do have to go, so I guess I'll just ask this final
Motherfucker,
question.
you should have gone a while ago. Go over to Be Brave show.
Oh, you ain't got the smoke. Okay. I was just curious how you're an expert on
Oh wait, I
whites,
thought you
but
were,
we can't
dude.
be expert
You
on
said
blacks.
you were
I was
gonna go, and I was literally moving on. I'm
I mean,
sorry, you're
I
still
got
here?
like 3 minutes. Oh, you can't. You want me to dip out? You can't hang.
No. You hang there. Let's Jake, just give me 1 minute here. Let me put up a splash screen. We need to vet you. We need to protect. This is John Galt's channel.
So blacks are
don't get me
experts on
wrong,
whites,
but it is.
we can't be experts on blacks. So blacks can be
See,
experts on whites, but
what
we can't
is
be
it with
experts
these
on blacks.
mouthy, dude?
I mean, I got it out. I got it out.
You
Go
are
ahead.
literally.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
you're literally a fine example of white pulchritude.
Of a straight Chad.
You're not a man. You're not a man. You
I know, I'm a
are a
Chad.
white. Do you know what pulchritude means, son?
No, who gives a fuck about that? I'm a Chad.
Okay. Once again,
Recognize,
you
bro.
have failed. You have failed your white culture. What's up there, Jake?
You stupid nigger. You stupid.
Yeah, well, you
Damn,
know what?
that's messed
John
up.
called it.
All right. Well, since you won't let me talk, I'll bounce.
No. Okay, well, that's cool. And there is who is this? Oh man. What's up, Latino? These porn bombers are getting real sophisticated.
They are.
So, what'd you think of that show? You know what? I have not had that much fun in a while.
You really have to dedicate your time to it.
My what?
No, these people really dedicate their time for these porn videos and stuff.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't even care about any of that. Look like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a porn bomber. That's what it looked like. But you know what? Be brave. I'm glad you came up to the panel. Don't be a stranger, because I love beating you down back into ass. Like literally, this is a neoclassical English poet, 17th century, and this Be Brave is like, oh, I don't know. I don't need to know. You talk about white culture and you don't even know your white culture. Motherfucker, it's so sad. Now, I understand that back in the day, they needed people like you to oversee the slaves or, dig a ditch or two. But you know what? I like the white people who were like planter class. At least, they could sit back and talk Alexander Pope. This is 2025. You do some white refinement. And I know maybe at your age, building outhouses is more an outlet or riding that tricycle. That tricycle was actually pretty neat. Be Brave has an electric tricycle. No, I'm dead serious. It's actually pretty cool. I wish I had one. Yeah. But see, it would be a lot more fun if you had any intellectual courage. Well, Be Brave, when I meet someone that it takes intellectual courage, see, I believe in the right tool for the right job. Dealing with you takes more satirization or just outright. As a matter of fact, the black roasting tool is the right tool for you. When I need intellectual courage, I'll use it, but right tool for the right job. And I'm sorry, I kind of wound up after all this roasting, Latino. So what
Keep
is
doing
up
your
with
thing,
you?
man. Me, getting ready
Nah,
to
you know what? The thing is there can be too much of my thing. I mean, even I know that. But I showed there was a clip of me, you, and Juan that I showed talking the other day about the 14th Amendment, and I clipped it up and premiered it on my channel yesterday, and it's doing well. So thanks for participating.
Nice.
So what's on your mind?
No, I'm just getting ready to take the kids to the dentist.
You sound enthused. What will there not be your type of magazines in the lobby?
It's just fast.
Well, wait, hold it. You have to go in there with them, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that can't be fun. But hey, come on now. That's all right.
They usually leave them to the mom.
Well, hopefully you can take them out for ice cream afterwards.
Yeah.
To do something fun with them.
Yeah,
I mean, basically, it's funny. And this is kind of related, but do something afterwards to make the dentist fun.
Probably just take them to the park or something for a bit.
To where?
To the playground.
Well, my parents after church, because for some reason or another, bakeries, there was a particular bakery that was open after church on Sunday. And my father my father and mother used to take us to get gingerbread boys. So it's a Southern thing, maybe. I don't know that I've ever seen them
The bakeries.
outside of the. Yeah, I've seen them as Christmas cookies, but it was one of these things.
For Christmas.
You know what? We wouldn't mind church so much because we knew afterwards we would be going to get
but the bakeries
gingerbread
around where
boys.
I live, they're closed on Sundays because everybody goes to church around here.
Well, it's funny because back in the day, like everything in Georgia was closed on Sundays. I mean, you can get like beer. You can't get alcohol, but you can get beer on Sundays after like 12:30. That's a very recent thing. So that the owners of the bakery, I think they were Catholic, so they kind of knew. They probably only opened for like an hour or two after church, but they'd sell their gingerbread cookies, and I have had this is growing up in the right place can be really cool, and Savannah was a cool place to grow up.
Shit, that's how I'm feeling about where I live now for my kids.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, tell us about it. What? Now you dox yourself, but I think I've heard where you live. Suburb of Boston. As long as it's not in Boston.
No, it's not. It's like what? If there's no traffic, 25-minute ride. If there is traffic, 50 minutes.
Into Boston?
In and out, dude. Same
Oh,
difference.
really?
Yeah. It's gotten so bad
Nice.
over here, bro. Like when there's traffic here, there's traffic, dude.
Well, there people, and you kind of hate to say it, but living in a small town is cool.
Oh, dude, it's awesome.
I mean,
Once you
now
know
you
where
don't want to
everything is
live
stationed,
out in.
you know what I
Well,
mean?
you know what? Yeah, if you got a train station, that's even better.
No, I mean, like once you know where everything is at, that's what I mean. Like, you know where the supermarket is at, you know where the train station is at, you know where the post office is at, you know where the Walmarts are at, you know where the cheap supermarkets are at, because you know that there's different supermarkets, different prices.
Yeah.
So you know where all that is, so it makes it much easier for you afterwards. But when I first moved here, I felt uncomfortable.
Well, the funny thing is, and I live like kind of like I live, my downtown, and believe it or not, the downtown is you got to drive there. You could walk, but it would be a hike. But I mean, you can literally walk the downtown. They're like it's amazing, and it's funny. This part of Georgia and small town Georgia in general. Like my father grew up in a small town, and even in South Georgia. And when we were like, we would go stay with our grandparents, for a couple weeks, maybe even up to a month in the summer, and it would give my parents a break. And I mean, you could literally walk from my grandparents' house to like downtown because there was a candy store, there were arcades and stuff. They'd send us alone. There was no shit. Didn't matter. Nobody. And I mean, the last name was known. The town was so small, but no, they'd want us back before dark, and you'd want to come back because who's going to cook us dinner? But,
Yeah,
there was
my
no
town,
McDonald's. The only place you were going to eat.
My town is so small that I literally live a 2-minute walk from downtown.
Yeah, that's
where I
all.
live. Like it's not that far.
Yeah, take the kids and for a walk.
Like it's awesome around here. Like I haven't heard like we have this app where it tells us like what's happening around the area or whatever. And the recent thing has just been car break-ins, but it's not like they breaking into your window or unlocking your car. It's just people, leaving their cars unlocked, and people just going through your shit.
Really? Well, for drugs or what?
I don't know. They just take change,
Weird.
whatever they
So
can
they
take
don't.
to
I
sell.
mean, but I mean, damn, that's weird. How about the houses? Are they breaking into houses?
Nah, but I usually lock my door. I had the habit of like leaving it on lock at night, but now I don't do that no more.
Well, it's funny. I don't lock the doors around here. Especially when my son's here. I don't.
I did at first, but I'm like after I heard that guy with the radio, I'm like, could there be a chance that he might?
Yeah, well, I mean, you got kids. It's I got
that.
I got a dude who's like 6'1" and close to 200 pounds, and I got a cane or something. I'll beat you over the head with it. Plus, we literally live in a place. It's kind of off the beaten path, but yeah, that kind of life. When I lived up on the mountain, we only locked the doors if we were going to be gone for like a day or more. What, are you in the car with the kids?
No, I was opening a door.
Oh, okay.
I got a BW40 the hinges.
Let's see here. Well, damn, without all the ruckus up on on the panel. I'm kind of bored. Bet John must be starting a show. He has to start a show so Be Brave can have a forum to go up and beat up on me.
Did you hear about Nelly's situation?
You know what? Tell me about it. I know he's in the news, but it's something about him not raising his kids or not changing diapers or something.
They're trying to. He lives with Ashanti, like that's his wife. But
they're not married. Okay,
no, they're married, but they have a new TV show basically, and
that's right. Okay, a reality show.
So yeah, so on this TV show, it shows the time and place where he accepted to do the performance at the inauguration, whatever. So his mother-in-law was telling Ashanti, he's like, oh, like basically like, I don't think that's a great idea for him to accept that because like he should be smarter. And then Ashanti is like listening to her mom's like, damn.
Well, I mean, wait, hold it. Be smarter about what?
About like why is he performing for Donald Trump, basically?
Well, why? I mean, now, you know, she's talking. Now, this is obviously on camera, but, you know, if she's talking to her daughter and kind of venting. But here is my position. As long as she knows that, you know, Nelly, he probably doesn't give a fuck what her opinion is. He
don't. But this is the thing, right? So they're you know, they're having a little conversation, the mom and the daughter in the kitchen. So Nelly comes in out of nowhere, he out of left field, and he's just like, I hope y'all ain't talking about divorce over here because I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna perform.
Right.
So afterwards, he you know, everybody saw that episode and started, you know, going crazy on the internet, and then Nelly made a statement basically saying, like, oh, y'all are so pro black to cast me out, but y'all the ones that voted for somebody that is married to a white man with white kids, while on the other hand I have a black wife with black kids, but I'm the bad one. And then he just started going on a rant on, like, you know, black and white, and yeah, I wish I could find the statement because it's he's basically was taking shots at people that voted for Kamala, basically.
Right.
And the thing about it is, he's like, dude, like, even if she would have won and she would have asked me to perform, he said he would have performed anyways, because at the end of the day, it's an honor and a privilege just to be able to perform at the White House.
Well, I mean, even, you know, I'm sure he got paid, right?
Yeah, he did. But I like what he said too. He's like his grandparents, I think it was an airman in the Tuskegee, and it was a Red Wing and all that. And he goes like, so every time it's like, it doesn't matter who it is. It could be Obama, it could be Bush. He'll still want to perform if they invite him over, just because, you know, it's for the representation of his family and the sacrifice that they've done for the country. That's what he said. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, yo, people are so stupid.
Yeah, well, you know what? I just, and T, for instance, you know who Here for the T is.
Yeah.
Again, I commend him for doing what he wants to do. He is a star. He gets to do what he wants to do. Aaliyah, I don't think she was ever as big as he was she?
Ashanti?
I'm sorry, Ashanti.
I mean, he had a bigger catalog.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm assuming he is the star. It was him performing, not her or his mother-in-law. Look, he's not committing a crime. It is the president of the United States. I wouldn't do it, but I'm not politically aligned with him. If he is politically aligned, he gets to do what the fuck he wants to do. I don't even understand why it's a big deal other than it's content for a TV show. That part I understand, but look, you know me. Look, if you are for Trump, you are for Trump. Now, if we get on a panel, I'm going to roast you. I'm going to make jokes, but in the end, it really doesn't matter. You do you. You've got to do. See, and this is the thing that I just don't get with black people and be braves. I think a lot of people are be brave level. You know, SKC's right, and I hate to give that motherfucker credit, but you know what? We need to fucking stop. Just fucking like do what you want to do and stop fucking being performative about it.
It's
You know
crazy
what
though,
I'm
because
coming from? Just do what the fuck you want to do.
you didn't perform during the campaign. You performed after, so it's not like
That's fine. He
it's not
did
like
what
he
he
was like,
wanted to do.
cheering.
I don't know why it's a big deal.
Me neither. It just reminds me of like, the story I told you about my dad, and I'm just like, it's crazy.
I think people need to stop looking over their shoulders and wondering what people are going to think. Now, if it's a reality show, it's your job to wonder and all that stuff. But for me and you, or for me in particular, I'm much more interested in what's going on down on this dock and that fucking Boston whaler. Why isn't that out why isn't that out catching fish?
Where's that at?
It is this bar in is it Tampa? Ocean Isle Beach. Oh shit, this is North Carolina, my bad. Oh shit, that might be Kill Devil Hills, or it's gotta be one of the one somewhere on the Outer Banks. But I recognize those houses now. Dude, we were right on the beach, or actually across the road from the beach. There was a road separating the houses from the beach. And dude, this is like home to me. This is where I love where I live. And at some point I may wind up back in Savannah. And their places not quite this luxurious out on the marshes, but this is fucking heaven. There's enough of a breeze that you don't have to worry about mosquitoes and stuff. This is heaven. Now, you don't want all those houses, but there's going to be a saltwater smell. Yeah, this is heaven. And it's 84 degrees, getting a little hot. It's going to get real hot. But look at that fucking little John boat there with a covering. Looks like maybe a family or friends out. I used to do this a lot. When I last lived in Savannah. As a matter of fact, you should be up at like dawn to catch the tide.
Savannah.
Dude, it is. No one would, when I was a kid, I couldn't wait to get out of it to move to somewhere like New York City. And
why would you?
I will wind up moving back. I think it's coming. No one's asked me to yet, but it's inevitable. And one of these days I'll talk about the conundrum. You know what? Why not just do it? It's going to be an end.
I got an interesting question.
Sure.
So over here, right, we had a ballot during the election, right? And one of the questions, I can't remember what number it was. One of the questions was if you want the Massachusetts government to get audited, right?
Wait, say that all again. You have a ballot. They're voting to get him audited.
Yeah. During the elections, during when Trump was running, right? So they give you like every 4 years they have like these ballot voting things, basically. Like, this is how we legalized marijuana not too long ago. So they ask these questions and people vote on it, and then they basically try to implement them and make them law. So this time around, it was the MCAS, right? MCAS is like the testing of education. So the question was, should we keep testing kids or not? And I think a lot of people said, yeah, we should keep testing kids. So that's the I can't remember what the other ones were, but that was one of the one of the important ones was to audit the Massachusetts government for them to get an audit, and that won by 72%.
Well, who's doing the audit? Like, it's going to be like state inspectors. Is it
we
the
don't
federal
know, but we
government
voted.
auditing?
But we voted for it, so that's my thing, right? So we voted for it, and nothing has happened. And basically, the mayor over here is denied that, and also the governor has also denied it. So my question is, like, how, even though people voted yes, 72% of the state voted yes on it, like, how can they stop that from not happening? That's
Okay, well, what I want to know is how, when you voted for it, go back and look at the initiative and see how it was worded. Because sometimes you can word something like that in a way that, hey, we want to know what the people think, but we're not obligated to do what the people want. You need to look at what you voted for. Start there. And then
because I
we
was
can
like
talk
thinking,
about it from there. Because a lot of times these propositions will be, we want to know what you think. It'll be more like a poll versus
'cause I
a vote that
personally,
counts.
I don't know, like I think that there should be a petition in order to get these records out, and if nothing happens, then we have to send it to the AG, bro. Yeah, because like this is some bullshit. We voted
Well, go
72%.
directly to the AG. What does the AG say? Go directly to the AG. He may
Yeah,
tell
because this is
you do a
ridiculous.
petition. Well, no, go call the AG's office.
I'm like, it just doesn't make sense. Like if we, like, I don't know. Like listen, like the whole I don't know. Oh, there was another ballot question in there. There was the one for like shrooms and stuff. Like what's the name of this? I can't remember the name of this drug, but hallucinogens, basically hallucinogen drugs to be legal. I don't know if that passed or not, but that was a stupid ass
Right.
one that was in the ballot. I voted no.
Well, they shouldn't be.
Like, why would you want people on that shit?
I think within control. I'm not in Massachusetts, but here's the deal. And this is something that I wanted to talk to here for the tea last night, because she started talking about the 14th Amendment and stuff. And I wish Juan were here, because he has the right type of education to validate what I'm going to say. People, it's so funny, and I'm going to whine here for a little bit. People think I don't know shit, and I actually do. But I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a legal education, but the law is literally like connecting the dots. That's why I always say y'all need to connect not you specifically, but y'all need to connect the dots. How does this point connect to that point? That is literally critical thinking. And it's getting rarer and rarer. And I have this Cornwallis motherfucker here who does not understand that Cornwallis literally lost. He was literally lost he lost the British cause in the American Revolution, but yet this motherfucker
You want to
wants.
know something funny? You could go back to, I don't know, maybe a year from like, or a half a year from when I first started getting on here with you guys, and I had brought something to the attention of like how the Dominican Republic changed the Constitution, right, and basically stated that if anybody, it doesn't matter if they were Haitian or not, if anybody did not have the parents of two Dominicans and they were born in the Dominican Republic, that they will no longer be considered Dominican.
Yeah,
And
I remember you mentioning that actually,
yes,
because it was to
and do
get
you
Haitians
remember?
out.
Do you remember my feelings on it? Right? I said I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that that's right.
Right.
Because then where is that person born? Like what? It's just a blank slate. It's
Well, if
crazy.
you don't do some sort of grandfather clause, you're literally creating a problem.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So, and then what? So you have a nation of nobodies, basically. Like how you go about that?
You
Like
have a nation of
you get what I'm
deportables.
saying? Like I'm not saying nobody in the sense of like they're not nobodies
Well,
here.
no, no,
I'm
no,
just
no.
saying
I
like
know
no
what you
name,
mean. Well,
like no
stateless
land, no name,
people
no place of.
people who are stateless.
Yeah, man, and it's crazy, man. Like
It is,
so
dude.
this is my
Somebody
thing. It's a
didn't think
tricky
that through.
situation, man. Like, and I get both sides. Like, don't get me wrong. I get both sides. So this is my thing. Like, it, I don't know, man. Like, this is like it was
Look,
such a thing.
here is my thinking on it. It is controllable, but I
That's what I'm
keep
saying. So
saying,
it's like how you go about it.
there's nothing wrong with the goal. It's the method that is the problem.
That's what I'm saying. See, so like back in the 90s, I don't know if I'm crazy or not, because I was a little young kid. You know what I'm saying? I was about the age of like 8, 10. But I do remember a time where if you were over 4 months pregnant, right? Let's say you wouldn't be able they wouldn't be able to let you travel. And nowadays, like I got
Right.
on planes and I've seen big belly women, and I'm just like, what the hell, dude? Like,
Well, I can guarantee you now. Now my son was born in 2006, so I may be under old technology too, but they weren't recommending. They don't recommend, after I think 3 or 4 months.
yeah, that's
See,
how it
there's a
was, Stanley.
problem. Yeah, I don't think that's changed. Maybe it
Oh,
has,
it has,
but
Stanley.
I wouldn't.
Oh, it
Oh, has
has.
it? I wouldn't. You know what?
Dude, you'd be
Look. We're
surprised if, dude, I'm sorry, but you'd be
well.
surprised the amount of Dominican women, the amount of Russian women, the amount of women from every other
Mhm.
country that just come here on
Mhm.
vacation just to have a
Mhm.
kid, bro. And then they go back, just
Well,
so and
Americans do it
dude,
for medical. I mean, they're medical vacation packages.
you
So,
know,
these ones, and you know what? I hope those are illegal. That's
yeah, because it's like
even I am gonna go. That's motherfucking crazy. Why
yeah, I
are
don't
we
know,
doing
dude.
that?
This is so complex, man. It's just like
And I'm sure that's over with.
this is why I told my mom, man, like when that whole thing happened in DR, right? Like I was like, even my dad that like, believes, in such a thing as a border. He's like, I don't think that that's right, dude. And I'm like, yeah, I know, because it's just going to mess up a lot of things. Right. So the problem that a lot of Dominicans had was that, when a Haitian had a kid over there, they didn't have to pay a cost of anything because, there's nowhere to build them.
Right.
Right. So when a Dominican person had a kid, they had to come out of pocket, right? So that was like the big issue. So I'm like, okay, then in order to fix that issue, you have a clinic, I don't know, with Haitian doctors or something to take care of that situation. You guys don't have to flip the cost or something. I don't know, but there could have been a way to do this. Like it's crazy, man. Like. And nobody should be denied medical assistance or help. You know what I mean? But
Well, I don't think
Jesus
anybody's
Christ,
gonna
the
be
Constitution.
denied. I don't think that's gonna happen. However,
Come on, man.
It'll work itself out. It'll be okay.
I mean, ever since then, though, I'll tell you what, the numbers have dropped. Like they're not having kids over there like that anymore.
Oh, look at this motherfucker. Yeah, Be Brave proved that I was a coward.
Well, Stanley, I'm gonna tell you, sir, I'm the 30%, Stanley.
No, you know what?
70%.
You know what? Be brave. This is literally white supremacy. Even when I tell you, you don't even know this motherfucker has no motherfucking clue about deep white culture. He wants to talk about the superiority of it and all. I find it kind of sad, to be honest. The dude just has no clue. And what can you do? 8.5 months pregnant. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. Because it's like
Well, do they even have insurance? I mean, how are you come?
bro,
I mean, do they bring a suitcase full of cash
bro,
or
you gotta
what?
listen. You gotta understand how, yo, like.
No,
I don't know how it works.
honestly, dude, you are talking to an old motherfucker.
Yo, so I don't know how it works everywhere else, right? But here, so for instance, like let's say I have health insurance, right? Which I do.
Mhm.
I break a leg, I'll have to come out. I don't know. The thing will come out to $6,000, let's say, for them to fix my leg, cast it, and use all the equipment, whatever, etc. I would have to come out of pocket at least 60 or something % out of my pocket, right? And they'll cover the rest. What happens with people that don't have insurance, right? They come in and they get covered basically 90% of the shit. All they gotta come up is 10%. So this is why a lot like it's fucked up, dude.
Well, what's it?
So it's better not to have
Honestly,
insurance than to have
you're
it.
not going to like where I go with that. It wouldn't hurt my feelings if people just say, in an economy like this, health care should be a right. And the down and dirty counter argument is that we won't have this kind of economy if we do that. But I'm like, so what? I don't. There's some things that I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of our problems today, the left right divide and all that, we don't even have the same education system.
No, we don't.
Kids aren't learning the same things. Kids
Mhm.
don't know the same things. Now, once you get to college, you may kind of, everything kind of comes together. But
You can disagree or agree.
our parenting and our education systems are why we
Oh, dude,
are the way we are.
but you could disagree to agree. I don't know. You might agree with this. I think that the most dangerous thing for a baby when he's growing up to be a toddler and grow up to be a kid is actually having him in babysitting and stuff like that. Because I feel like those 4 years should be with the parents, because those are the 4 years where you
Well,
can actually.
I do have an opinion because that's exactly what my wife and I did.
Yeah, man, those are the most important years for you
hold on though. We
telling you.
did make one exception. My son was round about a year old, or maybe a little older, but round about a year old. And you know what? It was my father-in-law who literally said, have y'all even been out? And you know what? We left him with my father-in-law. And we were gone maybe 2 hours because my wife and I just, I don't know, we were weird about this child. But no, first time he was babysat. My son has literally never been babysat by a non-relative. And to be honest, that might have been the only time. Now, we used to send him over to my brother-in-law's house and his wife. He would do overnights.
I'm gonna call your son what my dad used to call me as his child. Mulatto.
Well, no, my son got called that in kindergarten.
You're like, yo, my dad. I'm like, what the hell is that? Now as a grown up, now I know what it is. I'm like, oh.
But here's the deal. I think kids, and I honestly think that you should relax that within a controlled way. I do think if I had it to do all over again, once my son got maybe a year before kindergarten, first time he was actually in school was kindergarten. He never did daycare. My wife was a stay-at-home mom, So I would probably, if I had it to do all over again, he would go to like a regular daycare maybe once or twice a week for maybe 4 hours. We had to deal like the first 6 months. He didn't know, he was a little like, he was a little bit like me. He's like, hey, you know what? This is my toy. What the fuck are you gonna do about it?
My daughter's the same way, but like, this is why you
But
gotta.
you know what? We had to work with him, and luckily, now here was the huge kicker. My son was reading on like an 8th grade level. He was like in kindergarten. The
No way.
motherfucker. Oh, I kid you not. That's probably the only
Damn,
reason
man.
he
God
didn't.
bless you, Stanley.
Oh, no. God bless my wife. Now, apparently she had a lot of material to work with, but she had a PhD in pharmacology. She was not chopped liver.
Damn,
And you
man.
know what?
That's
If
crazy.
you get to have a PhD and be a stay-at-home mom, shit, she was better educated than me. However, my point is that we were exceptions. I would like to think that everyone can be like me, or like you. Look, my parents, and I really didn't even think about it until I got on YouTube. My parents were fucking exceptional. Like seriously, like I'm like, really? I'll tell you something. One day, my father, I was a teenager and I just done something. Because if you think I'm bad now, I'm restrained. My sister once told me that marriage calmed you down. So one day, my father was just like something I'd said or done. And, he's like, you never have to worry about where I am. You always know where I am. I'm at work or here. Um, I could be out on a bar stool, doing something. And I did not say this to him. Because if I had, that motherfucker would have had a right to just put me on the floor. I was like, I wish you would go out and have some fun, and stop bothering me. I had the presence of mind not to blurt that out. But in the end, yeah, I always knew where my father was. I always knew where my mother was. And this was before cell phones and all that stuff. Hey, I'm going to be here. And you know what? He would demand the same thing of us. You know, every now and again, my father would pop up out of nowhere. We used to call him the ghost. That motherfucker, he would be at like an 8th grade dance and he would suddenly pop up. And his point was, are you where you said you were going to be? And it was random. It might be a couple years, but he would pop up. So, you know what? It might be a little controlling, but you know what? I never went to the same degree with my son, but um people don't believe that, yeah, I had a tight rein. Okay, this motherfucker's not, he is literally at the 4th best engineering school in the country. He might be a commodity. And he's at a point now to where I'm parent emeritus. He can kind of do what he wants to do within, I'm going to strongly counsel him. He is an adult, but motherfucker, before he became an adult, it was going to be my way, much like my panel. You do it my way and be brave, can whine all he wants. He has a whole nother panel where he can be horrible there. So we have dropped down to, Oh shit! It's Be Brave. Oh look, Be Brave is doing a show. This motherfucker had to wait. Let's see. He's got 10 people.
I want my KKK camera on when I'm calling a black man a motherfucking coward that I have on video proof once and for all. But you know what, folks? You know what's weird? I can't help it. I almost feel sorry for Stanley. I don't know if it's a shtick or whether he's kind of has a mental illness going on. Because I'm a street level psychiatrist. What the fuck is Hey, Stanley, you over here? Howard is present. Hey, Stanley, glad to have you. Hey, Stanley, you want to come up here? Come on up here, Stanley. See, folks, I'm inviting him. Stanley, come on. Come on, jump. I came up on yours. Let's do this. Mr. Badass. Wouldn't that be fun, folks, if Stanley showed up here? No, I'm going to invite him over here continuously now. No. After what I tried to go over there and be a gentleman, and he just shut me up. And in 8 ways, Stanley, you want to come up here? You're on your show. He won't come up here, folks. Stanley's chicken shit, man. I got it on proof. I got it on. That's why I got to do it. I'm still on my show. Oh, well, wouldn't your show be a benefit if you came up on my show while you're on your show? Folks, what do you think? Stanley, you're a coward. Stanley, you worry me.
I am a coward.
That you won't let people talk. I think it's a shtick.
It is. Yeah, this dude thinks it's a shtick. Dude, I just don't like talking to stupid people. And you know what? It is not my job.
Coward. You've either you're an intellectual coward and you got mental problems, or it's a shtick. Take your pick, Stanley. Stanley won't come up on my show. I'm inviting him.
Well, I'm just going to put
watching for integrity of context. Hey, all right, Stanley. Thank you so much. Well, let's get this then. Integrity of context. Like I don't have integrity. I asked him about why he called me a fucking liar, folks. Oh, that was yesterday. We were talking about today. Okay, Stanley, am I wrong? You
that
said
is
that
true.
We don't get to talk about
that is
something
true.
You said the other day, correct? I'm not misquoting you, am I?
That is true.
I think when a man steps up and says, "What the fuck you calling me a liar for?"
This ought to be
I don't care when you said it. I think you owe the motherfucker an explanation or reinforcement or reiterate. Yeah, I think you're a fucking liar because here's what you said. Or here's what you said. Hold on, big time. I see you. Stanley's in the chat. But folks, I went up there. I said, "What the fuck you calling me a liar for?" This is what I'm saying. Blacks are afraid of whites. I'm not saying that to start trouble. I'm serious.
Blacks are afraid
Blacks are so
of
full
whites.
Of anger, not anger, envy,
like
jealousy.
We're not.
When it comes to whites, blacks will run their mouth.
We are not
they're actually
envious
afraid of whites.
your outhouse.
They won't just settle down and talk. You had to see me go around with Chill Will on CT's channel yesterday. There was no talking. No. No explanation needs to be given. I understand, Stanley. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if Stanley's got a mental problem where he thinks he's some. I mean, I think of myself pretty highly, so I can't fault another man for thinking of himself pretty highly. But Stanley goes like, whoa, what do you mean no explanation given? You call a motherfucker a liar and you ain't a man enough to tell the motherfucker to his face why you're calling him a liar? I'll tell you what, if I call a motherfucker a liar, I'll tell you right to your face why I'm calling you that, God damn it. That's the way I roll. Not envious of outhouse builders. Stanley, you're 60 years old and couldn't even fucking dig a hole to fucking pour cement in, dude. At 60, you're done, and you're gonna kick me around to 70 for what I build. Stanley, I think Stanley said he might have a cane. Do you have a cane, Stanley? And you're razzing me about fucking doing something at 70? Cornwallis, I don't know. I think it's a stick. I'm hoping it's a stick. Because if Stanley is this mentally ill, the dude needs some serious therapy. I think it's a stick. I do. I think he's just It's his
Yeah,
only way
you,
to
you
really
did, John.
make
This
a
is going to
connection
be
outside,
this.
because Stanley
I
has a
was
show that
thinking,
it's interesting to people because of official versions and news. That's interesting to a lot of people, but it's just not something to
I
stream
was
about and take
thinking
off.
that I
So
would
occasionally Stanley
actually
has to
fold this
do
up and
something
go away,
absurd
but this
to get a few
motherfucker,
views.
I got so under
But
his skin again.
yeah, Stanley,
I just want to
I
see the
used to have a
fallout.
superiority complex, Stanley. Stanley says he's got a superiority complex. I used to have one, Stanley, until it dawned on me that it's not a complex and I am actually superior. And I proved that today on your show, Black Man. Mr. Brave, bold, and outrage, and Mr. able to have conversations with any old goddamn racist. I kicked your ass all over the place.
Yeah,
you're right,
this is
Innate.
gonna
I
be
think blacks are afraid
rather
of
boring.
genuine. What is your question? Oh, now Stanley will answer somebody's question in my chat.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, Cornwallis. I think Stanley. I think Stanley. It's a stick. I don't think Stanley's as mentally ill as he portrays. I don't. Doggone it, I don't. Let's go over this. Let's see what Big Time has to say. Hey, Big Time, what's on your mind, buddy?
Now,
What's
let me
going on?
mute
How
this right
you
quick.
doing?
Big Time came up on this panel, and I spanked his dumb ass just like I spanked. See, here's the deal. I spanked. This is what really hurts B Bray's feelings. Oh, hey, Latino for Trump. There's no need to apologize. You told me you were going to be busy, so hopefully, everything turns out okay. There's not a lot of pain with the little girls, and y'all have fun at the park. Call it tomorrow, though. Tell us about it. But here's the deal, folks. I fucking trashed Be Brave with his holy man up here, and then with John got on the panel, I told, hey, look, your holy man is here. John Galt's not going to protect you. So, I trashed Be Brave with John Galt on the panel, and then Big Time, who happens to have hopped up on Be Brave's panel. Big Time wanted to talk some shit. I shut his dumb ass down. And then Aaron C., I just had to call him petty officer because, see, here's the thing about people like Aaron C. He was in the Navy. If he just knows I'm a superior officer, he knows what the bullshit is. He will only go so far. And when I start calling him petty officer, I'm surprised he didn't call me sir. That's how the fucking military works. Dude, I don't like I have no rank these days, but motherfucker, you pretending like you are me or had a similar experience, motherfuckers, officers in the Navy don't even fucking eat with the enlisted men. Now I think the Navy is embarrassingly elitist. However, it is what it is, and I didn't enlist. I was commissioned, motherfucker. And if you can't understand that, and he does, then you know what? You can come up and pretend, but you are not me. We do not have a similar background. That is just what it is. And let's see. I guess one brave has sincerely believe you say about crack and father Baba and brave. I know Brave would like a conversation or a debate. Oh, I see what he's saying. Give me one sec here. And I'm going to tell Jason if Be Brave wants a debate, Jason set it up. It won't be a debate. Dirty Dude, what's up, man? I hope you probably missed Be Brave being up on this panel, and I just had, you know what? We need to hear Be Brave's version, and I will be kind and let him have the last word on it, but it was a drubbing. I guarantee you he is not going to play any of this. He is not going to play any of it. He's going to edit it. This motherfucker will put it up on the screen. He won't play any of it. I won't take a bet because he might, but he's not going to play the entirety. And if you notice, John Galt tried to say something, and I'm like, nope, it's my panel. These motherfuckers actually think that if you come on Stanley versus the world, I'll fucking shut the motherfucker down. If John Galt wants a show, he can start up his own show. I will not be controlled. It is my panel. It is my rules. And like my father said, I made the joke earlier, even if I'm wrong, I'm right. All right, so Jason Vega wants to set up a debate, and he says, "Well, I'm sure CT or what was the other one? CT or someone. CT would provide a. I'm not fucking going on CT's channel. Why the fuck would I do that? I told him to set it up on Garian's. Garian, if Garian, we're gonna bring traffic to Garian's channel because I happen to like Garian. He's a good young man. If it's gonna be a debate and John, like HB, and maybe we could get HB to do it again. It'll be Garian's channel or it will be nowhere. Not Lolo's, not fucking my channel, not anyone's channel. It'll be Garian's. Period. And see, this is what happens when, and sometimes, and sometimes you just have to remind people of who they are. I reminded Be Brave that he isn't my peer. He can go black man this and black man that, and Stanley has a stick versus a shtick, which is the correct way to pronounce it. He can do all this shit, but motherfucker, you are not me. And I'm nothing that special, but I'm not chopped liver either. Y'all, dirty dude salute. You want to come up and you want to talk some racist bullshit, and I'm just going to remind you of your place in your own culture's pecking order. Dude, you want to talk white culture, motherfucker, nobody in your own culture wants to deal with you. That's why you're doing this. And you know what? This is how I trolled him, dirty dude. You're going to love this. You're going to think I'm an elitist motherfucker. The title of the show, Alexander Pope, I learned about in 10th grade. The quote is one Father Bryant taught me in 10th grade of high school, of course. And you know what? You don't know, Be Brave, that Alexander Pope is a neoclassical 17th century satirist and poet? I thought you knew white culture. You want to keep talking about how great white culture is. Why does a black man know this and you don't? That was literally the premise. And then I beat him down after that. I know more about white culture, quote, white culture, and let's call it Western culture to deracialize it just a tad, but only a tad. Motherfucker, I know more about the Western canon and Western culture than your outhouse building ass. And you need to realize that and know your place. Your place is not on my panel talking shit. Do it on John Galt's panel.
So anyway, Stanley, where are we going to do it, man? Come on. Pick a place, Stanley. You said you'd do it. Are we going to have a timer, Stanley? No, he won't. Stanley won't. He won't do it with a timer. That's his worst enemy. He did one with me and HB. HB did one with me, and him had a timer, and I took it easy on him. I ain't taking it easy on him with the next timer, Stanley. I'm gonna rip your fucking head off, black man. You're afraid of white people. I got proof of it. There was two young white men that tried to come up there and talk. We wouldn't let either of them.
Two young white
and
men.
We're also goddamn dumb. Wouldn't it be beneficial to let us talk and destroy our thinking in public, Stanley? Don't you think you're missing it? Sorry, just unmuted you. What now? Be brave and think. Oh, see everything. I'm saying, Stanley. I'm not going to go on Garion's channel because he called me a queer and I wouldn't give him the views. And so, can you find a place where we can have a debate? Bumpkin, Jay Rillo, John Gall, and it's going to be time. 30 seconds, just 15, 30 seconds. Not even a debate, Stanley. Let's have a discussion where each of us are muted for 30 seconds. Stanley, you want to do that? Did you hear that, Stanley? I'm waiting, Stanley. We're going to do a timer on this debate, Stanley. Two very young, uneducated white boys are back to insult. See what I mean?
I'm just gonna. Hey, look.
With you on setting up.
I'm gonna troll this motherfucker from his own chat. I'm loving this. I get to troll this motherfucker. Dude, I am so good with language that I'm just going to trigger him from his own goddamn chat on his own panel. This motherfucker is so weak. Ooh, I love me some dumbasses. This dude is so weak.
On John Gall's channel, Jay Rule and John Gall. Bumpkin said open to it.
You can call it the urban debate.
Orthodox would do it. There's people.
Oh yeah, ortho guy.
Ortho guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Orthodox guy will do it. He said he would. We don't even hell with debate. Just a discussion where I want to ask Stanley why he called me a liar with a timer. I want him to tell me what the fuck I lied about. I want Stanley to prove that how he thinks that fucking somehow some fine ass wise old white man like me isn't contributing to white culture. I need to know that.
Hold on.
Now Stanley's gone again. That's what he does. Jesus Christ. Well, folks, I'm going to play this back and forth with me and Stanley for a little while. It's not going to be long. You got to see it for yourself. White power. Stanley is literally, that's what I say. He's doing this for a stick. I don't think he's this crazy to sit there and talk that big and think that he's like winning arguments when he ties somebody's hands behind their back. Let me see. You lied by not knowing shit about your own culture. Oh my God. No, that's not what you said I lied about, Stanley. You know what you said I lied about. You know damn well I didn't lie. Jesus Christ. Folks, I'm beginning to think Stanley genuinely has some mental issues. I'm not kidding. I used to think it was a shtick. I'm not sure. He's like a fucking junior high kid that you need to smack around to tell him to shut up. You lied by not knowing shit about your own culture. Okay, Stanley. You're 60, Stanley. You want to
I was asking for an example of that. Like, what are you saying about black culture, and what is he saying about white culture?
Stanley says, I am winning from your effing chat. I trolled you. You react badly. They put that shit out, and now because I'm challenging him, now I'm losing in my own chat. And you think this motherfucker ain't got mental problems? Read that chat Stanley just wrote, folks. He believes that shit. He believes this. Oh, Truism will do it too. Yeah, Truism would do it. HB, I think he's probably too busy with things now. Yeah, Truism would do the debate. Read what Stanley said, folks. I'm on your chat and I'm trolling you. Ha 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 ha. What the fuck is going on in this black man's head? Jesus Christ. It's amazing. Anyway, let's play this. Let's play this interaction here. And what else is on your mind, big time? Before I get in, this is going to be about a 10-minute piece here.
Nah, go ahead. I'm just interested what the debate would be.
Oh yeah, they're hard telling. Only HB or Gary, and I'll do it with HB, Stanley. Shit, yeah. Yeah, I'll do it with HB, Stanley. Sure will. We'll find out. John Gold asked HB if he wants to do it. Is it going to be able to be timed, Stanley? Answer that before we waste our time setting this up. Stanley, are we going to be able to have a timer? A 30-second timer, Stanley. To hell with 3 minutes. Can we have a 30-second timer, Stanley? Choose one. Gold is not neutral. Okay, HB. I chose HB. Can we have a 30-second timer? Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I had to go take a pee.
Stanley, can we have a 30-second timer?
I'm gonna fuck with him. Watch this.
Do 60.
Oh, I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is. I'm just making it easy on him. Stanley, can we have a 30-second timer? 30 seconds. He won't answer it because he doesn't want to admit that he's not going to do a timer. Come on, Stanley. No, I'm not. I'm going to prove, folks, why I would never talk to Stanley again in my life without a timer. I did it once, and I'm going to do it again this morning right quick. Stanley, 33-second timer, Slick. Good one. Come on, Stanley. Doggone it, he won't answer. Yeah. 30 seconds. Da-da-da. You mean, may we? Yes, Stanley. May we use this 30-second timer? May we use a 30-second timer in the next debate, Stanley? He won't answer. Come on, Stanley. We may. All righty, folks, it's on. It's on. Get out in touch with HB, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to kick this old black man's ass. I don't give a shit what the issue is. I don't care what we talk about. My point is even if we don't talk about a damn thing, I want him to explain how I'm a fucking liar on air. He just said maybe not. We may, maybe not. There you go, folks. Okay, never mind. That's why I'm so arrogant, folks. Who's the smartest pro-black man on these streets? Stanley. Who's deathly afraid of this old white man? Stanley. That's why I'm saying I'm the best there is at this game on these streets. These couple of young men up here are pretty good at it, but they ain't nobody like this old man scaring the shit out of black people like I do. Maybe not. You seen it, folks. You seen Stanley. Well, maybe not. He said we may, and then we may, maybe not.
Look at this motherfucker.
Stanley,
I said may. I said
like
we may.
Okay,
Stanley. Look at this
I know
motherfucker.
You think you're propping yourself up, dude.
Okay, see, let me just. I think y'all know what happened. I said we may, but maybe not. And this motherfucker's just like, this dude is fucking just. I fucking mind fucked this old man today. He has to do a whole show. I mind fucked his two little apprentices too. Dude, this is so funny. You know what? I should have been Navy intelligence. I just fucking blew up this old man. This is hilarious. And I really should be going. I actually don't have much else to do. I got to take some, this thing out of the smoker. Okay, and then Nate's the other one who's not that bright, to be honest. Let's turn this back on.
Talking like he agreed. No, Slick Rick, you're not going to assign Stanley agreeing to a debate here on this stream. He said maybe not. Keyword maybe. You said maybe not. So that's not an agreement. Correct, Slick Rick? Am I correct, Rick? I know he's trolling, folks. I know it. What I'm doing is I'm destroying a black troll who has nothing but trolling to rely upon. I get it. Slick Rick, does maybe not mean he's refusing?
Look at this motherfucker obsessing on whether I'll do it or
Thank
not.
you, Slick Rick. Get him. Get him, Slick
This
Rick.
dude is
This
weak.
is fun. This is a good time. I like this stuff big time. I do. Because I'm telling you, this is a black man that's proven blacks can't stand up against anybody that just wants to state the fucking obvious.
Yeah, well, this dumb son of a bitch is gonna learn that I'm not just
Brave
any
needs
black.
timers, but he don't, Stanley says. I know you don't, Stanley, because you don't fucking stop running your mouth.
Okay. Be Brave has run into a black, in quotes, that he can't control, he can't out talk, he can't outthink, he can't outperform. Dude, meet, you know what? If I have to be called a token, meet the token that kicked your ass. You should have done better, son. If you were so smart, you're probably regretting your misspent youth. I don't fuck around, dude. I destroy the weak whites like yourself and have fun doing it and laugh. Be Brave is making a fucking fool of himself. And I don't know, I'm going to encourage him to do it. This dude is hilarious.
I'm going to talk to him about why he called me a liar. But nope. Off it went.
Oh, I called him a liar. It hurt his fee wings.
Damn it, anyway.
His fee wings.
Can anybody tell me if Stanley's over there playing this? I hope he is. Slick Rick, is Stanley over there playing this?
Go over and find out what Stanley is doing.
This is a lot of fun, man. Thank goodness. I love this
is
shit.
fucking hilarious. Somebody go out and find out.
Well, anyway,
reconnoiter.
let's play this
Reconnoiter.
You folks will
find
love
out
it.
what Stanley.
It's amazing.
Jesus
Now remember
God,
when I play this.
This old white dude
Stanley
is weak, and
told
I'm
me,
just gonna
said come
I
up and
am
hit the
just-
link, and he said
Yes,
it as if
I-
I'm afraid
oh.
to hit that link.
Oh, not only did I tell him, he did it. This motherfucker. I took his dumb ass on a roller coaster ride.
Slick Rick, check. Thank you. Sorry, big time. I'm having some self-centered, selfish fun here.
There's no need
Yeah,
for
man,
big
it's
time
fun.
to talk.
It's always fun.
He didn't motherfucking
Right.
talk on my channel either
you for
because
your
I
patience.
fucking shut his dumb ass
Look,
down.
I'm destroying Stanley this morning. To anybody that's got a brain, I'm destroying him. To any sycophants, of course, okay, he's destroying me. I get it. But no. Any panel of psychologists would say, that old man is kicking ass. Yeah, he's streaming you, Brave. All right. Okay, so then let's do this. Okay. Da-dum-dum-dum. Oh, he just responded. Big time got shut down too. See what it? Big time. Do you feel like you got shut down, or do you feel like? you
Oh,
weren't
it
able to
doesn't
say
matter.
anything?
See, this motherfucker.
A little both. They called me honest.
a little of both. Motherfucker, I shut Big Time. See, Big Time doesn't have as big an ego as Be Brave. Aaron C, Petty Officer Aaron C, you know what? Big Time, I don't know if he's been in the military. Look, weak minds can be shut down. And I'm not all about weak minds and better this and better that. But if you really want to bring me out of my shell with this fucking white superiority, eugenics fucking bullshit, dude, I know it better than you. I know who I am. I've been proven, tested, not only in battle, but motherfucker in the corporate world. Be Brave is no match. What Be Brave needs to do is be happy building outhouses and being Be Brave and being all country and bumpkin and knowing what he knows. When you step outside of your expertise and it happens to be something I know and you want to challenge me, I'm not going to have mercy, old man. I'm going to crush you. And that goes for John Galt. It goes for anyone. I am the nicest guy you want to meet. But if you fuck with me, I'm scorched earth. I will not be done with you till there is no more of you. I do not do that. Y'all, and not y'all in general. Be Brave doesn't. I wish Be Brave had known me in the Navy. That motherfucker would be out of the Navy. Okay, he wouldn't have cut the mustard. These motherfucking little mollified sissies who think they're great, dude, you would not cut it on my goddamn ship, in my department, in my division. Your ass would. Be Brave would not survive the Lieutenant Cross experience. I would have fucking picked him apart, and he would have either shaped up or shipped out. Be Brave knows this. In his little white soul, in his little white supremacist soul, he knows who the better man is. And I didn't stutter when I said it. I know what I know. Be Brave doesn't know what he knows when he talks about white culture. Motherfucker isn't white culture. He is the dregs of society.
Because you drive a delivery truck, you're incompetent.
Yeah, he's misquoting that too, and that dumb son of a bitch comes up and asks me about it. And it's easy to do from the chat.
And no, still a safe generalization.
Yeah,
and
he's going to stop it.
You can turn that into a generalization, and it's still okay. He didn't.
This dumb son of a bitch, I just fucking clowned his ass on the panel and told him he was dumb in the chat. He hasn't realized it yet.
I mean, if you can apply it to an
No, it would be a safe generality, except I just told you it wasn't a generality.
Okay, couldn't you? Okay, he admitted it's a safe generality. So, okay, we're getting someplace here.
Sentence by sentence, I crush him. Before you hop, skip, and jump away, I told
the hop, skip, and jump away is he's accusing me of being afraid, so I don't. I'm serious. That's why I'm always going to say it could be a shtick, because
this motherfucker is weak. Stanley. I told him what his argument should be, what it was, what I was talking about, and this bitch is raging because a black man told him he wasn't worth white shit. It could possibly be taken wrong from the chat, but I think the person I was talking to, if you obviously didn't notice, I mentioned that person's name before I made the statement. So you go ahead. Rest assured, it was not a generality.
So then that person is incompetent since he drives a delivery truck.
It's between me and that person.
Told you, folks. There's no way that Stanley will ever.
Told you, folks. I want to make it all about me. Stanley told me it wasn't me, but I'm going to make it all about me. Stanley said it was between the person he was talking to, but I'm going to make it all about me because I'm white and I come up to a black man's panel and I need to be the center of attention because I'm white. The motherfucker is a failure of white culture.
Free trucks. There's a lot of very wealthy people that did that in their life, and Stanley measures everything by wealth. Man, there's people that drive delivery trucks that kids through college, homes, lake houses. Oh,
that's
what I thought.
Yes,
Stand
be
by what you
brave.
said, man.
Be brave. It is between it is a one-to-one conversation. Do you feel the need to interfere in that one-to-one conversation?
No, I love the statement. It just proves your arrogance.
Well, then you know what? I am arrogant. I think we all know that.
Yeah, and so am I. I get it. What else is on your mind, Stanley? Anything else? You called me a liar. You want to discover why?
I did a whole bunch of news stories. Were you here for those? Or are you getting
You
in
called
late?
me a liar. You want to talk about you want to give it the folks?
I don't. You know what? Did I call you a liar today?
It don't matter. I'm up here.
Okay,
saying
no.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Skedaddle. You want to talk about yesterday, but you're on the panel today. Would you like to talk about yesterday on today's panel?
Oh, yes, I would.
Well, then I don't.
I'm telling you, folks, I don't know. Folks, do you think he's trolling or do you think he's that mentally ill? He sure doesn't break character if he's trolling. I think it's a mental illness. I do. I think he's got himself. I think he's so envious of white culture and whites that white people are capable of driving him out of his fucking mind. Oh, okay.
So let's.
Well, I thought I'd give it a try.
Let's talk about today.
When can I ask you to? Why did you call me a liar? When can I ask you that? I want to know what I said.
I am uninterested in yesterday.
I know you
Maybe
better be
tomorrow.
uninterested
Well, wait,
because
hold it.
goddamn filthy
Maybe.
things to say about somebody.
Yeah, you know what? Now you're getting a little talkative.
No, yeah.
Now maybe
You're talkative if you try to finish. Let me see. How long did I talk there? Was it 3 or 4 seconds or 5? And I'm talkative. This motherfucker's got it going on up in that noggin. I don't know. I think it's trolling. I do. I don't think he's that nuts. Because if it's not trolling, the dude's got mental problems. I'm not just saying that, folks. I'm almost hoping, because so many people like Stanley, I'm almost hoping it's trolling, and that he's really not that mentally unstable. Because that's a sign of instability, where you just continuously, go crazy and just change things all around to suit your purpose. End of story. Yeah.
maybe tomorrow's panel will be about yesterday, but today's panel is about today.
You're a coward.
Would you like to comment on the title of the show, maybe?
What is the title? Let me see. If you're not the person who gives a fuck about some goddamn dumb old poetry?
You know what? He's one of your white English anthems.
And then he tries this again. Yeah. You notice I said, who gives a fuck about some goddamn white poetry? To sound like the white piece of shit he thinks I am. Fucking folks, I don't care about Alexander Pope. That's what he ran behind. I went up there on 2 different matters. Not one of them were addressed. Not one. And made himself look like a damn fool walking around him. A psychologist, a panel of psychologists would say this man is either trolling or he's got some issues. I think psychologists would issue it curable but mentally ill, or he's trolling. He's got to take his pick. It ain't normal the way he does this stream. That's why I never go up there. And when he asked me to come up there, I said, this isn't going to happen, but hell, I just got to go up there again.
I'm going to jump off, Brad. I'm still listening, all right?
Thanks, big time. See you later, buddy.
Anytime. Later.
All righty.
Ancestors, so I
don't blame you, big time. This is going to go on for another couple of 20 minutes or so, because this is very interesting. When I get uppity and loud, it's because I'm having fun, and I'm going, I got to make it clear, you motherfucking coward motherfucker, you chicken shit fucking old bastard black man, you can't handle no fucking a real white man. All you handle is the fucking white people that are afraid to say anything to you in a business sense, and you think white people aren't thinking particular things that they are. Stanley, I do.
Maybe,
Stanley, I really do agree
okay,
with you on the white
maybe
privilege.
I figured.
No, I do want to
maybe,
talk. This is where I tried to get with him on what he was saying about white privilege. He wouldn't even go there. Now he changes it over to some shit quick. So no matter what I bring up, and I'm not trying to agree with him. I'm just saying I wanted to rub it into him. There is white privilege. Fucking deal with it. It exists. This is the white fucking country. Duh. No, he wouldn't even have any part of that. This is interesting, folks. I something today. I do. Your stance on white.
Hold on.
Well, I ain't got a lot of time.
So
I
don't care about. You're on my time. I'm not on your time.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
Let's not worry about time.
Okay.
I think this whole week the theme is going to be Alexander Pope. What do you think about that?
Oh, I don't have no idea.
Do you know who Alexander Pope is?
No, I don't.
He is one of those. He's one of the great neoclassical poets in the Western canon. You care about Western culture and all that excellence, right?
Oh, yeah, I care about
Alexander Pope.
He asked you a question, no answering it. I don't know, folks. I don't know. I think I'm beginning to think it's a genuine mental illness. What's he saying over here in the chat? Anyways, I have impulse control when it is earned. See, he wrote that in the chat. Now I used to have a superiority complex until I learned I was superior. But Stanley has taken what he thinks to be his superior self, and he's like making himself into a fool over it. Look at me raging about poets.
What's up, Calvin? I'm sitting here watching Be Brave talk about dude. I knew. You know what? You know where actually shit. It is after
like
midday
that fucking
here.
Means anything to me. See, this is where he has a complex. He doesn't understand. You can actually be superior, Stanley, like me. Yours is a complex. Not only are you not superior, you're inferior because your brain isn't firing on all pistons, buddy. It's not, Stanley. There's something real wrong with you, old buddy. Or you're trolling. I think he's trolling. I do.
Because I'd never heard about him before.
Where, Stanley?
Father Bryant's 10th grade English grammar. Father Bryant was in over the weekend. I wasn't thinking, so I'm glad.
Won't let me say 3 words, and he's going to sit there and offer me 2 minutes of bullshit. That's psychopathic behavior, folks. Look up.
Yeah, I'm mighty psychopathic. Talking about a neoclassical poet. I'm a psychopath.
There's no empathy. There's no consideration.
This dude
for
is so weak.
Nothing. Stanley's a fucking psychopath. Look up the definition. Listen to him on here. I'm up here. I have fun later getting rowdy because I'm like that. I'm up here right now being a gentleman to show the people.
A gentleman. Motherfucker, there is a T in gentleman. You appreciate the title. You didn't quite say you did. Pronounce the T, bitch, and I'll believe you understand English. You weren't aware of, but I've. Yeah, you know what? I shouldn't.
My worst nightmare.
Oh, Be Brave is Be Brave. Kelvin,
like he's giving me nightmares up here, folks.
Be Brave is having a temper tantrum because he came up on my panel, and I didn't do the best job, but because I wasn't expecting it. No, I you know what?
When I bring Stanley up on my streams, I quote him. Who's over on Stanley's
look, I put him in his place. I'm not the smartest motherfucker in the world, but I know who I am, and I also know the pecking order. And Be Brave is not. He's not in my. Be Brave is just a dude on the internet. He's not. this white superiority shit that he's trying to propagate. This motherfucker, he has no. I bet you know who Alexander Pope is. Kelvin, you're British. This is Alexander Pope week because motherfucker, I am going to do Alexander Pope in some lesson every day and fuck them if they don't like it. He's a brilliant poet. I like satirists, and who knows, there will be other themes at some point in over the year. I basically took Be Brave and told him he wants to talk about white culture and white supremacy and all this shit. I asked him who Alexander Pope is, and this motherfucker had no clue. So I embarrassed him by telling him I know more about white culture than he does, and that would be true. I went to the private schools. Hey, I didn't send myself there. My parents did, but I know what I know. So we go.
I know you people want to see me and Stanley discuss things with him letting me talk. I know there's value in that. It won't happen because you give me time to talk, you're in trouble. If you're full of shit and you give me time to talk, you're in big trouble. That's why this isn't happening.
Here to make sure to be your chaperone so I don't hurt you too bad. So what do you want to talk about? I'm not talking about yesterday.
I'm talking about today.
Then what do you want to know about today?
I agree with you when you talk about white being something that is going to make things easier for white people, white culture.
Is that wait, hold it. Is that what I said?
How did you say it? You said obstacles are for some people.
I said white people today are too. Kelvin, you live in Britain. English is just.
No, he didn't say that.
If you speak it, I can't believe you don't know who Alexander Pope
I
is.
could take it back further. I have no interest in it. No. He said him and Ryan were talking, and Ryan was actually talking about everybody has equal opportunity, and Stanley made the case that, excuse me, blacks, there are people that have obstacles that other people do not. That's almost verbatim what he said.
Okay, no.
I was
See,
talking about
look at this motherfucker. Almost verbatim is not verbatim. That's how silly this dumb son of a bitch is. And let me make this point right quick. Almost verbatim is not verbatim. Failed white culture This is sure to piss him off. I wrote almost verbatim is not verbatim. Failed white culture example. Dude, you know what? I should never do this.
Just gonna talk over you. I'm trying, folks.
Stan, what's up, man?
In the chat, Stan. I said almost verbatim. He said almost verbatim is not verbatim. See, it's like he goes back into like the 8th grade.
Yeah, look at this motherfucker. He will not read the whole quote.
I know you are, but what am I?
Okay.
It's fucking wild.
Okay, I gotta write this.
When you go to his channel, because I always look for quote, folks. The reason I watch Stanley is so that I can rip apart the best pro-black on these streets. If it wasn't for that,
motherfucker, I'm the best.
His heart. He likes news. He likes informative things. He likes to talk about.
Yeah, you know what? He's doing a commercial.
I would never even stop by that. I just wouldn't. Other than me looking for, hey, Stanley, yeah, I'm looking for something for some material there, bub. Could you give me some?
Yeah. He's reading it. Look, here's the deal. And Stan, I'm actually glad that you stopped by. Uh, you are a rare quantity around here, dude. I ripped up a white supremacist. Be brave, Stan Autry. You were actually on the show when Be Brave stopped by. I think it was Freezy's show. And this dude came up to my panel today. We have history, so we are frenemies. If anything, I just fucking had to tell him, you know what? You literally, if you are a white supremacist, they weren't thinking about you when they were talking about Supreme. The motherfucker is in nothing wrong with that. He has a tradesman, he had kind of a rough upbringing, but all of a sudden this motherfucker wants to do like an 1848 thing where, the roughest white tradesman is more excellent than, an educated black man because he is white and he is some sort of representative for white supremacy. Like, I am the white culture, I represent white culture. Motherfucker, these people wouldn't invite you home for dinner. Those motherfuckers, they would tell you to wipe your boots and then they would like hide your boots. Like, motherfucker, you're not coming into this house. Be Brave is the most delusional white man. What's up, Stan? Hey, folks, Stan Autry's in the house. Royalty. What's up there, soldier?
Hey man.
Or should I call you Top? What's up, Top?
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon, brother. I'm just trying to catch up, but what I've heard so far. So I'm listening to you talking to him, right? And you know
Yeah.
how how you feel. I mean, not necessarily how you feel. Your way you see him, right? But you was
Yeah.
calm and you didn't go all off on him. Nah, man, you handled it well because you let him expose who he really is.
Well, I
They don't.
do know who he is, and dude, I'm not always that calm, but
Yeah, I
you know what?
know. I love the way you walked it down because he
Oh,
really
dude,
think that
he doesn't.
he think when they said white
Yeah,
supremacy, they included him.
yeah,
Oh, bro, we know better
yeah,
than that. We know better than
dude. You know what, dude? You've seen it. You've seen it in the military, and the funny thing is some petty officer, I think this dude got like E3, E4, E5. This motherfucker, and this is where I kind of got semi offended. This motherfucker wants to talk to me about being enlisted. Now, here's the deal. You know what, motherfucker, if you're E7 or above, dude, I salute. And let me tell you, and you know what, Stan, you're gonna love this. I was a little black ensign, 01. So, me and my chief used to go back and forth. But after our deployment, we caught the tail end of Desert Storm, did the Persian Gulf tour, all that stuff. I was on a minesweeper, which is it was kind of scary, wasn't kind of scary, but it was war. So the best day in dude, this is like I'm 60. So I was, an ensign fucking, 45 years ago or more. Um I'm walking down the pier and my chief and I are talking about something because we decommissioned our first ship and we were talking about something and I didn't even notice because I tend to be kind of I'm inept sometimes. So some little E1 or E2 walked past and didn't render a salute. And I didn't even notice. You know what? You know when I became an officer, and this is a white guy. He oh my God, I don't even know why he did it. No, he was like, wait, son, you forgot to salute an officer. Oh shit, this is on the pier of Newport, Rhode Island. And I was almost motherfucking embarrassed. I'm like, well, Chief, but you know what? I look, we had gone back and forth when I first got there, but at the end of the deployment, this motherfucker was like, you salute my officer. And here
Absolutely.
it was but it was an honor. But I also knew, dude, I'm not chopped liver. I fucking did my job. I led. For a motherfucker to go like, and I honestly told him, Chief, you don't have to do that. It was that motherfucker. You
Hey,
will. Oh, he dressed that little E1 down, E1, E2
hey,
down. I'm like,
hey,
Chief,
hey, Stanley, I'm gonna tell you this,
yeah,
man. I mean, because we talking about military, but I'm gonna tell you, sir,
yeah, we can talk about it all
if you want me to get in my car, let me see one of them jokers walk past the officer and don't salute, man, you still pushing up the ground.
Well,
See, because
let me let me tell
let me,
you my
I
solution.
tell you,
You remember I started when I went to Norfolk because that was my next duty station. I started wearing sub sweaters that covered my rank. I would wear a ball cap
a
and
lot of
wear a
officers
sub
do that.
sweater.
A lot of officers used to
No,
do that.
you know what? It is too much problems walking down the pier. But dude, but seriously, Stan, as a two things that stand out. Um, that chief who didn't have to do that, it was just me and him. He rendered me respect, and that was it. Damn. And the other thing that strikes out is we were in Savannah going on this Hunter Army Airfield. You might Hunter Army
Know it well.
Airfield, yeah.
I know it well.
Dude,
I know it well.
I was born there. I was born there. I'm from Savannah. But here's the deal. I don't know why my father, dude, we went to the gate and there was a salute allowing us on the base. And I was in the back seat. I didn't even think about it. And my father, who was driving, he literally stopped the car. He was like, son, that salute was for you. And he was Air Force, Vietnam, NCO.
Yes,
Damn. I'm like,
sir.
well, that was my father saying, hey, that salute's for you. Return the salute. I'm like, oh, my mother was there, my sister and
Hey,
brother were there. My father was like, you return that salute, son. I
hey,
was like, holy shit. So,
hey,
dude, I've known, dude, Stan, you know the feeling. Dude, there's
hey,
some things that some of these little young cats don't know.
hey. I'm talking about the esprit de corps, all this stuff, and all this
Yes.
collabing, right? Because my late father, my hero, did 2 tours of Vietnam, and it got I mean, transition back then you can just go through branches, right? So then he went to the Navy,
Mm-hmm.
and then he retired out of the
Mm-hmm.
Air Force. And I'm gonna tell you this: this is why it's
Mm-hmm.
important to do it, right? See, because if they thought they can just have the officer corps and the world will go good, the military go good, or just had it enlisted, right? So we got to show that we're connected together, right? So you just no different if I'm sitting in there, we're in a meeting with around other officers, right? Right. I mean, because officers, let's keep it real, right? Officers know when they see people coming there, they're freaking master sergeants, first sergeants, sergeant majors. Most of them got a brain in their head, but they
Right.
know leave that joke alone because they already got the experience. Because that's how we're gonna get home, right? But this is the thing it takes all of us, right? That's why the whole thing 1/3, 2/3, right? The officer get 1/3 of the time to plan, and then we got the 2/3 to execute. It takes both of us. So it would get in my car. I said, did you just walk past this officer and didn't salute? And I'm telling you, I had officers when they would speak to me. Guess what they did? They got in the position of parade rest. It's that level of respect.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, yeah. Man, you can sit up there talking to a senior
especially
person.
the JOs. Oh hell yeah, you better.
Yeah, man. And man, them jokers
Like
stand at
if
parade
you
rest
were
talk.
now you can kind of get away with it once you're like a captain, lieutenant in the Navy, because
Yeah,
it's a
but
lot more casual.
right.
However, the O1s and O2s, motherfucker, if you have
You
a
better.
single silver bar, unless you now there's some cool motherfuckers who are O2s who've been around the block. They might have a combat infantry badge or something.
Mhm.
They are they. But you know what? You can be a butter bar is what the Army calls them.
Hey, bro, because
You
that
better you
normally
best be
your
treating
first.
because motherfucker, they will save you, dude. People, and I don't honestly like as an O1 or O2, that E7 is he's literally gonna make or break you. If he likes
Right.
you, now you gotta command his respect. But motherfucker, you better be commanding that respect because of your rank, your personality better be he
Hey,
better like you.
hey,
He
hey,
can
hey,
undermine your ass.
hey,
He can support you and undermine you at the same time. I've seen it done.
This is crazy, right? So I just speak specifically in the army, right? So your first job is typically a platoon sergeant, right? I mean, a platoon leader, right? Over a platoon with somebody that's already been there and already doing the thing. So the ones that make it is they understand that connection, right? See, because there's certain things as an officer, right? That they have to sign off on certain things. And
Mhm.
but the things that typically worked out the best when we're on the same page. I ain't gonna let you look
Right.
goofy, but if you want to call me out in front of the formation and on some goofy stuff, because you outrank me, watch all them people that's in this. Watch this. I'm standing in front of the formation. Fall in. You get your ass, and then when we change, you put the officer up front, and you gonna cut me down in front of them. Who the hell you think they're gonna listen to?
You know
Man,
what though?
they put you
It
to
is
another
so
damn duty
weird.
station.
This is the reading between the lines that people don't know. Dude, I once and you know this well because you've probably done it yourself. I had a guy who outranked me, and my boss was both of our bosses, and you know what? I had the equivalent of um, a CIB of the Navy version. I had it as an O1.
Understood.
I had it
Understood.
as a butter bar because I you know what? I did my first deployment tail end. I was O1. And motherfucker, I got a Navy achievement, which is the Army achievement, and I got my warfare qualification. This dude did not. So you know what? We got in a little bit of squabble, and he wanted to. This he was an O2. He was like, "Well, you will call me sir." You know what I told? And this was in a this was the be brave and think version of a white boy. Um, I literally told him, dude, if we were in a small boat, I would be in command of it. I'm not calling you sir. I have my warfare qualification. You do not. And he was a Naval Academy graduate. I'm like, fuck you, basically.
What does
And
that
you know
mean?
what? He took
Right?
he took it, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
With
I'm
it,
I'm I'm co-signing what you're saying. What does that mean?
well,
You're academy graduate, right? You already
oh
got the
no, no,
credentials,
no.
but continue.
Well, yeah,
But
but
continue.
he was an academy graduate, and
Yeah,
it's that like Army,
that's our version of West Point.
military academy graduates. They kind of have that prestige, because my boss
Right.
was a academy graduate too. There's like within the officer corps, there is that little, hey,
Camaraderie
are
and all.
you?
I understand.
I was I was OCS.
Yeah.
There are military academy graduates, and then there are naval academy graduates, and there's
Hey,
there's a
hey,
pecking
hey,
order.
Stanley. Stanley,
However, yeah,
can you unpack the OCS? officer candidate school.
Oh
Right?
yeah, you know what?
Watch it. Let's unpack that. Now, guess who's in
Okay.
there teaching the officers? It's enlisted
Oh
people
shit! Oh
running them
wait,
through that.
hold it. Oh, there. I had. Hey, let me tell you a funny story. I had Senior Chief Canty. He was an E8. He was our battalion NCO. The first test, like we went to OCS, like my first couple weeks, I took an exam, and you know what? Now I scored the high. We had our first test, and I fucking got the highest score. I scored a perfect score, and you know what? He calls it. You will not believe this. He calls us all out on the hall. We're standing at attention. And you know what? He fucking came up to me. This was a black E8, Senior Chief Canty. He came up to me and he dropped me for 50. And I have no motherfucking clue why. I'm just pumping them out. And this motherfucker puts me back, I forget, recover, back to attention from the push-ups. And he goes, do you know why, Officer Candidate Cross, do you know why I did that? I'm like, no, Senior Chief, because you scored a perfect score and you did not help your shipmates out. Like, what?
Uh-oh.
But you know what it was? I was the only black dude on this in this particular squad.
Let me tell you the other part.
He wanted to call my dumb ass out, like, motherfucker, you're black. Why the fuck?
Let me help you
he
out.
just wanted to point out the excellence.
You're right. Yeah, because that's the way you do it without showing favoritism.
Hey, let me show you one quick thing. Fred, an old friend of mine, retired Army, senior enlisted. So, Fred's listening. Fred, hit the link if you want. Fred, hit the link.
Please come up here, Fred, so we can share some of these
Yeah,
stories.
this is Stan Autry, another senior enlisted Army.
Right.
Y'all can.
Hey, but Stanley, I got to tell you this, right? So now, isn't it amazing? You're going through this OCS, right? It's an enlisted person telling you to drop, telling you to do all these things, right?
Well,
and I'm telling you, watch this. This is what happens.
You're not an officer.
Yeah, but watch this. It even, right? When you become an officer, if you give me a little latitude, I want to share just one of my deployments, just real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try to be brief, right? So, 2008, deployed to Iraq, right? So, and I can talk to you often this and exactly where I was, but no problem. This is the thing. So I got this battalion commander, which when everybody deploys, they give them certain positions, right? Because you don't need all the auxiliaries and all that, because you got the brigade commander, all these divisions and all that. Guess what?
I don't understand that part of how you deploy, but
okay,
tell me what
I'll tell you.
We won't, what you
okay,
can.
I didn't want to belabor it, because if you're gonna give me some latitude,
no, you take the latitude, but you know how it works. We don't.
Right.
What you can tell
Yeah,
us.
no, because all this stuff is, I know this stuff I'm telling you, that's, man, everybody can Google it, right? It's hierarchy and all that, right? So when you got brigades and so many battalions below you, so many companies below you, and divisions, only so many. But then they give them certain duties, right? Because now they don't need everybody to be battalion commanders and all that. So they put this guy, this one officer, Colonel Hull, and I never ever, Lieutenant Colonel Hull. He was smelling his own ass, and he sounded like old buddy.
Was he Lieutenant Colonel full bird?
No, he's a lieutenant colonel. He's a battalion commander. He ain't full bird. There's no battalion commander.
I don't.
No, so I'll break it down
know how
for
it
you.
works.
But I'll break it down. And I appreciate the question. No, lieutenant colonel, that's battalion, and brigade. It's full bird, right? But this is the thing. So now we talking about the security piece, right? So Colonel Hull, he called everybody from all the different sections, right? And all that. And we go up to his office, right? And he got the guy that's over the Ford operation base, right? He got him in there, and he got the S2, which is intelligence, and everybody whoever is anybody. I go in there, and we sitting up there waiting for him to get started. And then the Lieutenant Colonel Hull, he said, guys, we went in the hearts and minds of people, so we're not going to search them when they come into our base, which is totally violation because at the time it was first CAD. That was the division that we was up under, right? So no problem. So I'm listening to him. He said, yeah, we went in the hearts and minds of people. And then he said, and at the time, I think I was sergeant first class. And hey, he said, sergeant first class officer, ha! I know what you're getting ready to say, but this is my footprint. I was like, Roger that. Roger that, sir.
Fred, hit the motherfucking link.
Yeah, come on over here, because I know he done went through some of them experiences too. He said that slick stuff,
Well,
and everybody.
Fred's shy.
No, tell me, come over here, man. We just chopping it up. Act like it's just us up here.
Hey, we don't control.
No, man, because I really want to meet him and I want to talk to him because I guarantee you the story that what I'm going to tell you, I guarantee he's experienced it too.
Nope. Okay, well let me do this. Fred's time is valuable. He does have two young, he's got a young family. So
no, I'm talking about. Tell me just
well,
please. Just
hold on. He can. Okay. Oh, he'll definitely listen. But Fred, that you're here. Fred doesn't come around here that often.
Okay.
So, having Fred in the audience is
man, it's a gem to me.
Salute, Fred.
Yeah, it's golden to me. So now I'm in this thing on meeting with all these other people because some people saying they representatives, some of them was officers, some of them was enlisted, whatever, senior, whatever. And when he said we went in the hearts and minds of people, we ain't searching none of them and just let them on the base, right? On the 5, rather. And I was like, he said, Sergeant First Class Soldier, hey, I know what you're ready to say. This is my footprint, right? I was like, all right, roger that, sir. Hey, I'm telling you, Stanley, I never ran so fast in my life to get back to my office. And I called division. I said, hey, Command Sergeant Major Stewart, in CW5 Boom. I said, hey, I just came in here and I just left a meeting. Bruh, that shit got crazy. I said, I just left a meeting, and this guy said, everything, because it's orders and all this stuff that we got to follow, you can't just change footprints. I don't give a damn if you're a brigade commander. You can't just do it. It's already up to corps, division, all the way down. But then he said, stay by your phone, and I'll call you back. He said, you're going to get he called me back. He said, you're going to get a phone call in a minute. Then I got a phone call from the brigade commander. All right, roger. And then I got a phone call, and they told me to report to the brigade headquarters. Went up there, and my partner, right? This is one of the people that I saw him when he was a little snotty-nosed lieutenant, and now he's the full-bird colonel. And guess what? Yeah, guess what happened, right? I'm talking about the guy, the brigade commander now. And so I'm listening. Yeah, but watch when I went upstairs, because it's always windy. Yeah, it wouldn't be lavish and all that. Went up the stairs, right? I walked in there. I said, Sergeant First Class Sergeant reporting as ordered, sir. He said, relax, at ease. And he said, and then now imagine, full bird colonel, lieutenant colonel, little old Sergeant First Class, right? I'm in there.
Well, they're not necessarily little.
No, but I'm telling you, that's why dumbasses like old buddy that you're reviewing, he don't know how hierarchy works, right? Now watch this. So I'm standing there.
Well, let me take a quick thing. Fred's here.
Hey, Fred.
Salute, Fred.
Hey, man. Salute, brother.
Hey, peace. I'm listening, man. It's a good story.
Yeah, yeah. But watch this. Now I'm upstairs. Three of us in there. Brigade commander, which is full bird colonel, and then lieutenant colonel. All right. So hey, he said, I'm tired of getting calls from division because you doing what the hell you want to do. He said, hey, Greg, because that's his first name, right? He said, don't you call me Greg. Because you know, obviously they call each other by the first name. He said, don't call me damn Greg. And then he locked him up and told him to get that damn attention. He said, let me tell you something. This is my footprint. How in the hell are you to change security measures, right? So you know me, I was just sitting back, right? See, I'm smart enough not to get in no freaking catty ass fights and shit. I could have cussed the guy out in there when we was over there. No, man, let the military do what it does. And guess what? This guy, he said, I start stuttering, stammering. He said, this is my footprint. He said, let me tell you what you're gonna do. When Sergeant First Class Officer tell you what to do, you better listen. He said, now shake his hand and apologize. But now imagine me. Imagine me in that. And both of these people are white. Both of these jokers are white. The brigade commander, that I got him up the ranks. And I say his ass so many damn times throughout the way, right? Because you know everybody grows up the rank together and enlisted in the officers, right? And that's how we keep going up the rank and looking out for each other, man, because you start developing kinship and relationships and esprit de corps. But he said, nah, tell him you sorry and shake his hand. Uh-oh. Now I'm standing up in this.
That's an 05. That's an 05 who's not going to make 06.
No, not. He retired as a 3-star general. No, I'm talking about my partner that told that lieutenant colonel.
Okay.
The lieutenant colonel was the one that was out of bounds. Because the vision kept talking about.
Did the lieutenant colonel make full bird?
No, they time we got back, they threw him out.
That's why that happened.
Yeah, they threw him out, bro. It was over for it. But I know not to fight with them, and I'm saying when he did that, because the vision is hitting the brigade commander in the head all the time, right? Because everybody got overwatch, and he told them, anytime Sergeant First Class Officer tell you something to do, he said, you better listen. Because I'm already connected with the vision, what the job I was doing. He's like, man, you start changing security measures. He wasn't talking about moving sandbags and whatever. No, bro, you talking about we ain't searching them anymore? And you think about what was going on around 2008. And I said, holy shit, right? And then I said, he said, Sergeant First Class Officer, you got anything? He said, I didn't know, sir. And I salute him. And I said, hey, permission, delete, right? Whatever, right? Forget the protocol. And then I left. Man, he was cussing that joker out. Man, I could hear him all the way down the damn stairs. Bro,
wow.
I'm telling you, the enlisted and the officers, when somebody's right, they're right. But you just got to have the ones that's on the right side of freaking what's right, man. We in combat,
well, I
bro.
have a similar story. But it wasn't quite this way. It was Fred. What's up, man? You never come up here, so it is your floor. You are the special guest star.
No, I don't have nothing. I was just listening in, man. I'm about to working on some stuff. I'll take a shower. It's good to meet you. Retired Sergeant First Class or EA?
No, first sergeant. I retired as first sergeant. Yeah, but I'm talking about that incident in 2008. I was at E7. I was like, man,
what is it? What is it, first sergeant?
Reckless.
Is it E8 or what?
Yeah, it's E8 with a diamond. And you get that appointment.
Okay, well, you know what? I was in Army ROTC. I was in Army. I had an Army ROTC scholarship, and made it through 3 years.
Obviously,
but you know what? I forget. I wound up in the Navy.
It's no worries, Stanley. I'm just messing with you, brother.
No, it's all right. I sometimes I forget because the Army and the Marines have kind of a different rank structure. Well, the different names, same rank structure. So,
Right.
Fred, what the hell have you been doing, and where have you been?
Uh-oh.
I
Let
never
me put
see you.
myself on
Just
mute.
chilling, man. I was on vacation and we went to Luxembourg for a while. We just got back last
Wow.
week. And
Did y'all have fun?
yeah, it's nice. It's interesting now. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
By the way, Fred lives in Europe and is shit.
Bless his
Got a
heart.
family. He
Enjoying
is
it. He said,
from.
bless his heart.
Well, no, I'm gonna extol your black excellence.
Yeah, bless his heart, man. I mean,
Dude. Well, let me just say this because I've known Fred for a little bit. He is
okay.
when Be Brave talks about black culture and the depravity of it. This dude just beclowns himself. Here is an E8 in 03 who's 60. It's been a while since I've been in 03, but dude,
Come on, man.
and
Tell me
a
about it, man.
motherfucker who literally is living successfully. One of these days you have to send me that picture from the beer garden. This dude, you smoke, Fred,
Hey,
you are living the life.
Good
So
God.
my bottom line, and I have to admit I've had a couple beers, but dude, Be Brave has he should be on this panel, like asking us. The dude
No, I
is
wouldn't be here.
70. He should have been like asking his daddy what to do to be Fred or Stan. It's like, what the
hey,
hell?
hey, Stanley. You know what's really wild, right, about the whole thing is that, hey, man, you don't tell me after people have done all these things and you sit here and you sleep up under the cover. And I ain't even talking about the movie. I'm talking about real. Because I used to tell people just say thank you. Because I'm telling you, you don't tell us how to do our business to keep you safe when you sitting up here running your mouth. Because the people that's
See,
actually been
I
there.
don't get all wrapped up like that.
No, I know, no,
We
what I'm
did what we
saying. I
did.
don't even talk. I don't talk about it. But when I sit there and I listen to them, I'm like, guys, do you know what people are doing even while we on the phone right now? Because I still got connection with my friends, and my
Well,
comrades.
let me give you a little bit of
You was
my
talking about the
framing.
military? The Be Brave,
Yeah,
Be Cowardly guy?
Oh, no.
yeah, the cavalry guy.
No,
Right.
I think when I hear people like Be Brave who have literally done nothing, he has, if in Fred, you know what, I'll just belabor the point, but Be Brave is like the poster boy for not white supremacy. This dude will think he's superior just because of the color. Dude, I was a naval officer, which is hard
Yes,
to
sir.
be. It's hard to get.
Good luck with that one.
It's
Even
but
to this
no,
day.
I will. Well, but here's my point, Stan. This motherfucker will come up if you heard what he had to say. He's like, "Well, Stanley, you don't know shit. You're part of the 70%, and Stan, you will learn. Be brave. This dude is
I've seen them
like
idiots my
almost
whole
the.
life.
Well, he's the Yosemite Sam.
Man. Man,
Like,
and we've seen
so
people that fail their whole life and then they want to blame somebody
no,
else for their
you know
failure.
what? He thinks, and see, let me tell you the worst part. John Galt, this John Galt channel, John Galt literally told me once that, you know what, Stanley, you and Be Brave are about the same. You've achieved the same things in life. And I was like,
Whoa,
what?
whoa,
That is John Galt. I was like,
whoa.
what?
Hey, Stanley,
I'm
can
like,
you imagine?
dude.
Can you imagine
No,
somebody?
what I can't imagine is a black American in
Hey,
the hood telling me, John Galt, dude, you
hey,
know what?
hey, hey,
John
Stanley,
Galt doesn't know. No. I need to understand. And Stan Autry, give me a sec. This
No, man, because I don't
motherfucker
want you to kick your
literally
boy in the
wants
head
to
again.
compare this. Well, I'm not going over there to do that, but this is a black man from Alabama who is younger than me. He's like 50 or so. He literally told me that, hey, y'all are warm, you got a house. I'm like, I was shocked. I'm like, John Galt
He's from Aniston or some shit.
thinks.
He's from like the fucking.
No,
Stanley,
They don't
John
listen to
Galt
nobody
is a
that
sir.
piece
smoke
of work.
weed in public, bro.
Hey, Stanley, sir.
Well,
I'm telling you, I know how
better
challenged
than
this
that.
shit is.
John Galt is John Galt.
Yeah, but watch this.
And there,
But
go.
I would take offense to 30 seconds. I would take offense real quick with this. Now you tell me 35 years of honorable service, and you tell me sitting down with sitcom, arson, and division level and core, you're gonna tell me that somebody else is the same as me? That's why me and my man Red, we didn't laugh. We like, man, we didn't give you no energy on that. But to tell you as a naval officer, and I'm telling you, we did
It
joint
means,
missions and sit
dude,
in them
I
meetings.
am
I'm like, we
literally,
laughing, man.
this is 2025. I have to rely on my intellect. Or, you know what? In the end, let me tell you how, and Fred, you know this, and Stan, you know this. I am what my son has done. Motherfucker, I'm an old man. My son, and Fred, you know the story. My son is not chopped liver, and I did it myself. Not because I wanted to, but it is what it is. And I had a lot of, my son's not dumb, but you know what? I'm proud of my son. He is at
As you
an
should be.
engineering school.
As you should be.
and after his freshman year, he's not failing out. He is actually, and as a matter of
Excelling.
fact, he is doing well. He didn't make all A's.
No, when I say excelling, he's moving forward. Excellent.
Well,
I
let
ain't
me
say
put it to you
excellent.
this way.
Oh,
Let me tell you the joke. This motherfucker made a B in math for the first time in his young life at
okay.
Georgia Tech. And I'm like, because I know Georgia Tech. I went to the University of Georgia. Georgia
Mhm.
Tech will weed your ass out. They do it with their calculus courses. They do it with their
Right.
physics courses. For some reason or another, they want the strongest. And
Right.
so my son got all B's and one A. And you know what? Me as the dickhead father, and I was a dickhead. I'm like, well, we could use another A or two. He
Yeah.
looked at me dead in my eye and he said, Dad, this school is hard. And you know what? I've never heard him say that. The motherfucker, I used to fuss at him about his study habits, and he finally hit the brick he needs. He's going to have to work his way through this motherfucking college.
All right.
And I am
Exactly.
enjoying it. I told him it was going to happen. So
Look at the faces
when
of
he looked at
training
me,
in
but
life.
let me tell you what I told him. What my response was, well, Dad, this is hard. He looked me deep in my eye. And I was like, well, you know what? Just try to make B's then and have some fun.
Hey, well,
Dude, he'll
hey,
be
Hey,
okay.
I
Stanley.
gotta go. Hey
Hey,
guys,
hey,
I gotta
Fred,
go.
before you go, thank
Fred,
you
it
for your
was an
service.
honor having you here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
you
you for
too,
your
Tuck.
service. Yeah, man. But I'll say this real quick before you go. And I'm going to tell you this is that I remember every time I would leave and go on a TDY or go on a deployment or a Diddy move or go to dang on combat because I went on like 10 of them. But that's neither here nor there. And every time I would come back to the barbershop, them jokers getting fatter, they getting high blood pressure, and they telling us why you fighting
White
the
man's.
W war. And I'm like, guys, I mean, if we don't go, you can't go. I'm like, bruh. it's no problem. Now I got wake up money, right? And if they ask me to do it again, because the only reason I did it, not that I wasn't academic and all that, man, I did it because I was following the legacy of my father, my late father, my hero. I said, I can do this and I can do both. No problem. So when everybody talk all that stuff, bro, I was like, man, you welcome. Hey, you fighting this? What war you gonna fight? I mean, cool, no problem. Now you sitting there,
Let me hop in here and
Go ahead,
tell
bro.
Fred. Fred, anytime you want to come up, it is honestly, and I mean this, it is an honor. You never come
It's an
up.
honor.
So,
Yeah, nah, man.
thanks,
That's
guys. Hey,
brother, man. That's that brotherhood.
yes,
That's
sir.
that brotherhood,
And
that
we
camaraderie,
will
man.
finish the Glenn Ford Sam Cedar. So
That's that brotherhood. That's
I
that
just watched
brotherhood.
Glenn
I'm pretty
Ford.
sure with
Glenn
you,
Ford thing, man.
I'm pretty sure we
Man,
chew some of the same dirt, man. Man, we got
yeah, I got
something that's different than everybody else has ever done in their life, and we're gonna
well,
always link up.
Fred is
yeah.
kind of busy. We can go
I
back
I'll be in the
to
know.
the
background.
debrief.
I'll be in the background. I'll be in the
Well,
Yeah,
dude, you
well,
can
one,
stay. I know you're busy, and
hey, sir, can you stay out of illicit business? Bruh came up because the brothers is here. Thank you, sir. Sir, we don't need no paperwork for you to sign off on. I don't need you to sign for me to go to school, sir. We
For real.
talking. I'm talking to the
Roger
brother.
that.
We don't
Roger
need
that.
you that. We don't need you for that. And man, he came up. I said, bro, can you come up? Saying he busy and all that. And then he popped up. Let the enlisted do what we do.
Yeah, unless they actually come up, I'm coming. So this is how it is.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Well,
I appreciate
my
you,
bad,
brother.
Pop. My
Good
bad.
talk.
Hey, once you set up a segment, whenever cause I know you had to contact Fred, and I said and put my stuff in the back for you, Stanley. Then we can just set it up when he can plan it out, and we can just sit up here and talk about it, man. This is what life is, man. Be able to talk about, man. And that's cool, man. I mean, I'm glad he took the time, but man, when the enlisted are talking, sir. Hey, respectfully,
Yeah,
sir,
this is
let the
good.
enlisted talk. He talking about
Yeah,
he busy and all this. He's been
Well,
up here for about
I'm
10, 15
muted.
minutes.
I'm letting you talk. I
Yeah,
am letting
yeah.
you talk, Todd.
Hey, Fred, he's gonna set it
yeah.
up where we can just sit up here when it's convenient for you. So we can
Oh
just sit up
yeah,
here and
you
sit
know what?
back.
That is
Yeah.
something we could do, but Fred's living a good life.
Just send it on
Yeah.
Discord or some Stan. Send it on Discord or where I'd be at most of the time.
Okay,
But
got you,
Okay.
bro.
we can make time.
Hey,
We can make time,
Fred,
Top. So
Fred, if
you know how
you're
it
We
is.
always make
interested,
time for
I
us.
know
Yeah,
I'll just put it up on the Discord that you're at.
yeah.
I
All
love
right.
All right,
it.
man.
I love it. I
Y'all be
love it.
easy, man. All right,
Hey
salute, Top.
man.
Take it
Hey,
easy,
hey,
Fred.
salute to you, brother. Thank
All right.
you. Thank you for your service. Hey, Stanley, I'm telling you, hey, man. Man, because,
Nah,
man,
that motherfucker's a soldier.
I know. Then he came up, right?
Well,
He said, all
you
right,
know
Tom,
what?
wait a minute, sir.
All right,
Then
all
you
right.
say he
Stop
busy
that
saying don't
sir
pressure
bullshit.
him and all that. I didn't have to say nothing to him, Stanley. I said, just let him come up. You jumped in. What officers do we expect y'all? We
Yeah.
didn't need any paperwork to be signed, sir.
Now,
Because trust me, we know where to
now I
find
feel
you.
like a
And
fool.
then he came up. No. We never look like a fool. Because if you look like a fool, sir, I look like a fool. If I look like a fool,
Well,
you
let
look
me
like a
tell
fool.
you something.
Come
Um,
on. Come on.
now within the Navy, dude, I had a black XO on my second ship for a couple months. I had a black lieutenant when I was an ensign. He was my immediate boss. These motherfuckers, you know what? The Navy, look, the black officer corps, and I dated a black senior enlisted woman. She was roughly my age. Actually, she was a little older. This is the interesting thing, and I don't even know that we should go into it, but you know what? Um, within that senior enlisted kind of senior junior officer, like the Navy's kind of different. It is the same that, if you get that gold oak leaf cluster, major in the Army, lieutenant, commander in the Navy, majors in the other branches, the
Mm.
04s are considered senior officers. In the
Mm.
Navy, they're not. 05s are senior. That is
Understood.
when you achieve senior.
Understood.
04s are not. I have no
You
idea
know,
why not.
hey, but the beauty behind it is, if a major
But let
shows
me
up,
make a quick point.
go
There's
ahead, bro.
intermingling in the Navy, and I have no clue if it's still that way. But I almost married a woman who was a chief and made senior chief, and she was 5 years older, but she was also awesome. And I was going to get out of the Navy anyway. So, what does that happen in the Army, or can you talk about it
The intermingling?
in the Army? Does it?
Yeah, fraternization.
Well, but in the senior black specific ranks,
So
there
different to
are.
what happens in the army that I can speak on that I know of. See, the difference is, right? I've seen officers marry, enlisted, and all this stuff, right? But
But
the
one of them
difference,
has to get out, right?
no, nah, zero,
Really?
zero, zero. No,
Now they
you just
like
can't.
are the well. Let me ask you a quick question: line officers,
No,
MOSs that are
uh,
combat?
it doesn't even matter about that. This is what the
Really?
army does. I'm gonna speak about the army.
Yeah,
See,
please do.
you can't be in the direct chain of command where you got influence. That's it. I got partners that his wife was
Really?
CW5. Yeah, you can't be in direct command of them, right? Where you got influence. You know how y'all do. I know we call them OERs, right? Our officer evaluation reports and then NCOERs, right? And I know y'all got y'all versions of it too, right? But no, that long as they ain't indirect, man, what kind of what kind of world will we be? We say you can't love who you love, but you can't be in direct connection. You can't, right? Because can you imagine you, sir, you the dang on let me speak in the army language, that you are the company commander.
Well, I know
And
what an OER is.
yeah, okay, no, I'm just trying, it's mainly for the audience, sir.
Oh,
But yeah,
and stop
yeah,
that, dude.
yeah.
I'm motherfucker. How old are you? I'm 60. I am
Man,
long. I am a
man,
long ways
I
from
just
60.
turned over
I'm
half a
long
century
ways from
old.
sir.
No, sir. I said when we talking military, give me the latitude to say
Got
sir.
it. Got
All
it.
right,
Got
let
it.
me give you the respect. But I'm saying is that that's how the thing go, right? So if you are a company commander and you have some specialist, some sergeant, whatever it is, no, you can't be in the direct chain of command.
Right.
But you can look across the globe, look at all the jokers that's been married and
Right.
retired and all that. You don't have to get out. It's just that you can't be connected where you got influence. So quite naturally, you're gonna look out for your lady if you give a
But
damn.
let me put it to you this way. I got out in '94,
Oh,
and
sir, the
yeah,
world's
I am
changed.
old. I'm 60,
The
dude.
world, no, I'm not saying that the world has changed because you know how they
Well,
keep
no,
recycling
but
laws.
let me just give a quick synopsis of.
Okay,
And you know what? It's better to know your version. I'm sure it's a better version, but back in, say, I got out, dude. I left my ship. It was uh, it was the year 1994 when women in
you
the Navy could do combat ships. My last ship was a destroyer.
you join when, sir?
89.
Oh. Okay, and that's
Oh
when I
yeah,
joined too.
motherfucker, I'm
That's
old.
when I joined too, sir. That's when I joined too.
Well, well, you were there longer.
We got something in common. So I just want to make sure I heard you,
However,
sir.
but
I'm put
let me
myself
make
on
this
mute.
point. There was um there was it was verboten. You know, officer enlisted, officer shit, even male officer, female officer, it was not necessarily encouraged. So you may understand how it evolved better than me. I had a girl, and she wasn't a girl, she was older than me. And honestly, I should have married her. She's one of my regrets. And she was 6 feet tall, beautiful black woman. She had gone a little bit to Southern University. This woman, and of course I lost track. And of course, I was the asshole. I,
Says
you know what?
not so. Says not so. I thought
What's
you just
up?
started being an asshole today.
Well,
Of
that's
course
true.
you was the asshole then.
Well, I'm
Come
an
on.
old asshole, and you know what?
I got you, sir.
I've, but here's the deal, and actually, here's my whole point. People like these, people think that I have not lived a whole life, and I got a lot more life. But dude, I have seen things. I have dated beautiful women. And the reason I should have married her is, motherfucker, this woman was a 6-footer and she was gorgeous. And I'm a 6-footer, or was.
Yeah, but a whole
Um,
life and a fulfilled life. That's what you live, sir. I
you
get
know
what you're
what?
saying.
What I've done is got a son into an elite engineering school. Maybe that's what I'm in. It's only the fourth best, but MIT, Caltech, Stanford, and Georgia Tech is number 4. This motherfucker is going to. It's an elite university, and I didn't go to chopped liver.
What?
My college was top 50 when I went there, but it was a state school.
Why
Look,
do you?
I don't. I'm obsessed with defeating the B Braves of the world. My motherfucking son is going to be an engineer. I'm a chemist. He's an. You know what? And Stan, I just get so annoyed with these fucking
I know.
half-cocked white supremacists.
I know. I know. I know. They don't even have a clue how the world works. They don't have a
Well,
clue.
they do actually. And where instead, just give me one
What?
more second.
Okay. Give me the mic, please.
John motherfucking Galt is just their handmaiden. That's what annoys me.
Okay. Well, I don't know too much about him,
Well,
but I
I
just
do.
want to. Okay.
And
So
you
you
know what?
spinning me
It'll be
up. You
okay.
spinning me up. You spinning me up. But this is what I want to say,
Oh
right?
no, you know what? Fucking spin it. We hey, this is free speech.
Hey, but what I want to say to you is that you have established this platform, and at least for the moment, and I appreciate your respect and your grace and all
Well,
that
dude,
that
I
we can
worked
talk about
senior enlisted our life.
that we can talk about the military stuff, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm like, sure, and because when I was over here before, you said that's my man, saying this is this and that. He was in the chat, and then he came up, right? But I'm telling you, experiences, right? Because I
Right.
listen to a lot of this clickety clack stuff that happens with everybody, and they
Mhm.
talking this stuff. I said, do you know that you don't have a clue what the hell you talking about? Oh,
Interesting.
white supremacy and the black. I'm talking about you. Like the people that's talking, they wouldn't even
Right.
invite them to a dang on to a fire sale. I'm like, so I'm like, what? I'm like, guys, what people had to do in life, right? When you get into these arenas, when you see how this dynamics work, and
Right.
so
Oh
I
shit.
love the way you
Okay.
break it down.
Okay,
I love
Pop.
the way you break it down. Say, guys, man, you're an officer, right? Got out of the military. Now you got two senior enlisted people. Man, we done seen all this. And I'm
You
like,
know what?
okay.
That is such a good way to frame it.
I'm like, we seen it happen in real time. I'm
Right.
like, these people just go good. because America's really been good in the world, not just America. The world's been real good to keep people delusional and think that everything is good. Nothing's ever going on. Didn't you say what type of ship you was on? Because my youngest brother, he was in the Navy, and I'm telling you, they don't know what the hell is really going on, but we're being real good, making them think they safe. Cool. But don't be talking all that crazy stuff. I understand why it's frustrating, right? Because it frustrates me. But when they do so, when they take it over the top and double down on it, then we speak out on it. But if somebody's
Well,
saying
you
something they
know,
just don't know.
well, let me ask you this. These
Sure.
I don't have the patience with this stupidity. Okay, you are like
Trust
you
me, I
know,
know.
and I'm just like, why do I have to put up with this?
Hey man,
And
yeah,
I fucking
you must ain't seen Ben over at Bruh show. And don't worry about it, I sent it to you. And when I told him it's enough of this. All this nonsense and all that stuff with these certain clowns. I said, man, I've have endured enough. I've endured enough. If that's what it is. So when I respond, right? You notice how when we first met, and then we start talking about military stuff. You notice how everything just calmed down. We spoke to each other as men respectfully. I'm
right.
like, man, because guess what? You look just like everybody else and all that. But when I heard you speak, right? A lot of them don't sit down and listen to you speak. When you heard me speak, guess what? You was like, oh, I got it. Man, because
Yeah.
we've been around so much BS so long. Man, I'm telling you, I don't care. And you can call me wrong, brother. I don't care where I go, it's on site. I'm not going to let them think that they can just disrespect me, you, or whomever, bro. Man, because they've been running this dang on race so long. And that's what I was listening to when you was doing the play. Oh, call you a coward? I said, man, hey, bro, when I think of Stanley Cross, I
Well,
never
you
think
know what?
about no coward.
This is the funny thing about the
That's funny,
people like
man.
Be Brave. They don't know what bravery is. He will call me a coward because he thinks everyone's a coward who does not agree with his pie crust thin dude. My son, and this is gonna sound so elitist. Dude, this motherfucker doesn't dude, I grew up better than most of the white people that, are on this Be Brave channel. I
Guilty as
literally
charged.
dude,
Guilty as
no,
charged.
no, no.
Myself.
I grew up lucky as a motherfucker. I won. Just by luck. Dude. Um, Be Brave would not. These people don't know. John Galt, sure, he's doing well. These motherfuckers don't know. Portia knows. like, and Portia and maybe HB might get the concept. And y'all be happy talking about a culture. All I encourage folks to do is know what the fuck you're talking about. Black people, you need to know the fight that you're waging. And the funny part is there are more Be Braves out there who are just as dumb. Be Brave has no fucking clue what his
After you get
own.
done, I got a serious question for you after you get done.
No, I'm done.
Hey, let me because this is another thing that keep coming back up, right? That what as black people, right? They say
Mhm.
that we need to fight, right? We need to,
No, fight what?
yeah. Watch this. No, man, sir, you jumping ahead of me. Typical officer. Watch this. So I'm just listening and like, hey, y'all need to fight the white man. I'm like, white man. I say, wait a minute. I like, hold up. So, I had a good friend of mine, man, that we chew the same dirt combat. So because now I'm
Oh,
talking
that's
to
funny.
you, and I'm talking to you, and I'm like, I'm listening to my, well, yo, we want you to fight the white man, and I'm just doing the math on this shit, sir. But watch this. I'm like, okay, which one? The one that you went to school with, the one you got children with, the one that's in your
Yeah,
family,
that
the one that's Larry.
bingo. Bingo.
I'm like, man, this will be the quickest war that ends. I'm like, man, which one is it? Man, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna give you, I promise to give you back the mic.
No, there.
China's got 1.4 million. I mean, excuse me, billion people in their country. Russia, nuke, and all that. And now, you gonna tell me that they sitting at bay, you think you're gonna send us out on that mission? I'm like, guys, fight who? See, because every time I deployed, I knew who the enemy was, right? Identified and whatever. But now the black women say, y'all ain't real men. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I ain't John Q. Because you're going to tell me to do something and I go to prison while you can get to do what you got to do. I was like, man, y'all are crazy. Y'all don't understand. Even Americans that don't look like us, that's white, they won't even fight them. You got China, you got Russia, and they telling us, "Hey, let's mount up and fight who?" Hey, I ask the women that say that stuff to us. Tell us who the enemy is, cause white is too vague, man. It's too vague, sir.
I don't
How can
know.
you interject?
It depends. I keep going back in CKJ3. Hit the link. Let's see.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
rather
Tell me
early.
everybody come up, man. We
No,
just rocking out.
CKJ3 is Navy, and
Oh yeah,
my
yeah, yeah,
my.
yeah, man. I love the armed
Well,
forces.
they'll come up. I'll drop the link because
Yeah,
these
I love
days
the
I
armed
stopped
forces.
dropping the link. But Stan, it is awesome that you're
I,
even here. You,
I,
I'm being silly, and
I tell you when I have the opportunity, bro. When I see you on, bro. When I got time, bro, I'm coming up here and rock out with you, man. I got time today.
that is
So,
so cool, and I
man, I got
appreciate
time
it.
today. Hey, bro, man, because every time I deployed, I knew who the enemy was. And now
Yeah,
when somebody tell you, yo, we go fight the white man, I said, which one? The one that's your grandfather, the one that's your husband that you married, or your co-worker? I said, guys, come on, man. If people that across the globe won't fight the United States,
huh.
and I'll land the plane.
Let me address John Strives here.
Okay,
John,
sure.
John, um, I just will not agree. John, the next time you're up on the screen, up on the panel, remind me to talk to you about Persian culture, like Shah of Iran. This is like mid, what, 70s, closer, um, from the mid 70s back. You want to talk to me about this? Those motherfuckers, Iran was more European than
Uh
France.
oh.
I
Uh
mean,
oh.
Iran was the France
Uh
of,
oh.
of
Uh
fucking
oh.
the Middle
Stanley.
East. No, no,
Uh
no,
oh.
no. Strives and I are
Oh.
fine. No, wait, hold it.
You're right. You're right.
No, dude, there are, and again, I commit the sin of reading, dude. Persian culture is awesome, like seriously awesome. From the cuisine, um, just just Parsi, Parsi, Farsi. Is there a part? There's a Parsi and a Farsi. I don't understand the difference. Believe this or not, Cornell West, that Cornell West probably knows the difference. Okay, well, well, stop talking about the Persians are cool. Okay, I've lost where you're going here, John, and I respect you. Not hit the link if you want. John and I are buddies. Chat's not the best way to understand.
Get
John
a
makes
full thought out.
complicated points. John makes complicated points, and I try to
Hey,
too. And
hey, hey,
John is that MF. John strives.
hey,
He'll make his point. They
hey.
created monotheism. You're talking about Zoroastrianism. Is that what you're talking about? That is an obscure point. Not many people know that, son.
Hey, sir. Just
Yeah,
one
John
thing.
Strives is a smart person.
No. Watch this, sir. See, because I've been around this stuff so long, right? So I would pass the notes to the officer when they get stuck, and
Oh,
then they would pass the notes and all that. We're gonna work it out together because we're trying to get to a solution, right? Or a answer, right? But that's another thing. I'm like, sir, when you was the officer and you was on the ship and all that. Now, how in the hell do you think what's our laws of probability? Let's say that everybody that I don't care what they sexual orientation is, and everybody that's supposed to be black, and let's say if we did find who the enemy was, and we said we're gonna go fight them, how long you think it'd take you? How long would it take you, sir? I know it's been a while since you've been there.
I
How
am
long would it
I
take
am
you to wipe it
thoroughly
out?
lost as to your point. If you're
No,
gonna fight a war, win it.
yeah, no, I'm talking about us. Because I took you
Oh,
back
you
because
mean
you
black
started
people
talking
in
to,
America?
right. That's what I'm saying
We
because they telling us we
well,
need to go fight. Go
let
ahead,
me
bro.
propose an odd point. We've already won. And let me tell you why I think we won.
I agree.
Look at these Latinos. And I look,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
well, no, hold
You're
on.
right. I'm telling you right.
No, but we've also lost. It is always look, bottom line is black people's won the culture war like back when Sammy Davis Jr. was hanging out with the Rat Pack. Okay, there are more be
I want to
brave
keep it in
and think
2025.
people than there are smart white people. White people's problem is they're breeding be brave and thinks and all these dumb white people. They think raising their kids to be patriotic and committed, they are raising Dylan Roofs, and they're too dumb to figure it out.
Hey, sir,
People,
you get to the point that I approach where now it's coming back up that the black man you need to go fight the white man,
ah,
and then
let them
and
kill themselves.
yeah. So I'm saying you as a naval officer, if 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 whomever's crazy enough to try that, when we already know the opposition over there, 1 point something billion people, and they military is whatever hundreds of millions and all that, and they gonna tell our little knock knee, weak, don't have any weapons, because that switch ain't gonna work. Because you already seen the power. Imagine when you got out, right? You say you was in there 4 or 5 years, and you
No,
joined in '89.
let me do this. Let me
Okay,
gather all this back in.
okay,
The problem is stupidity.
okay. Thank you,
America does not
thank you.
seem to be able to figure it out. Um, and this is from July July 4th, 1776. It has been
Oh,
a well, hold on. It has been a racial problem. The country was founded upon racism, et cetera, et cetera. We haven't been able to figure it out post Civil War. Here we are in 2025, and we have dumb fucks, and you don't know who Be Brave and Think is. Folks in the chat will. Be Brave and Think is literally an anachronism, And John Galt is an anachronism too. This is why.
Respectfully, sir, I'm gonna let you
Well,
go
hold
ahead
on,
because I
because
know you
this
want to
is
kick
more
their
for
ass.
the
So I'm
chat.
gonna shut up.
You missed this part. John Galt came up on the chat. Be Brave came up on a chat with some weird mission, and I shut that shit down. Not because I mean, pardon me.
Now you good, bro.
The shit was shut down because it should be shut down. Be Brave isn't that bright. And I literally don't want to be so megalomaniacal. I know shit. I know more than Be Brave. I know more than John Galt. John Galt knows how to be John Galt, but I use my real name. I know shit. I do not fear Be Brave. The dumb motherfuckers like Be Brave. I do not fear John Galt. Y'all need to stop this racist bullshit and have your come to your Jesus moment if you must. But the best thing you can do is, if you are going to like talk about Western culture and all that stuff, look at the title of my show. I know more than the motherfucker who's praising white culture, because I knew Be Brave is the motherfucking coal miner. Okay, Be Brave is the person who brings the coal home to his white superiors. Him coming down and pretending and picking on black people, motherfucker, that is literally 1850 in the South. You know, you might slap down some little adult white male. He wanted $50 from, the plantation owner. And this motherfucker, I'm not giving you $50, I'm giving you 10. And then this motherfucker would have to go home to a wife in a house that they didn't have running water in and explain why he did not get the $50. He got 10, and he would try and explain it to, his wife, and the 10 little Be Braves that he had to support on $10. Y'all don't have running water. And then, but who gave him the $10? And this is the motherfucker's problem. It was some well-dressed butler who was perfumed. So, that $10 was given to him by Steven at Candyland to do a Django thing. And that motherfucker is so pissed off. So if he is just walking on the road down to the river, probably back to the saloon in his small town, because that motherfucker doesn't have the money his wife thought. She's mad at him. His kids are suffering in that shack without running water. This motherfucker told his wife, I'm going to the bar. So on his way to the bar, it's some random bullshit. He sees a Negro. That Negro is minding his own business. So Be Brave slaps that black person down. You N-word, you N-word, you look so smart, so well dressed. You know what? Be Brave slaps him down because Be Brave has white skin. That person he slapped down, hey, he's just an N-word. And then, I was on your panel. I tried to slap you down and I couldn't do it. So I'm going to go back to my panel. Even his own little boy, Big Time, had mixed feelings about it, because I had to Be Brave his fucking dumb ass. Be Brave That motherfucker is a 70-year-old clown, in that John Galt wants to act like, Be Brave is not fucking cat food. Up to Be Brave, but motherfuckers, when John Galt and Be Brave come up to my panel, rewind it and see how I treated the both of them. This is Stanley versus the world, not Be Brave's channel and not John Galt's show. Fucking start a new one. I'm smarter than the both of you. John Galt, Be Brave, combine your brains and you might come up to half. I'm tired of the bullshit. Y'all do better. And you can. I have no doubt y'all can. But there is a reason I'm going to watch this garden show. Because I know black excellence and apparently y'all don't. So, Stan, I
Say
went
that
on.
again. Say that again.
Motherfucker,
Dude, black excellence.
See, these motherfuckers want to say, well, Stanley, why can't you? Stanley, why don't you care about Diddy? Stanley, why don't you care about inner city violence? Motherfucker, I didn't grow up there. Why would I care? If you grew up there, you will care, but I just didn't. And I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not. I'm not.
Control the controllables. The stuff that you got within your space.
Well, no, the bottom line is know where you came from, and I just didn't come from the inner city. Motherfucker, for better or for worse, dude, I literally have a show with an Alexander Pope quote. But guess how I got? You know what? You want to know how I got into this motherfucking Catholic high school?
Uh-oh.
I grew up Catholic. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I literally am a cradle Catholic. So is my mother. My parents toiled and worked and all that stuff. I went 1st through 12th to Catholic schools. Never been to a public school. My mother was a public school teacher. 1st through 12th Catholic school. I had to test into my high school. It was an all-boys Catholic military school run by Benedictines. Now, this is everybody, not just little Catholic 8th grade boys. You had to test into the school. Motherfucker, I did 10th best in the city. 10th best in Savannah, Georgia to get into the school. That was me. Fuckers were totally surprised. But you know what? I always made good grades. It wasn't that much of a surprise. They just didn't know. And you know what? I remember my father, who is now 82, he drove me out there because there's no city bus. He drove me out there. I took the fucking test. And he picked me up, and he literally, it was rainy and a little bit cold. My father said, and I swear to God, this is what I said. He was like, well, Stanley, how do you think you did? I told him I failed it. I'm not feeling well. I literally told him I washed out. And then about a month later, Sister Lucy interrupts the 8th grade class, and I was always in trouble. Well, not a lot, but I was mischievous. I had a mouth on me. So Sister Lucy, principal of the Cathedral Day School, right next to the cathedral in Savannah, Georgia, comes in and goes, well, Stanley Cross. And I'm like, oh shit, what have I done? I wasn't quite Dennis the Menace, but I was tad mischievous. But people liked me because I had good one-liners. So she's like, well, guess what? I'm like, Sister Lucy, it's more or less, what have I done? You scored 10th highest. It was I was like, what? motherfucker, when I got to my high school, dude, my high school was maybe 5% black. In my class of 30, in the top academic group, there was me and another black guy. And he was a football player, and that motherfucker was super smart too. But he was a jock and smart. I think he wound up being a lawyer. He was jock and smart. I'm the dumb motherfucker, the effete motherfucker who does Alexander Pope. Bottom line is my metal has been tested. I motherfucking know I'm smart. Okay. And you know what? When a dumb son of a bitch like Be Brave wants to come up and challenge me, I knew I was smart and was tested as smart. Challenged to get into an exclusive high school as smart. Motherfucker, I did that at like 12 to get into the best math and science high school. Motherfuckers, my graduating class had like 4 people, 2 into the Naval Academy, 2 into the military academy. And there were a lot of alternates. Motherfucker, my high school would put like 4 or 5 people. My graduating class was a 96 people, and 4 of them went to military academies. I know how smart I am because I didn't graduate number 1, but I graduated in the top 20%. So that means I was like number 19 or something out of 96 people. Well, probably, maybe not, maybe 25%. Motherfucker, I know academic challenges. I know how smart I am. I was a naval officer. I had to prove myself there. The Be Braves, the fucking bottom feeders, y'all don't know what the fuck you talk about. I just entertain dumb fucks like you just cause I'm bored. Sorry for this
I
soliloquy,
feel the
but
same way.
motherfucker, I am that I am what Be Brave fears most. I'm a motherfucking smart black man. I don't doubt myself. I've been proven, bitch. I'm 60. I was doing this shit at like 10, 11, 12. I passed the test motherfucking 50 years ago.
But let me jump in for 30 seconds because you cooking. I'm just telling you.
No, I am so
I
embarrassed.
feel
I'm so
no, because I'm
fucking
enjoying
embarrassed.
this because we
But
don't get
motherfucker,
really the
this
chance to
is
talk.
actually how, dude,
Let me tell you
this
how
is
I
me.
see the world as well, right? So when people try to come at me, right, and I understand what my path was and all that, and then the people who hadn't even achieved anything in their life, and they think they got the right to stomp down. I'm like, and and I'm gonna be honest with you, my late father, my hero, and my late mother, the matriarch of the family. I'm not allowing people to talk trash and talk down and do all this stuff. Man, you ain't gonna because you spit in I allow you to spit in my face, you're gonna spit it, you spitting in my parents' face, right? Because I come from an era where family was this and that. I know what they did. And I know I was the one that was studying. I know I had to achieve all these things. But to listen to somebody that never achieved anything in their life but just breathe and exist and you're gonna talk down. It's Stanley, you know I ain't never said anything you said was wrong with it. Nah, bro, I understand where you're coming from. And and I'm like, "Well, I get it. Nah, man, pop your collar. It ain't even popping the collar. It's like, man, if we allow people to talk down, and you think you're gonna minimize who we are, what we achieved, and what we ran through to get here, and you could have just showed up if you had a brain in your head, you couldn't even do that. But I got a challenge for you though. The next time that you on any one of those channels, right? Because he keep that little
Which
rust.
channel? Give me one specifically,
I'm talking
because
about them two
I've
guys.
never been on Freezies,
I'm talking about
and
them two guys. Them two guys. when because it be very big all over, right? And that rusty ass shotgun behind and his shit, right? And ask him, break it down and see if he got any shells in there. I'm telling you, that's your claim to fame. I'm like, man, I'm like, bruh, you not intimidating us. We know how the world goes. And because if we speaking about it, then it's all of a sudden how you think you uppity. Man, we never said we were uppity. Man, you shared everything you went through to get through these milestones in your life. And now you ushering your son through it. You taught him to be
Well,
resilient.
here is it was
Man,
expected. This wasn't
yes.
well,
It wasn't
no,
a surprise.
it
It
wasn't
wasn't a
so
surprise to
much,
my family.
dude.
It wasn't a surprise to my parents. For me to accept,
Right.
right? It
But
wasn't a surprise to them. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
it was expected. And let me, I kind of put this out there, because shit, I got 10 people uh listening to it, but everyone needs a level set. It was be
I agree.
brave. I never had high look, it wasn't easy, it was expected. Now the thing is I'm just not going to be a civil rights warrior. And this is a lot of the criticism. This is a lot of criticism I get. When I hop up on a panel, and I've been chastised before, I don't talk about, what happens in the inner city because I just don't know it. But it also reinforces my point when people like Be Brave want to judge Black America by what happens in the inner city. He's not smart enough to understand that I am Black America too. You are Black America too. There is excellence, and most of it is excellence. Dude, it's not a whole bunch of motherfuckers in the inner city doing drive-bys. That is not Black culture. And racists like Be Brave, and quite frankly, what is really the stunner, Be Brave is not the biggest threat or problem in the Black community.
Not even
John
close.
Galt is. Okay.
Thank
John Galt,
you. Hey,
all these when you go, the Blacks are doing this harm and, perform. Who gives a fuck about Diddy? Diddy is not, he's a rich motherfucker. He's practically white. Okay. He has the money. OJ Simpson, OJ Simpson had enough money at least for part, or sometimes he's not motherfucking shoe leather on the ground Black.
hey,
And
sir.
people, and
Let me
this
jump
is
in
something I
here.
say to John Gall all the time. They're the anti-Black Blacks, the Black people in America who FBA or whatever, I call them legacy Black Americans, just to be different. The Black Americans who have deep roots into American history, we are as American as any Mayflower person, because believe it or not, Black people, the 1619 happened before 1620. And people tend to forget that. There were Black people in Virginia before the Mayflower hit the rock. And
Hey,
see, they don't teach you. See, history is really interesting. It is how you interpret facts, not facts. History
Stanley.
is a lot like statistics.
Hey, Stanley. Let me tell you this. You don't have to be a civil rights leader, right? So when I heard you speaking earlier, right? Your son's doing engineering. A chemist and chemistry and naval officer. You don't have to go out there and pound the pavement because I just got through sharing sharing it out with other people, right? And we're gonna rewind this and talk about the conversation with the people that I know, shoot the dirt with. You don't have to go out there and do that, but you are an example, and your son is gonna be an example, just like
Well,
Craig.
he needs his own life. He doesn't need to
No,
be
no,
an
no, no,
example.
no,
And
no,
quite
no, no.
frankly, I don't
Hey,
want to be an
you act
example.
like you act like you got a choice.
Well, I do have a
What
choice.
planet? What
That's what
planet?
America
You
is.
don't. Hey, let
Choices.
me tell you this. You don't have a choice. You don't. And
I
that's one
do.
thing about this is the beauty behind America.
Don't be brave. If
No,
you tell me if you tell
let
me
me
I don't have a
explain.
choice,
Let me
I'm
explain what I'm
actually going to
saying.
prove you wrong. I do
No,
have choices.
let me
I did
explain.
not get to 60 years old to
Wait a
not
minute.
have a choice.
No, listen what I'm explaining.
Understood.
No different. No different. Right? When you go to the store and they look at television,
Motherfucker, I
right?
never go to the store. I order my.
No, let me explain what I'm saying.
All right.
If let me explain what I'm saying. Yeah, as an autonomy, yeah, you always have a choice. But when people listen to you, when you was a naval officer, right? I mean, you still a naval officer because that never goes away because it's on your
No,
record.
I'm not a Marine. You always.
No, I'm telling you, hey man, I tell you, they pull up your dang on DD 214 like everybody got. They're gonna say you was a
I
naval
got
officer.
it. Got a
So,
couple copies.
sir, hold on one second. This is what I'm saying, right? You have a choice, right, to mentor and do all that, right? You don't have a choice in America to see what somebody's doing to emulate it, right?
Well,
Because
I don't
you
need
stand
to.
at,
I am
no,
it.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking about other people. Ain't nobody say you
There
don't
are other
have to
people.
put you don't have to put in any effort.
Well,
Man, people don't even
no,
know. People, listen,
see,
sir.
the
Please let me
effort was
finish,
put
sir.
in. I'm
Sir,
reaping the results.
sir. Don't please let me finish. Nobody even. A lot of people never even met Michael Jordan. A lot of people hadn't, but they saw him, right?
Right.
Michael Jordan didn't say, "Hey man, follow me" and all that, but people follow, right?
And much to
Yeah,
their
but
detriment.
yeah,
Well,
but I
let me
get it.
make a quick point. It's
Ah,
easier to be Stan Autry or Stanley Cross than it is Michael Jordan. Michael
I
Jordan
agree,
is impossible.
sir, sir,
Stan
sir.
Autry, Stanley Cross are achievable.
Well, that's a damn lie, because most
What?
people don't become naval officers, and most people
Dude,
don't.
I
My,
had a XO. I had an immediate boss. I mean,
hey,
relative. Look,
wait a minute. I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish, and I'm gonna tell you how rare this stuff is.
I know it's rare, but it might be because no one wants to do it. Now,
Yeah.
let me tell you something. My XO, when I got to my second shift, he was actually more a rare bird. He was a Citadel graduate, and he was an '04 who made '05. And then he was rotated off because he'd been on that ship for a while. This motherfucker was a Citadel graduate. Do
Yeah.
you know
How many
how
people
far?
achieve that?
Dude, I graduated in high school in
Hey,
'83. He probably graduated maybe 75. He was older. He had to have been in his mid 30s going on, somewhere between 35 and 40 to make '05. That motherfucker, he was the soldier, or he was a
I
black
understand the
graduate
equivalent.
of the
The equivalent.
Citadel.
I understand
That
it.
motherfucker they did a whole novel. Like fucking
Let me
James
please let me
Dickey
jump in,
did a
sir.
whole novel about racism and the Citadel.
Hey, but let me tell you this. When I mean that you don't have a choice, right? You have a choice over yourself. You can't tell somebody that they saw you walking with your scarf on that I want a scarf like that. That's what I mean. Is that you can't tell somebody else I saw you wearing this. That you don't even know them. They said, "Man, I saw him pull up in this car." Oh, He's talking about he a chemist. He achieved it. You don't have the choice to tell somebody that's looking at you to say, nah, you can't be like me. First of all, most of them won't even talk to you. That's what I mean by the choice. As an individual, yes, you do. So I listen to what you're saying. Cool. But people watch us all the time, no different than the children growing up and adults growing up. They see what people do. That's what I mean by that. You can't tell me, Saint, you can't be like me and be a chemist. Man, because you will never even hear my voice.
Motherfucker, I never worked as a chemist. I just did the major.
No, listen, no, but
No,
listen
no,
what I'm
I hear
saying to
you.
you.
I hear
Man,
you. I'm
but
just
people hear
just
you.
making a
That's why
joke.
your voice is needed. Whether you want to be
Dude,
involved or
I'm
not, they
60 years
listening.
old.
They listening. Hey, I don't
There
give a
are
damn.
engineers.
You can be old and fucking King Tut. We believe in history, right? And we read history book, war college and all this shit. I'm telling you. You don't get the choice. A lot of them jokers are gone. That's what I mean. You got a choice that I ain't gonna talk to nobody. I'm not gonna do this. But you talking on here. And people like, damn. See, because one thing I learned in life, right?
Nobody has gone damn.
Hey, watch this. Hey, watch this. Hey, sir, one thing that I learned in life is that when people tell people shit is hard, a lot of people shy away
Oh,
from
well, that it's not hard.
it. No, but
You
this
just
is
don't
what they
want to
tell you.
achieve it.
You watch it. Watch this. This is what they tell you. It's hard. So the reason why I didn't fall for none of that stupid stuff, hey, sir, and be honest with you, I said if your dumb ass is doing it, I can do it too. I'm like, so how the hell you tell me it's hard and all that? And I'm like, well, I don't think I want to do that.
Well, we have a whole thing
And
about
they be lying.
that.
They be lying,
There are
sir.
some
They be
things
lying.
you can't do, but that's
Sir.
like your last choice.
I'm talking about the simple shit. The
Yeah,
simple shit. They
yeah.
deterred somebody because guess what? People say they like competition. They don't want competition because if you never go for the next promotion, and all that, hey man, nah. They know what schools you need to go to. That's why I taught my soldiers the schools to go through, and I had the leadership book. I knew everything about them, when they time and grade, and all that other stuff. Because the rest of them say, hey, it's hard. Why don't you just go in and get out? I'm looking at these jokers. You've been in here 15, 17 years. And I'm like, you telling these soldiers, and I'm keeping on the army, army to my, hey, it's hard and all that. Why the hell, yo, crazy ass, you gonna tell them it's hard and say, yeah, go in ETS. And guess what? They leave with a pension and all that, and you leave being fat as hell in the factory with nothing. And I never played that game. And it cost me some little friction or whatever, but I didn't care. It's like, nah, because people tell people things are hard. Things are challenging in life. Well, I'm gonna tell you what's hard and challenging: being homeless and don't know what the food is, and you can't see your children. Now, I would say that's freaking challenge. That's hard, but challenging. But they tell you something they doing and they achieving and they going on. They don't want no competition. Don't want any competition. I like so, sir. You don't have a choice when I saw the first person, which is my late father, my hero, I achieved all that stuff. He didn't have to tell me anything. I'm like, yeah. I said, man, it's achievable. He didn't have to say anything, which he did, but I've seen people do things just like when they saw a naval officer, and especially when we was coming up the rank, they say, I never seen that. And then when they saw you, they said, shit, this is achievable. They didn't ask your vote. I don't know what people think in this world is you got to vote for somebody to emulate you. Sir, you don't have a vote.
Well,
Promise you,
you
you
know
don't.
what? Actually, I think, and I've learned this, you start formulating what you're going to be in high school. And I think too many people don't understand that, eighth grade, in my opinion, is the pivotal year. Um,
I
you
agree. I agree.
like seventh, eighth grade, but eighth grade especially. Um, I actually, shit, I I remember bits and pieces of first through like 6th grade, 8th grade from and not that much. Remember high school. It's funny how that works. Maybe that's why people do journals or something, but I'm not a journalist. But there is nothing in 2025. If there is a problem, it's going to be parenting. And I talk ad nauseum about this sort of stuff. But oh no, I'm going back because apparently
Yeah, I don't agree.
the great hater of blackness.
I don't agree, sir.
Well, tell me why you disagree. Because,
Yeah,
dude,
well, I'm gonna tell
you
you
are
why. I'm gonna tell
royalty.
you.
I don't. I've been up on drips once. I've been up.
Yeah,
I don't do freezy, and
I
there's a
I,
reason
I
why.
understand. I understand.
I think a lot of those people
Please
are just
come through
fucking
later.
silly.
Please come through later on, because he's gonna go a lot later. Because I always value you when you speak. Well, I'm
About
telling you,
what?
it's not. I mean, when you
But
talk,
let me
man,
let
come
me
on, sir.
let me stop you right here and
You ask,
help
you
me
asked
out.
me to answer your question. Can I
I
answer the
just don't
question first?
look.
What
Here's
I
the
disagree
problem.
on?
I
I value your opinion. And every
well,
time you
I
come up
value
there,
yours.
it's the riffraff stops. Like when the stuff happened with 12th man, you came up there, said, "Guys, I'm coming up."
Oh, motherfucker,
You said,
dude,
and you
I still got
gave
white
drip.
silliness.
You gave a
I
drip
nipped it in the
the
bud.
history. You gave drip the history
Oh,
lesson in a matter
well,
of
I don't know
minutes.
that I gave a history lesson. I
Nah,
mean,
nah. You know what
I
I
just
mean by that,
this is
sir.
stuff I know,
You
dude.
like, hey
I
man, be prepared. You told him you didn't have to say nothing, sir. You said be prepared because I've been around. You told me I've been around, but watch
well, I
this.
have.
You pinpointed exactly. You say they start off this way, and then next you know they flip it. Me and Drip still talk about it because me and Drip, we brothers and stuff, and we talk.
Right.
And I'm like, we still talk about that to this day. And like, man, he said, man, I'm coming up. Said, guys, hey,
Well,
he said,
no,
let me tell you what it is.
in a way, I
We
want to
take the wisdom, man. We
explain
take the wisdom. Can I give you? Can I say we accept your wisdom? You say thank you instead of you go on all that, man. You're valuable.
we'll
No matter
see.
what nobody say. No, you watch this. I speak in the power of I. You're valuable to me, right? And speaking the
Yes, sir.
power of I. I don't need to be speaking for people on in the power of I. When you came up, I said, when I saw you in that chat, when you was there for a while, and when it hit the fan, I said, Drip, drop the link, drop the link. He's saying he coming up. I'm speaking the power of I said, now watch what he said. Excuse me.
Dude, I'm
You
just,
didn't come up. You
I've
didn't come
seen
up with
some
no
things.
BS. You was a straight shooter. It ain't all that nonsense. You said, hey, Drip, man, I respect you. I love the way you run your panels. And I love it when
Oh,
you run it.
motherfucker, and
So
I have 9 viewers.
yeah. Don't worry about it. We gonna work on it. And I'm like, that's why I'm here now. I'm gonna drop my
Well,
stuff
that
in the
you know
back
what? I
because your
appreciate it,
voice is
but
valuable.
here's the
Your voice
deal.
is valuable.
Now,
Man, forget
let
that.
me also tell you, as much as I fuss, John
No.
Galt is how I got started. John Galt, that John
Okay.
Galt, he is actually one of the few free speech people that I honestly know. John Galt does not fucking like say you can't say something. He is like my hero that way. Portia, um, the reason I'm even here, I never would have thought of it, is because of Portia. And of
Yeah,
course, John Galt too. But
Portia's a sweetheart.
no,
I met her.
Portia's a genius.
I met her over there at Chaotic, and we shot each other
Well,
out.
you know what? That
I'm talking
she
about
is
that's been a
still here.
long time ago. I mean, like months ago. Nah, man,
Yeah.
she is smart and is intelligent,
No,
right?
Portia's smarter than she
Shit.
she is
She's smarter than I am, and
no,
and
she
I
is
got to add the
actually smarter
intelligence to
than
it.
I am. No,
Yeah, man, but because
like
she could take
my
intelligence
son.
and
Well,
make it.
let me make a.
Go
I
ahead.
went to a decent university. My
A decent.
son is at an engineering university.
And now
Portia's
Portia's good.
on my son's level. That
Always
motherfucker's
respectful.
smart.
She's always
Um,
respectful.
Portia is actually that smart.
I
Seriously.
know she is, but
No,
watch this.
no. She
What? Let me
is
tell you.
she is like no, she is national level. She could
Wait a minute,
do
sir, sir, sir.
she
You
could be
overrunning it. You overrunning it, sir. I'm telling
how
you.
so?
Now listen to the singing listener.
When I say
No,
smart,
the
she could
beauty
actually be
behind it
president.
is, but the beauty behind it is, she has a lot of stuff we don't. Academically, scholarly, all that. But
No,
she
no, no,
has.
no, no.
Wait a minute. Let me finish,
Let
sir.
me correct you, sir.
All right.
She is smart. Academically, no.
No, I'm talking about
I'm
academia.
not talking
Adam,
about smart that way. I mean
let me
ability to
tie it all
learn.
together. Let me tell you all of it all together, right? Because now I'm a person of a certain age, man. I don't give a damn about a lot of this stuff. I've accomplished a lot of things, but
Mhm.
she's in the fight. She can take academia. She don't have to have a degree from Harvard, but she can put it all together. She had the patience and the kindness, just like you said.
She is
No,
not chopped liver.
no,
She
but listen what
she
I'm
ain't
saying.
close to Harvard. I mean,
Hey,
let
sir,
me put it to you this way.
let me
If
tell you
she
what you said
well,
earlier,
what you need to understand, and you may know as much
sir.
as I do, is she went up and some Harvard person said, "Where did you get your degree from?" They're gonna go, "Oh, okay."
Hey, sir, I'm gonna tell
That is
you this. I'm gonna
that is
start
that is
off.
what we want no, we want our black kids to
Sir,
if you are some Harvard graduate, I know from personal experience when some Harvard graduate comes up to my son and he goes, I got a degree from Georgia Tech.
sir,
They are
sir,
equals. They are equals.
sir. You gotta just let me
I
finish
don't have
talking
to.
about Portia. I'm talking about Portia. I'm talking about Portia. No, 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 about Portia. She managed to put it all together because you started off a little while ago,
Well, she's not
man.
here.
No, I said you started off because we was talking about Portia. You brought her up. But this is the thing, sir. You clearly said, I'm not going to do this and do that, and not civil rights and all that. Fine. Man, we already aged out of this stuff, but some kind of way she managed to take all this stuff and put it together. Eh, we in a situation. That's why I'm over here talking to you. But with Portia, she take the riffraff over here, the riffraff over there, and some kind of way she make it make sense somewhere. Us, we don't even give a damn, really, to be honest with you. And that's what I'm saying about Portia, because I've been knowing her for years. I'm telling you, man, man, we already ran our race. We just the gate, not even the gatekeepers. We just sitting back and just two gentlemen having a conversation. But her, she knows she got to run her race. We already ran ours, and that's one thing I respect about her. And it is what it is. Don't she ain't no lightweight, man, because if things get nasty, she'll stand up and rear up. But I'm just telling you, man, all the fighting that I've done to try to make things better, for 35 years of my life in the military and all that, man, I ran my race. And now it's time to pass the baton, and a lot of people don't know when to pass the baton. And that's all I'm saying, sir. But you got to go ahead and kick John Gold and be brave. Cause I want to get back on be brave because that rusty ass shotgun. I'm like, boy, Lord have mercy. And I
If
didn't
you're
like
gonna
him calling
pass
you a
on the
coward.
baton,
He was
if you're
calling you
gonna
a
pass
coward.
on the baton, you got to
Yeah.
know who to pass it on to.
You said Portia's not one to pass it on to.
Oh no, Portia! Shit, I'm passing my baton to you and Portia.
Yeah, we're running, right? Hey, but watch this. But I'll be honest with you, be totally honest with you. And because I couldn't wait to get up on the panel, so I was trying to listen. And then, but I saw the title on the
On
bottom
this
of that
panel?
call. No, yeah, on your panel.
Oh,
Because
fuck
I
you.
saw the
You can
title.
come up
I
whenever
saw
you
the
want.
title. I saw the title to my a coward. He asked me on the link. I said, man, I ain't never seen goddamn Stanley be no goddamn coward. So I would listen to a little bit. I
Oh,
said, let me get up
really?
here.
Okay, I
I
didn't
looked
realize
at
that.
I looked at that. You look at the screen right now, a coward. I said,
I
man,
got
Stanley ain't far from a coward. So I listened to it a little bit. I said, let me get up here. Let me get up here. Cause one, I ain't talked to you in a minute. Two, I like this person called you a coward. I like Lord
Yeah.
have mercy. I like Lord have mercy. Cause I knew you had something to say about it.
Well,
I
no,
like,
you know what? He came up on my panel after months. Look, dude, Be Brave is not my equal. And I keep telling him this, and he wants to pull up all that Stanley's a coward and won't talk to me directly. Motherfucker, see, here's where you piss a motherfucker like Be Brave off. Dude, you're not my equal. You're not as smart as me. There's not a motherfucker on this. Dude, this is why I have 10 viewers. Dude, I don't brook idiots. And you know what? I don't need this isn't I don't do YouTube. Like every now and again I'll get, beer money. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. If it fails tomorrow, I will be fine.
hey, but to be honest with you, be like totally honest with you, because I just came in, I said, oh shit, Stanley live. So, and then when I clicked on it, because I'm smart enough to read what you got on there. Because I'm gonna say, what you talking about? But when I saw that shit, the coward, I said, I want to hear it straight from you. Call Stanley Krause a coward? I done seen you from this channel to that channel to call you a coward. And then your response,
dude,
what you were saying.
dude.
I said, you calling him a coward? Oh, Lord have mercy.
You know what? This is what I appreciate about you, Stan. You don't have to fucking yell. Dude, it's the quiet ones you have to worry about. You never hear that sniper's bullet coming. It's the quiet. Motherfucker, you better be brave is not a problem. Calm, cool, collected. And I don't know what to say. I'm just glad you fucking get it. Dude, I don't be brave, and I am going to listen to this, but I also have a big ass pork shoulder. And I'm gonna bring in. And my son, I'm gonna be back in Savannah in a couple weeks. Dude, motherfucker, Be Brave could never imagine. Dude, I was talking, dude, there is a 22 rifle that my father and I refurbished. This motherfucker has no clue. No, seriously, Stan. There is a rifle that my father had. Now, my father's 82. He has picked cotton. He is, you know what? That's what I don't have motherfucking heroes. If I did, it would be Frederick Douglass. My mother and my father. Who needs heroes?
Hey, well, I'm gonna tell you this, right? Because it's no, the reason why I say my father is my late father, my hero, right?
Oh, motherfucker!
And watch
Tell
this.
me about him.
I work with generals. I work with all these people with all these goddamn medals, and they ain't worth for pimples on a dog's ass. And I'm telling you this: the person that's doing it, you remember Christmas when they would buy gifts and they would give credit to a Santa Claus. Now I'm giving credit to my family. However, to go back before I got another damn phone call, right? So this is what I was saying before I dropped off. I'm gonna say, bro. I said, so he's the coward. I'm like, okay. I said, well, hey man, I don't talk to Stanley. We done chopped it up and we done. I'm like, wait a minute. And he don't know that you don't have to cowtail, you don't have to buy down, you're gonna tell it like it is, right? And then now looking at this and looking at what you accomplished, and for somebody to tell you that y'all are equal,
Well, here's
boy,
the
you had
deal.
lost your mind.
It means nothing. Let me tell you, here are the people I like hanging out with. T, Mo Love. Mo Love makes me wish I was young because I be coming after her. She is a sweet woman. Look, this is so cool. Makes me wish I was young. But I like hanging out with T and Roz. The other thing these dumb motherfuckers don't understand is the smart black women. That's how you want to hang out with them. And I'll tell you why. My mother, Savannah State graduate. So, HBCU, I know how that works. My mother was, my father was military, but my mother was like, oh shit, Hurricane Dolores. And she was smart, English teacher, retired English teacher. Look, I came from cultured parents, but my mother, unfortunately or fortunately, she had a sharp tongue. She could do a one-liner. She could assess you like you motherfucking say a paragraph. She knows who you are.
Absolutely.
My mother was harsh. And my father was different. He would give you a little bit longer time. Dude, I came from parents who were motherfucking smart. Probably even at this rate, I got a brother who is motherfucking smart. They raised 3 children. Look, I know black excellence.
Yeah.
And then I knew my grandparents. They were
Let's
motherfucking
rewind.
smart too.
Yeah, let's rewind because smarts is not necessary academia,
Oh
right?
no, you are
Yeah,
top,
that's what you were just explaining. And they
motherfucker.
just
You
put it
better be a
on
Renaissance
one
man.
part.
You
One
better be
part. Oh, you're
okay.
gonna be one dimensional. When they shut that door, what you
Oh,
got left?
motherfucker! Now you're talking.
Thank you, bro.
Our black boys, our black women for that, our black girls, motherfucker. Life isn't a book, but you know what? My mother, the retired English
Thank you.
teacher,
Thank you.
she was dude, she was harsh. What are you gonna be, a sissy?
Thank you.
Oh no, but this woman was an English teacher.
Thank you.
She's like, what the fuck?
They don't talk like that. You got a degree, this and that. Because she knew it couldn't just be one side of the coin. It's not just
Renaissance,
about academia. Come
Yeah.
on, man.
Okay, I
You
get
could
you.
have never made it
I
through.
get
You could have never made it through. Just being one-sided because that's when they close that door, now you have nothing.
Dude,
That's
you
exactly
gotta
what she was doing.
but you know what, Stan? This is how you get a good. My son. No, this is gonna be so funny, motherfucker. He gave me the respect. He's like, well, I'm not gonna tell the story now, but my engineer of a dumb son of a gun, who I'm.
Yo,
This motherfucker is SMART smart. You know,
Understood.
he sent me like and you know what? You got a couple minutes because this is why I'm so pissed off at people like John Galt. These motherfuckers are racists. And I'm talking about John Galt specifically on his channel. He'll hear it and he'll survive. Dude. Now my son makes it through Georgia Tech. In his spring quarter, he literally sends me a text message. And just so you know, my son, I was married to a white woman. You probably know. But my son is black. He knows it. he has grandpa and he has granddaddy. He's seen them both within the last month. As a matter of fact, the scary part is my parents and my wife's parents. Like, what are these motherfuckers doing? They got along. However, my point is, you know what? I'm dude.
Hey, that goes back to the point earlier. Now, who do we fight?
No one.
Hey,
But let
thank
me
you.
tell this story right quick.
Go ahead, bro.
And you will actually this will reinforce your point, or maybe not. So my son, spring quarter, roundabout March, goes, he did me the honor of, hey, Dad, I need you to know I have a girlfriend. And I'm like, well, you know what? Because he's been working hard. He was a little stressed out about school. And my response was good. I'm parent emeritus. You are 18. He knows the basics. Don't be making babies. And at Georgia Tech, you might not. However, I asked for no pictures. I did not ask, is she a black girl? And that's what these dumb motherfuckers would have done. They would have gone straight racial. Who is your girlfriend? What race is she? Here is the smart father. And I'm gonna pat myself on the back. I didn't ask. And I know that motherfucker, my son, was waiting. And he probably wasn't. But you know what? He came to me. Dude, that he told me he had a girlfriend means, because my son's a little, he keeps his own counsel. But he's had girlfriends before, but he's never been so forthcoming. I've met him, at a high school game or something. This motherfucker, and this is it's not that important, but my son he let him come to you. He wants to be an adult, so let him be an adult. And you know what? He sent me a picture. And you know what?
Okay.
I didn't ask for the picture. I actually did. Shit, motherfucker, I just learned her name like a couple weeks ago. My son will come to his father because he knows,
Exactly.
maybe for better or for worse, he needs to think. He needs to present a story. I will help him to the end of the earth, but don't come to me with bullshit. However, now here's where I start looping in John Galt. She's Asian. I don't really care. I want my son to be happy. So, and I'd made some random comment about a very racial point about white people are second best in America. The Asians outperform whites, but the anti-black blacks don't like that. They want to worship their Jason Kesslers. So fair warning, you're being looped into an argument that might be clipped. John Galt is a motherfucking anti-black. They worship whiteness. They want to be white, and they can't figure out that there are blacks. And the best thing for the black community is raise your own people to be excellent. Raise your kids to be excellent. I do Alexander Pope, but my son has no clue who Alexander Pope is. Whiteness might die. John Galt, motherfucker, I have a 19-year-old. He got a girlfriend, and he sent me a picture. And you know what? She's not ugly. And by the way, she's a motherfucking Emory student. He didn't. These people like John Galt want black people to fail. And I'm going to tell you something honest, and this is the way I feel about it. They want me to fail. They will ask every dumb question because what they want to see is me fail or my son fail. Not going to happen. The rubric of success was built like a couple generations ago. Even if he fails, he's not going to starve. He's not going to be renting a room for motherfucking John Galt. He's got a family. And I know I've gone on too far. John Galt will hear
let me
this,
say,
and I don't really give a fuck if he does.
yeah,
John Galt does not know black excellence. Most of the motherfuckers in this chat, Palomino Ricky shit, doesn't know. These motherfuckers, Stan, the end of it is these motherfuckers don't know black excellence. These motherfuckers want to pretend it doesn't exist or it's second best.
yeah. Well, you allow me a little latitude. I don't
Motherfucker,
go
go.
back.
I know. I take it is my panel.
No,
It is
no, no, no.
family
You
versus
good?
world.
No, I'm good to tie. I'm good to tie back into what that man, bro. I'm still here, man. When you're speaking, I want to hear your opinions, the way you see the world, and just like you give me the same grace when I'm talking about the way I see the world, no matter what panel we on. But I'll tell you this: I want to loop it right back to what I was saying when women, black women in particular, right, say, "Hey, y'all need to man up and fight the white man." I'm like, wait a minute. Who's the enemy? You say your son was married to this person that was white, or this and that. I'm like, guys, it ain't like you said, man. Who do you fight, right? And they said they respected them and they did this and did that. It's like, man, we got this sickness in our head that we want to fight and we don't know who's the enemy because it's this. But I really have a question for you. Can you
Go
tell
ahead.
me? Can you tell me this? So I've been listening to this for years, right? What is not necessarily you ask because I already know your stance, but have you ever heard what the black agenda is that we need to be fighting for? I'm not talking about physically because we know that in them 3 seconds, but what is the agenda? We say shit like vague stuff, right?
Like, I'm
Education.
sorry.
What
You
does that
say
mean?
shit like what?
We say things like vague stuff. What is that? I mean, let me rewind it and then I'll jump back in. What is the black community agenda? What do we really want to get done?
There is no black community.
Thank you.
There is
All right.
no
I'll
coast
land it
to
right there.
there is no coast to coast black community for starters. There are black communities with an S. Like, stop thinking we all have the same goals. That is where I start.
Say it
There
again.
is no contiguous black community.
Say it again.
Uh,
For the
what?
deaf people in the back.
There is
There
no.
is no contiguous black community, not from coast to coast. I've talked to black folks who I think are great friends in Los Angeles, and I'm like, wait, hold it, what? I'm like, are you really black? Dude,
I go through that too.
black culture is not a monolith. And you heard me do this. Be Brave is dumb enough to think that the white culture is contiguous. I started asking him, are you a representative of white culture? I asked him that, and the motherfucker could not say yes because he's not. We are not a monolith any more than Be Brave is a monolith for white culture. It is moronic, and this is my personal opinion. This is what Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump want. They want the miseducation. They want Be Braves. They don't want Stan Autry's.
I agree. So I'm glad you brought it up, and I was like, man, I was laughing on mute. It's like I could talk to my partners, whatever, that's in another state or whatever. Man, it's all over the place like bird shit, right? So then I talk to my other partner that's over in this state, right? So what is it gonna be, right? So I'm telling you to get things done and passed or whatever, and I don't shoot them down. I mean, you in your state, and they mounting up, and I support them too. But man, you think we're gonna do this all the way across the United States? Because we tried that and see how far it got us. Like you said, we're not a monolith. We support what we can support, right? But since we don't support that, then not, oh, well, you're not black, right? Nah, man, it's not that I don't support it. I'm like, I don't know how I can support it, to be honest with you. And it's not my thing, so nah, you spot on, sir. You spot on. I talk to friends all over the United States, and I'm like, wow, somebody say this. I'm like, wow, well, it ain't happening with the state I'm in. And I'm like, okay, we get ready to do this and do that. But the difference is, you know what they do? They put pen to paper and they go to the senators and the congressmen and the mayors and the governors. And the only thing we do on YouTube is just run our mouth. And nothing ever gets done. But we're good at fighting each other, though, sir. We've been in panels. We're
Well,
good at fighting
here's
each
the
other.
deal. It's basically Be Braves fighting John Galt. And let me let me address Little Pony Ricky. It's a pony named Ricky. Here's what you don't quite understand, Ricky Z. This is the John Galt chat. I have a channel too. You don't get to see all the people in my chat unless you subscribe. Palomino Puppy Z. You see what's in the John Galt chat. You don't get to see what's in the Stanley Cross chat. This has been a multi-stream, dumb son of a bitch, since January. I've let dumb motherfuckers like you ramble on about the numbers. Palomino, you and Nas 415, y'all been talking about low numbers without actually knowing what the numbers are. This is what Stanley versus the world does to dumb motherfuckers like you. You need to gallop on to a better life and a better thought process. I love roasting your dumb ass. Welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, but with me, because I know people do multiple streams, but it's just like the substance of the
Well, no, it's
conversation.
not a multiple stream. I'm just streaming. You don't always see the numbers in one chat You don't see the
Right.
numbers in the other
Yeah.
chat. And this is what Mule Pony, I had a horse up my ass with a dick person doesn't see.
Right. So with me, it's not
And
even about.
I'm doing some abuse. I'm doing some mental abuse.
I know how y'all do sobs and all that stuff, sir. Trust me. But this is the thing. It's just about having the substance of the conversation instead of commenting on that. No, no worries. Because you're gonna do what you're gonna do, and I'm gonna do what I'm
Absolutely.
gonna do. Yeah, man, we're gonna keep having the conversation until you say, "Hey, Stan, I'm with the industry." But it's just like, man, we because we not give it a go and keep moving forward, right? On stuff. I mean, you talk about, hey, man, I bought some red shoes. If I'm sitting here, what red shoes? What kind of shoes did you get? If you don't like it, move along. Who cares? I'm like, man, bro, we don't. It's just like, man, I got and some of my partners, I started sharing the stream and I just got text messages saying, I'm listening to it now and all that. Man, this is the people, man, that's gonna listen. And what are we talking about? And it's like, okay, man, they're talking about these numbers and listen to the people that got numbers. Man, if we wanted to do some numbers, you're naval officer and think and and my
Um,
background, but
dude,
we're not even
back in the
about
early
that.
90s, it's
We're
not
not
that
even
big a
about that.
deal now.
Yeah, it's so easy to do it now. We had people listening to us back then without all this, but man, we just try to have a conversation. And then Hicks is about to say, well, you only got this, you only got that. Well, what do you have? Uh-oh. Nah, and so I ain't gonna derail it anymore. But nah, man, I want you to keep cooking.
No,
And I'm
there's
like,
nothing to derail.
yeah,
I've
but
enjoyed it. You
man,
kind
I'm
of,
enjoying it.
in a way,
Enjoy.
you kind of, you know what? I like these calm, just ruminating
Right,
conversations. Um, you know, the young folks over on Drip, the young
right,
folks over on Freezy, uh, they're cool.
yeah,
But I only need to come up when I have something to say. Dude, this is Stanley versus the world. And I
right.
guess I do have to do a quick commercial. Uh,
Okay.
Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. I think everyone knows this by now, but if you're new, I have been teasing. Uh, Subscribe to the Urban Landlord clips. And Stan, you'll appreciate this. Some motherfucker who thinks I am ruining the John Galt orbit, the universe, his channel. There is an Urban Landlord Clips channel that I don't stream this show to. So your soft, dumb, anti-black ass can go with your whoopee and your blankie and just watch John Galt and Portia, who will make you feel better. Stanley Cross is not a monster, but if you fuck with me, I can be. So, truck driver, this is specific to you, this commercial. Have fun. You have your anti-black safe space.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
sorry.
Nah, but I appreciate you, sir. I
Dude,
mean,
I
we're
love
gonna
fucking with these
talk.
dumb fucks.
Yeah, I mean, man, we have the conversation, man. Hey, sir, we just enjoying it and like whatever, because we know that these detractors and people gonna do certain things, man. We just sitting here having a conversation. Hey, man, they don't even have a clue how they've been controlled their whole life. People that went through training
I
and all
think
that.
they have a clue.
Nah. Hey, well, wait until you get to the panel later on today after you get off in yours. They just think like, this and that. Maybe, okay, I'll give
Can
you
I ask
meet you
you a
halfway.
favor? Um,
Yes, sure.
I want to I want to hear this because I fear there might be, um, let's see. Let me just, this is a dear friend of mine, and
Go ahead, do your thing. I'm put myself on mute. You got it.
Oh no. Don't bother even with that. It's fine. I just want to make sure because I'm seeing shit. And I'm in Be Brave's chat, the moron. But let's see what's going on here.
You make comments like that. Hold on. When I call Trump a racist, the reason I'm not careful with it
Yeah,
is
this
because the
motherfucker.
bottom line is the motherfucker is a racist. And I hate it
The
when people
motherfucker's
deny that he's a
a racist.
racist.
Look at this.
I know, I'm not talking about you, my dear. I'm not talking about you.
Biden was a racist too. I would love to see more incidents of Trump's racism than Biden.
Republic, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying when I hear people try to say Trump ain't a racist, it makes me sick. It's like, you dumb bastard. He has to be a racist. He's racist by nature.
I don't know what he is. I
don't know. I don't. To me, be right. I don't even care. I don't.
People would stop that
racist, not racist.
Being afraid of the word and admit
Might have to go
that
and
we're
break
all
this
racist.
party
Things
up.
would get better pretty quick.
I don't give a shit. I would vote for AI. If AI does a better job.
I happen to like.
I just
no way. No AI won't do a better job.
Let me give you a little bit of background. There's a Republic tea room up there. She's more right centered than I am, but she's a lovely woman, and she came up, and we'll never agree. However, she is a totally splendid, well-mannered, we talk it out sort of woman, and having her fucking treated like this white trash motherfucker is a problem to me. She can have her horrible opinions,
It's fair for you to say about
there are
me
things
because at
I
the
don't
same
want to see
time, to
happen,
me,
and
you
I
be
can't
brave,
control
and you know I adore
this
you
is what
too.
I do.
Oh yeah,
Now listen.
Give me hell.
But listen,
Republic. He thinks the Earth is flat. Republic. He thinks the Earth is flat.
Be brave. Be brave. I just don't. Listen, I've listened to you for a little bit before I started, coming on. But my thing is this: I feel what I've seen President Trump do, and what he used to say, and the person he is, and how he goes there. Where a lot of people did.
Hold on, Republic. Wait a minute, okay. Republic. Listen, you're missing what I'm saying. I get when I said I want Trump to win. I said they're going to make it look like he is going to do wonderful things. He's going to get credit for it. Fine. What I'm saying is he's a goddamn puppet. And if you don't understand that, on that matter,
I guess all the puppets are murked. I guess all the puppets are the only one who are murked. So the puppets must be the good guys, because it looks like in history the bad ones seem to have been able to flourish. So what I've seen when you say world politics,
see. Be Brave does not like smart black people. In Republic tea room, I knew she was. She's gonna beat his little dumb ass.
We're worlds apart, and it's okay. I'm not holding it against you because you're naive. I'm not. I don't know, Ryan. I call him an official version zombie. We don't.
That was condescending because Be Brave.
It's not condescending. If you look at the official version, you read the headlines, and you take them as serious, you're a goddamn zombie. Because there's a handful of people that run this planet. They own it. I'm not saying small hats. I'm saying there's a handful of people, Vatican, London, Pentagon. They own the planet. Them bastards are having human beings kill each other by the hundreds of thousands with fake wars. That's not something, and if Trump is a part of that gang, you can't say Trump is this nice guy. You can say that we're glad they brought Trump in so that they can fake us out with policies that seem to are better for us, which they are. I get it. He's a fucking puppet. They're all puppets. None of them are creating their own policies out of their noggin. They're handed what to do.
Yeah,
Now hold on. If you don't agree with that, I understand. Right? Hold it.
So Trump is on my level. So Trump has been in business for many years and worked with other people. So he's on my level of understanding.
Is that what you're saying? Republican, you're going to say this, or I'm going to, God damn it, you're going to say this, and I want you to say it. On this matter also, one of us is a goddamn fool. Now say it. Come on.
Hello, fool.
See, you won't include yourself as a possibility. That ain't fair. That ain't fair.
Don't be brave. Listen, I am accountable and stuff, but you would be brave. Listen, I don't no longer be. No, be brave. I'm not going to do that. Be brave because you know what? You made statements on here, right? Right, exactly. And be brave. This is the thing.
But the point is, in reality, one of us is a damn fool. You're thinking Trump's the real deal, and I'm going bullshit. In reality, doesn't mean you are the reality. You're smart. Concrete reality is one of us is.
Dude, this is a motherfucking
I don't like those kind of coming from you. It's always there's a win or lose, and so I don't play. I don't do that. So
he's gonna lose.
It's gonna be you, not me.
I'm straightforward.
Be brave is a motherfucking loser.
In
And you know what?
If you think Trump
This
is
is
the real
going
deal,
to be
and I'm saying he's
beauty
a
of it.
puppet, in reality, and you know.
Be brave is a motherfucking loser. This motherfucker, I love this shit. Dude is not that bright, and he's gonna lose. Stanley giveth and Stanley taketh away. Stanley just doesn't really fucking care. You know, if it happens, dude. Now, Republic Tea Room has literally been up on my panel, and I think this woman, we disagree on everything, but I'm never going to tell her what she should think. Listen to this motherfucking white supremacist telling her what she should think. The dude is a fucking problem, but he's not as big as John Galt. The motherfucking black folks in this audience are the problem. And they may not be so much there right now. This is disgusting. Be Brave needs to be hey, Ignat, hit the link, man. Be Brave is a problem. And it might be. I don't like missions, but motherfucker, Be Brave has gone too goddamn far. You don't tell a black woman how to think. And Palomino Ricky Shitty, don't fuck with me. Let me put it to you this way. I'll time your ass out and you can go to John Galt, and you know how that's gonna work. I win, you don't. And hopefully you haven't been too sick, son. Maybe that's your problem. There you are. Here's the link. Ignat, come on up if you must, if you want. Yeah. Be Brave is a problem. This is not what I want. Very bad.
Stop trying to start trouble. We're
And
having
this
some fun
woman,
over here.
Stanley and I had a great stream the other night, and Stanley, I couldn't show up for the next one.
Stop it. We don't need to stop it.
now
What I'm
look
saying
at
is
this
I'm not
motherfucker.
ruling you, and you don't feel like I am.
And I don't know what to do here because I don't want to.
Of course not.
All right then, Stanley, shut up and start starting trouble.
Look at this
What I'm saying is,
motherfucker.
Stanley,
I got
don't
that
you soften that what I said.
motherfucker
I'm saying,
crazy.
Stanley, you bastard, quit trying to start trouble between me and her.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Wait, hold
Stanley is
it.
very,
I'm
Stanley
sorry,
is very
folks.
smart. He is smart. Okay, I do like him. So I'm going to say this to black people. The left and its ideologies, the left and all its iterations and manifestations have been the worst thing for black people. I will say that.
What? All of the what? Republic
of its
what?
iterations of the left and all its
I got it.
manifestations, however it manifests, it's whatever ideologies and isms it's manifested itself into, have been the worst
Oh,
things
this
for
is
Black
gonna be
people.
good.
It has been.
That's
Yes.
what I would say.
Yes. The old
And that's
My
Democrats.
question
The old
is
Democrats were
starting
what we all
trouble.
needed.
Be
The
brave.
new left
What did I
is
start?
destroying
Please
Black
explain.
culture.
And I missed
But now
all.
Republic
I'm not
follows.
be brave. I
He's
think I'm
gonna
that maybe
lose
the old
because
Democrat
I'm
was a
better
problem
at
too.
English than
That's
this
what I'm
No,
thinking.
now you don't know what you're talking about.
I see that's
I
where
don't
yeah,
know
I
what
do.
I'm
I
talking
do,
about.
Stanley. I'm sorry. I think I call you Stanley. Sorry.
No,
I
Republic.
was disagreeing with him so much the other night.
I get no. Here's the Republic. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is
Ignorant
the old
TP wants you to let
Democrats
him up,
were
Stanley.
not anybody's worst enemy. The old Democrats really had their finger on morality in politics. Now here's
Why
how
don't you
this goes.
define
Now
old
here's how this
Democrats,
goes.
Stanley?
The Democrats that are out there right now, Republic, they're destroying the Black culture. Now here's my
That's
thing.
the one in
The
the back.
Black
The reason I'm
culture.
saying
Stanley.
I don't blame the new liberals or the modern Democrats is because blacks are adults. I've had a lot of people try this, Republic. Well, you got to blame the blue-haired liberals. Well, they don't call them blue-haired liberals. I do. You got to blame the blue-haired liberals. And I'm saying I'm not blaming this adult for this adult's behavior. Blacks are adults, and they're acting crazy. I don't give a shit who's trying to influence them. We all have influences hitting us behind the head. None of us, a lot of us are not succumbing to it. So blacks need to stop succumbing to the liberalism. So it's not the liberals' fault
Stanley.
in the end, Republic. It's Black people's fault
Yeah,
for
go ahead,
choosing
Stan.
that stupid
Hey,
nonsense.
Ignorant TV is in the back.
Oh shit! How do you know? Oh, Ignat's gonna be mad. Yeah, Ignat.
Hey, salute Ignorant TV.
Dude. This
Salute to the chat.
Ignat.
Salute to the panel.
Listen to this motherfucking. You know what?
At the street level,
You know what? You say something. You're a friend of the show. What the fuck? Did you catch? Look, I fucking destroyed Be Brave, and that motherfucker won't stay down. That white supremacy keeps coming back.
Wow.
Dude.
So he's a zombie.
You know what? And I won't be. Look, he will never understand. I think I see where you're going, and I'm not gonna talk about how you get rid of a zombie. That would be a little bit much. Look, I am a little peeved that Tea Room is over there, Republic Tea Room, but you know what? She's talking about me, and dude, we fell out, but motherfucker, I want her to co-host Stanley versus the World. I think she's a wonderful woman, and you know what? Be brave. You know what? I guess Stan Autry, you've never met Ignat. This is
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah, no, man. We've been in some of the same dirt on the YouTube street. Hey, good afternoon,
okay.
brother. Yeah,
All
good
right.
afternoon, brother. Because I know he's ready to break it down. He's ready to
No.
break it down. I know he's ready to break it down. I'll put myself on mute because I already know what he get ready to say.
No,
What the?
Ignat
No,
will destroy you.
No, I'm talking about what he get ready to say about what we're
No, I
reacting
mean,
to.
dude, just if Ignat is Ignat
Man,
will
I've been around.
call it like it is.
We talking about the reaction to what we hearing.
No, Ignat, we don't know what Ignat is gonna talk about.
Watch what he get ready to say. You think he can get ready to tear this shit apart right now? How much you want to put on it? 5 on 10. I ain't talking about money. Watch what he said, because he done heard enough. Watch how he destroyed everything that just happened. I know Egan TV, man. We chew the same straight. And if you give him the mic, he gonna break it down.
Is his own. Ignat comes up. He goes.
Gonna break it down. He gonna break it down.
Oh, you'd be surprised. You might
I say he gonna break it down.
Break it down.
He gonna break it down. I want him to, because I've seen him break down stuff when he destroyed these arguments all the time.
Ignat is a friend, by the way, of Stanley versus the World. If he comes up and cooks, I will try. I might agree and help him cook.
I want him to cook.
Well, hold on, Stan. Ignat knows me. He knows the show, and he doesn't come up much. Much like Fred. This motherfucker,
Okay, sir.
he has carte
Sir.
blanche.
Hey,
So
sir, stop the officer speech. I want
no,
him to cook. Hey,
he
sir.
thinks
Sir,
differently
let him
and
cook.
sometimes better. No,
Man,
motherfucker, I
let
yield
him
to no
cook
one.
on the reaction.
I
No,
yield to no one,
you
Stan.
asked him to react. I know you don't,
I don't
but
ask
I want to
anybody,
hear his
Stan.
response. I want to hear him respond to
Well,
what
wait,
he
hold it.
just heard,
I'm
sir.
trying. Let's reset how this works.
Yes, sir. All right, sir. Hey,
All I
sir,
have
you
to
the
say,
officer. I'm
it's
putting
not
myself
all
on
about
mute.
all that. I've known Ignat
Sir,
for
I want to hear what Ignorant got to say.
maybe
Please,
no.
sir.
Ignat will.
He gonna cook
Ignat.
this shit. He gonna
Okay.
cook this shit.
You
He
might
gonna cook.
want to think this is freezy or drip.
No, I'm not saying that.
I don't
Sir,
know.
sir,
I don't
sir.
know.
Man,
This is
you
ignorant.
got it, sir.
I'm
I
trying to
know.
let the man speak.
Okay,
Ignorant.
Roger, sir. Roger, sir. Roger,
I
sir.
don't care about all that search shit. Let's not pretend we care about that. This is,
Salute.
I don't
dude.
pretend.
This
That's
is
been
true.
35 years of my
No,
life. I do
motherfucker,
care.
dude. Please, this is ignorant. I know what he can do, and even I fear him. Don't hurt me, ignorant.
Salute, fellas. How y'all doing,
What's
man?
up?
Y'all been drinking today. I see it.
No,
I
I'm doing
have.
well. I hope you are. I hope
Bless,
you are.
man. Hope you all is well with your family and any endeavors y'all got. I just
Dude,
want
I
to
got a
say,
whole roast to get at some point. This
I just
this
want to say,
very recluse circus must end at some point.
that's true. I just want to say, be brave and stink is over there stinking up the place. Okay,
Yeah.
he's over there riding Stanley.
Did you catch him up on he came up on my panel. Did you catch that part?
Yeah, he's been baloney eating you all day. You know,
Well,
he's been.
no, dude, there's a reason in ignorant you may have caught it. However, no, he came up and I basically told him we don't do timers on my panel. And I just went, dude, his little misfit toy helpers came up and I destroyed them too. And this was the coup de grace. One of his little misfit toys came up on his show's panel. And Be Brave is like, well, did Stanley destroy you? The dude, now it's not a total victory, but dude said, well, it's kind of mixed. Motherfucker, Be Brave is not even. Be Brave coming up on my panel was okay. I don't follow your rules. You are I don't know what Be Brave is thinking. Why do people not understand that black people don't give a fuck about the Be Braves? Who the fuck are you? Explain this. Ignat, help me out.
Yes, I'd like to elaborate.
The fuck does this moron? Why does this moron think he has a point?
Well, first of all, he's the color of pig skin. So that right there
Don't be
gives.
too racist yourself.
Okay, yeah. Let me keep the racism down a level. Okay. Be brave.
Please.
Yeah, we're gonna stay off the white topic. Let's just keep it on the person. You know what I mean? The guy's basically sitting on a toilet, talking to us about us. He's telling us what we're doing and how we're living. He's saying adults are the problem. My brother, this man has no teeth. He's chewing cans. I mean, he drinks meth with his coffee. I mean, this is a beast.
Let me propose this in ignorant. He's mistreating a black woman that I actually think is smart, and I might just have to go in.
You should. She's defending you. She's over there. She's
I
riding.
know, and dude, I might have to go in because this motherfucker is a moron. Be Brave is literally, dude. I asked him, look, this is why Be Brave is so mad. If you look at the title of the show, it's Alexander Pope. Motherfucker, I learned about Alexander Pope in 10th grade. I know about him. And the only reason it comes up is I talked to another SKC, and I fucking chopped it up yesterday morning. And and I agree. Fuck all this bullshit. Let's talk about shit I want to talk about, which is news. Alexander Pope might be a little offbeat, but I asked Be Brave, if you know so much, if white culture is so good, why don't you know who Alexander Pope is? And I fucking destroyed him from there. This motherfucker has no clue. I learned about Alexander Pope in 10th grade. Be Brave is set to be destroyed, and this is why Republic Tea Room, she has her like right leanings. This is not like, I'm gonna save the girl. She's affianced and all that. I just don't want Be Brave to win, and I think she should already know to dump his dumb white ass. So I'm gonna go in. Ignat is left, and apparently I have a hero complex. This motherfucker's Be Brave. This is a problem.
And it's right to function according to certain precepts, and we don't have that. We never.
Oh, here we go.
I don't expect us to ever have
Brave.
it. I'm talking. It's like a religious thing. You know how somebody can talk about you don't argue religion. I don't argue conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, but I'm not a conspiracy. But why? But you still like socialism. I know. I didn't even take it as that. Be brave. Literally, just water running off her back.
Republic. Take it as that. I am a conspiracy theorist. This whole fucking planet is ran by a handful of people, and we are living like gods as beneficiaries of their fucking games. That's why I say we're in the best part of the game there is, because that same group of people run the whole planet, and there's a lot of places on this planet where nobody wants to be.
Well, then the people who are calling themselves socialists, Be Brave, you may need to get with the people who know what socialism is. You may need to get with them, and y'all got to get that down pat, because you seem to be.
Here's what I wrote. Be Brave has no clue about the top echelon of his own white culture. He is a misfit G.I. Joe. And he's 70. He'll know where I'm going. Back when I was a kid, back in like the 70s, G.I. Joes and Barbies, they were kind of like, a thing. And this motherfucker is not a G.I. Joe. This motherfucker's a failure.
Cuba, they stated that they survived it.
Republic.
Oh my God! But be brave. But can you just let me finish and then quit back, because I know you're able to. What I'm saying is this: these.
In all honesty, I think she.
And that it destroyed them. It destroyed people's, what was it? The people who come here, they'll go to grocery stores and they cry when they get their first paycheck. They cry when they go to grocery store because they're surprised they have this many options. They said, I can tell when I see all the bullet points of what these people are saying, and I know what it looks like, and they're saying that's all this is because they've lived it. So when you say socialism,
Stan. Oh wait, hold it. Innate, what's up, man? Innate. Let's see. I had to come in here just to let you know we were seeing some of your chats on the other channel. I'm cracking up. Yeah. You had to come back to let us know. Thanks, Innate. Good to see you.
All the isms are bullshit.
He's really a democratic socialist. If you were to define him, he'd be a
No,
democratic
I'm a
socialist.
collectivist. If you were to define me, I
Where-
am a collectivist.
Well,
In
Brave,
other words,
but
the
you
human
believe in
species has
public
a right
health care.
to make use of the funds that they pay into the federal treasury if the private sector can't do the job.
But you believe in tremendous social, like housing, healthcare. He believes in a lot of public services, and what would be higher taxes to help everyone. Everyone gets universal healthcare, universal housing. He believes in. He's very much like a democratic
This is
socialist that they identify with.
stupidity.
Not a true socialist
Who
like a
cares about
Stalinist or
universal health care?
right? But the thing is, what I've said,
This is
I made a comment. I said I
Brave
want.
trying to act like he knows shit. Dude, we talk about this sort of stuff every morning at 5 p.m. In 8 ways, good to see you. You will always be my buddy. Even though we disagree about almost everything. Be Brave is literally the kind of bottom feeder motherfucker. He is at mid-afternoon. I talked about this stuff at 5 o'clock in the morning. And farewell to Be Brave, but you need to tell him he needs to level up his game. He came out with John Galt and he lost. John Galt lost. This is motherfucking Stanley versus the world. We do not do mediocrity. You know, I'm mediocre. I expect better from a John Galt. And by the way, my moderators. And Be Brave. I'm gonna take bets. This motherfucker will talk on his. This motherfucker wants a debate. And you know what? I didn't want to do a debate the first time I motherfucking did it. The dude he doesn't know enough. He's not my peer. He just wants to prove that a black man he can keep up with a smart black man. That is so that is that is so motherfucking 1922 Georgia. And if he gets pissed off, he'll just arrest me. And Stan, you still there?
Absolutely.
You know what? I'm gonna do something that I never do. Since this dumb son of a bitch Be Brave wants to talk about debates and shit, I want to do this. Back in the day, when my wife was around, we used to have a garden. Not this shit. It was nowhere near this. You kind of know my background, right? You don't. I'm a widower. I married a white woman at I had 40. My son was born at I was 41. I'm 60 now. So a lot of people will come at me because I married a white woman, but I married her. I met her at 38. Look, I didn't think I was going to get married at that age. She was the best thing that ever happened to me. And this is why you'll hear me go all cavalier. I married who I married. If you know how difficult I am, if you think I'm difficult on a panel, imagine living with me. And she could keep up. She knew when to say yes, dear, and walk away. And she also, look, best woman that I ever have known. My sister, she is kind of my best friend, but my wife was my wife. She wasn't my friend. She was my wife. And to me, your wife is, she's not, I, I disagree with this whole she should be your best friend. She should be your wife, but she should, I do a better half theory. She is your better half. Dude, I'm a bear. And if my wife can meet me and just go, yes, dear, or in some ways, she might have been my controller. But in any case, she died. And I had to take this motherfucker on. I had to make sure my wife was a bear. And you know what? Failing my son not getting into like a Harvard or somewhere, and I wanted Naval Academy, and my wife and I agreed Naval Academy, and I would say Marine option because I think Marine officers from the Naval Academy are the best. The quality, I've known a few of them. I wasn't Naval Academy, I wasn't Marine, but that's a step up from where I was. My son and motherfucker, I know people who have stars on their lapels. And my son just did not want to go to the Naval Academy. And I know if my wife was around, she might have cajoled him into it but motherfucker, you know what? He's in Georgia Tech and it's affordable, not too far from home. Again, this is real school. And I am proud of him and I am meandering. Sorry. Think what I wanted you to see. What Be Brave calls a debate. I motherfucking tamed that son of a bitch. And it was so easy to do because he's damn. And this is actually probably something you should watch because, dude, I didn't want to do the debate. Be Brave is not. This motherfucker's a fucking bottom feeder, his own description, and that I did it. You know what? It wound up being for money. We split a pot. And I'm not fucking doing that again. Why would I do this? It is not in the best interest. These motherfucking anti-black blacks. This motherfucker told me on my panel he won the debate. I'm like, what? And I had John Galt actually do worse than that. Well, Stanley, you're not the usual you are. You usually go after motherfuckers. You weren't like how you are. You sat there and actually brought up books and all this shit. I'm like, motherfucker, that is my natural state. Be Brave. This panel, it's kind of like it's a part of me, but dude, be I don't know. I'm not sure that I even want to be on YouTube anymore. This is having a motherfucking Be Brave pull like, hey, I am equal. Jesus Christ, my mother did not raise me to be compared to this son of a bitch. And what's going on, Tyrone? Hit the fucking link, dude. You will brighten up our day. You don't see the link, Tyrone? What's been up with you, man? I'm going and looking for this Be Brave debate to show Stan that probably nothing.
I'm right here.
Dude, I am so annoyed at this motherfucker. But anyway, we won't watch long. Hopefully Tyrone can come up and lighten the mood. Oh, he's working. Motherfucker, you work? That is surprising. I had no idea. I thought Tyrone is up here at all times of the night and day telling me, Stanley, you dumb son of a bitch, what the fuck are you doing? Tyrone is good people, so he has that carte blanche, and I hate it when he does it. Bastard. Let's see. And I don't know why I feel the need to show this to you, but I can actually pull out ideas. Man. Let's see. Nope, that doesn't do it. You know what? I can't even remember what it was called. Apparently, it couldn't have been that important. So, Stan, I guess you get to go. What's on your mind?
I'm good, man. I'm just enjoying the conversation. I'm just
What?
know
I am literally just kind of.
I already know that how you feel about this situation. You didn't have to say that, man. This shit pisses me off.
No,
That's why I'm listening.
annoyed.
That's why I'm listening. Because I know when
Well,
to shut the hell up. I know when to
I
shut the
don't need
hell
to
up.
be a head case.
No, I know when to shut up because I want to hear it because I don't know them like that. So I gotta understand what
Oh,
the
these
history is if I
motherfuckers just
talk over
hop
you.
in. You know what? You need to get to know them. Don't even listen to what I say. I have my opinions. Everyone should
Hey,
form
sir, I
their
already seen them
own.
enough. I done seen them enough, and I already know what it is. So everything you're saying, I'm not debating what you're saying because I've seen it. You know that I'm not green as grass, and I'm like, so I mean, did I say no and this and that? Nah, I've seen them enough. But one thing about
Right.
it, I ain't got to eat the whole hog and know that I shouldn't eat it, right? Nah, I've seen it. Why would I got to go through
Right.
that?
I've never quite heard it put that way, but I think that
Yeah, no.
is
You ain't gonna deal me no raw deal. You never have. But I'm like, I already seen enough of it, and the
all right.
conversations always go that way with them. And it's just like one saying this and this, we're nothing, and then you got the other guy saying we're nothing too. It doesn't matter the race; it's got two sides. So what? What? Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, right? Because I've seen
You
it.
know what? Let me put it to you this way.
Hmm.
Actually, to kind of confirm, it doesn't matter how much you know with someone like a Be Brave, and quite frankly, John Galt's going to be mad. You can know the dictionary every word in it. And I've been told, look, it is what it is. And be brave is how I spanked his dumb ass, because this is what I do to morons. And John Galt was up here to see it, and that might be good enough.
Yeah, but
I
but
spanked
we
that
know,
ass good.
but we know the truth, right? It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
you know
I
what?
got I got
I'm
generals.
sure we
I got
do.
generals. Watch it. 3 and 4-star generals. They never even went to the Citadel, but they went to War College, right? Because there's certain things that officers got to do. And guess what? I set up the class. But it doesn't matter. Them jokers 4-star generals. You went to the Citadel. I'm not talking about necessarily you.
Oh yeah.
You made major. And then you was out. They made 4 stars. So it's bigger than what people think it is. And they try to simplify it. Nah, man. Hey, man, you rock out. Because I've already seen it. I don't know how people can be so. I do, right? Let me get a disclaimer. When I say I don't know, I do know. Why are you talking so harsh when you don't have a clue and calling you a coward and like you don't know what you're talking about? Cool. You'll find out in a minute. And then you did it on the panel on that show, and you're doing it now. Bruh, they don't have a clue. And I'm like, I'm with you, bruh. I'm with you. Not just because we
No,
black,
Stan,
but we
you know
know the
what?
truth.
I
We know the
appreciate
truth.
you know how to talk. You know how to talk a brother down. And that much. And see, motherfucker, you are. See, this is something people who have never been. Dude, you have to talk a brother down. And you know how to do it, obviously. Yep.
Let me say, burn
And
the place to the
what
ground.
is
Let's
disgusting
go.
is motherfuckers who don't know the shit. They have no fucking clue that
I agree.
there is. I don't even know where to go with this, but it is galling to hear. And I'm going to go even farther. Be Brave is the most un-American motherfucker. This motherfucker didn't even have the balls to join the military and make something of himself. This motherfucker wants to talk about how is it,
Patriotism and all this stuff,
yeah,
defending the country.
this
Hey,
motherfucker, I think he might have been in the army, but the motherfucker didn't make it through. And I won't even talk about the other.
the
This is
Salvation
part of the
Army.
problem. You know what? You just connected a couple dots. Motherfuckers couldn't cut it in the military.
It's not
You
easy like people
connected
think it
a
is.
dot that I just did.
Hey,
Be brave. Be brave. Couldn't cut it. And there is his holy man who couldn't cut it.
yeah, that's why I'm sitting back and I'm letting not letting, right? I'm just sitting
No.
back and listening because I'm multitasking, right? But I'm gonna tell you
What?
this because we already written in the history books, right?
Right.
What we've done in the conference. I don't care if you was there 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. We in the record books. Well, the only thing they're gonna get is in the obituary column. And I'm telling you, you choose whatever fate you want,
Oh,
right?
motherfucker, let me tell you something that is so special, and it's gonna seem weird, but and it's kind of gonna be a problem for me. My mother died a year and a half ago. Georgia National Military, National Georgia National Cemetery. Uh, she was 80 something, 81, and my parents were married 59 years, and I'm
Uh-oh.
60. So my father's still around and in decent health.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so motherfucker just being buried in a national military, that's a fucking honor.
Hey,
Hey, sir, I don't care how many of you went in
They don't
and
do
been
that,
in.
motherfucker, for
You,
everybody.
hey, watch this. I don't care if a person been in a certain amount of years, and shout out to your mom, condolences, man, but respect, because we get to leave with honor. You
Yep.
still get the flag, you still get the salute, you still get all this stuff, and guess what they get? Cremated and thrown in a damn burlap sack. So you mean to buckle your double-breasted lips and show some respect for the people that's giving you the opportunity to run your damn mouth.
Well, you know what? They
But they
don't
don't have to.
understand.
They don't have to, but we're American. And that's why I always say, welcome to America. You have the right to be as intelligent or as crazy as you want. But at the end of the day, you don't get the right to talk to us that way. You can talk to whoever you want to talk to, but when you respond, I'm listening to you respond. I've been on here for a while, and I'm telling you this: the way you responding, you earn that right, and not just earn that right, you fought for that right, and your mother, your father, all that. Right. And then these jokers, they say, tell us to shut up, but they think they can just keep running their mouth. Yeah, fine. You can talk. I promise you, we can talk.
Well, the problem and the problem is John Galt is here, and I now that he's here, he will the anti-black blacks, the white shades like Be Brave, they are honestly the biggest problem in the black community. They are hugely problematic. Oh, you laugh, but I'm saying what I believe. Well,
Well,
you're
hey,
here. You get to respond, Mr. Galt.
Oh man,
hey,
Have you ever talked to Stan Autry before?
no, John Galt.
Well,
John
no,
Galt, man, I've seen him
well,
around.
hold on. Let me make a proper introduction. John
My God.
Galt is the owner of the channel. I just
Yes.
live in this
Yes.
world.
I know he is.
Now,
I know him
John
T
Galt,
and all that other stuff.
John Galt, this is Stan Autry. He is. I'm sure you heard of him too.
No, I don't think I've heard the stand. We got two
Oh,
stands up here.
then you don't know who Stan Autry is.
Just bits and pieces of this.
He is Stan Autry. You'll find out.
Two stands up here.
Hey, good afternoon to you, John. I
What's up?
mean, man, I ain't even trying to disrespect whatever, but I'm gonna tell you this.
What's up?
Hey, when you was in the military, Stanley and sir, and when I was in the military, they never gave us the opportunity to pick and choose. No, I'm gonna take care of this person or that person or that person, right? We fought, right? But people got the right, man. We fought for everybody had the right to say what they want to say. And that I'm not gonna get up here and disrespect people. Hey, we fought for people to have the right to have their opinion. I am not gonna be disrespectful unless somebody try to disrespect me. But no, we can have a conversation because at the end of the day, what? While you were sitting on your ass playing tiddlywinks, because every time I left, it came back. Every time I came back, it was worse. It was worse. The communities that I grew up in, it was worse. What was everybody doing when we left? Same BS? Or did it get worse? So I'm not trying to say who's better, who's this and worse. I'm like, nah, man, I didn't get pick and choose. I couldn't say, well, I just want to fight for just my family. No.
Let me
That's
hop in right quick.
Go ahead, man. You
John
got it.
Galt, I just want to hear what Be Brave
We have
has.
these mobs on the street.
Oh, I said
Well,
we
they're
would have.
already receiving.
No, wait.
Oh,
I
to
said
say we
would have.
will. We have it now because you talk about the
No,
criminality.
no, you ain't seen no, you ain't seen nothing.
Okay, sir.
This is what I do not like. I consider Republic Room actually a decent woman, a decent black woman, and this motherfucking redneck bottom feeder wants to tell her, whoa. And there's not a motherfucker up there who is saying, Be Brave, you need to slow your roll. Now, she's up there and she knows where she is. But Be Brave met his Waterloo today. And he better pray that he better thank God he was quiet and couldn't say This motherfucker's a fucking moron, and he doesn't understand his own culture. He's a poor representative for white culture. That he is talking for white culture is an abomination for white culture as he intends it to be. And John, you've helped this moron think he's important. What say you?
I thought it was interesting what you said about something I think you've embraced or adopted more white culture than Be Brave has, or something to that effect.
Oh, dude, I lived in it probably more so than Be Brave has.
Yeah, I just found it to be interesting.
Motherfucker's a moron. He doesn't know his own culture, and he knows it. That's obvious. He just has yet to embrace it. But the way you're going to flip it, I know black culture as well. I know that as well as you do too.
Which do you know more?
Motherfucker. What do you know more? Do you know black culture, John? No. Before you wander off into wherever it is you think you're gonna go, I know black culture better than you do. Motherfucker, the one thing I know enough about black culture to know if you live in the ghetto as you do, that's just part of black culture, but not all of it. I know more black culture than you do. So I get the best of both worlds. I know more than Be Brave. And I know more than his holy man. So take the two of you, add them together, white culture, black culture, and Be Brave thinks he knows a piece of black culture because he lived back in the 60s for a few days, and I still know twice as much. Is there a response, or do we need to go back to the Be Brave
I think
try and be white show?
I think being black or being white.
I don't care what you think. Okay. I thought it before you.
Okay.
Are you going to give us something original?
No, I didn't get to finish, so I figured you better.
You never get to finish. So let's give us the chance to hear John Galt expound upon the black culture he knows.
I just think, when I heard you say it, it just sounded interesting to me. I can't see Be Brave being blacker than me. I can't see myself.
You keep seeing Be Brave as what? How did you? Well, you've told me. You actually told me that Be Brave and I are equals. Be Brave is literally living the same life I am, right?
I mean, all of us are. There's probably a half a step to the left, to the right, or maybe a baby step up.
Oh, you were talking. You were talking politically.
No, I'm talking about.
I thought you were talking materially.
I'm just talking about financially. Just
Oh, motherfucker! So now we're talking financially. Can we agree that you think Be Brave is in the same neighborhood as me financially?
I mean, I don't know what.
Oh no! I heard you say it. See, I'm gonna corner you the same way. You being holy man to Be Brave. You said financially, correct?
Yeah.
So you think that me and Be Brave are in the same financial category?
I have very broad category.
No, just yes or no, sir.
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Okay, well, guess what you don't know? Be Brave doesn't have the background I do. Guess what? Be Brave is not in the same financial category. So you keep thinking, your hero Be Brave, the results at his 70 years old are not going. He's 70 now. Not going to be the same at my 70-year-old. I talked about knowing white culture better. for better or for worse, Be Brave builds outhouses, and I laugh. That is how similar we are. Motherfucker, I have generational wealth. Be Brave does not. No, I don't give a shit. All I have to say is you're absolutely right. Be Brave is brave to come up on this panel. You couldn't protect him from what I whooped his 70-year-old ass. He is dumb. He will never come up on my panel again, but I will always drop the link. And it's on you for thinking. And this is directly on you because maybe you don't know black people as well as you think you do. If you, dude, you don't know black people. You know the black people in your hood. You don't know black people.
Yeah, you may be right.
Oh no, motherfucker! I know I'm right. See, sometimes you live in this great gray area of blackness. It may be this, it may be that, it may be a smoke, it may be I have Johnny Boy in my room and be all entertaining and do a clown or minstrel show. You live in a Chitlin circuit. I never have. So you go do your Chitlin circuit bullshit. I get to talk to you about your Chitlin circuit. Or you get to respond now.
I don't know what to respond to.
Well, of course you don't know what to respond to. You are in the same situation I did with Be Brave. Too many words, too many fucking. You need to think before you respond. Be Brave did a whole show, and this motherfucker is on at 3. Be Brave with his old ass never goes this long. Because I put that motherfucker through the Stanley Cross washing machine, spun him out, and this motherfucker's still sputtering like a motherfucking half-wit Yosemite Sam. This motherfucker is now fussing. Look at this. He's on the screen if you can see him. Look at this animated motherfucker in a mask and sunglasses. I motherfucking got not only in his head, that shit is creeping down into his skin. And dude, I'm looking at his chat. I spun that motherfucker around. He made a huge mistake coming up to my channel or up to my panel. And you know what? He did it on my terms. You remember how many months he was like, "Oh, I'll come up to your panel if there's a timer." Motherfucker, he came up and I did what he knew I was gonna do to him. He thought he could do shit. Be Brave learned a channel. Well, he learned a channel to stay on his own channel. He learned a lesson. Now let's see what you can learn. You're his holy man, right? Now let's see what you can learn.
I'm just not getting there, Stanley. I've been working, man.
Yeah, you're always just getting here. Are you Be Brave's holy man still?
Always the holy man.
Well, play that thing on your soundboard. It says you are Be Brave's holy man. Want to play it for us?
Nah, I ain't gonna play right now.
Oh, good. I wait to hear it. Dude, I dismantled your biggest fan. That's what I do. If you fuck with me, it may take some time. I take you apart piece by piece.
What's Be Brave talking about over there now?
Who cares? He's muted. You know how to get to his channel, right? What I hope is happening is there is Republic Tea Room proving that he's a dumbass. But who knows what she's saying?
I see he spells your name wrong in the title there.
Yeah, that motherfucker can't spell. I upset him. He was literally on my show, and I started asking him about white culture. He had, dude, it was, well, you were here. Oh, when you start asking the bottom feeder about the white culture he extols, oh, that motherfucker fell apart. He's so motherfucking mad. This 70-year-old, this motherfucker, don't ever fuck with me. Especially, well, no, I have my failures. There are times when Be Brave will win, has won. But dude, oh, he stepped into a trap and I was ready for him. Oh, it's so sweet.
I heard that.
And that, well, wait, you missed the part where he wants to debate me again. Do you know where there's only one place we're going to debate, John? Guess where? He wants here, he wants HB, and I'd agree to HB. But other than HB, this motherfucker wants Black Crow. He wants Orthodox. I'm not fucking doing that. He proposed you as an arbiter. I'm like, nope, John is biased. He's your holy man. Yes, where the only place I'm going to do it, Garen's channel.
Garen, okay, I can see that. I can definitely.
Well, but you know, want to know.
Stanley, you still there?
Oh, I'm sorry. You remember Garen's encounter with Be Brave?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm going to do it on Garen's show. And I will do it nowhere else. It will be Garen's channel. Won't be Lowe's. It's Garen's or nowhere. Because I know Garen won't be biased. Such a motherfucking loser. The dude does not. Be Brave doesn't know gamesmanship. You want to hear what your disciple has to say?
Oh, what is he talking about there?
Oh, who gives a fuck? Do you give a fuck?
Shit.
Oh, John, am I pissing you off?
Hell no, my back door blew open.
Administration.
How's the weather there?
To me, they.
It's raining hard.
By the way, how is your back and shoulders?
Oh man, I'm doing great.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have my back door locked half the fucking time, so the fucking back door just blew open because it's raining hard as shit.
Yeah, well, you know it will. Let me tell Be Brave, because you know I'm gonna make him suffer.
Oh, I know an answer. Can I say it?
Yeah,
the
you
global corporate motion. The global
Ryan.
corporate
No, Ryan, no, let her answer it. No, she knows.
It's the corporatist. It's the corporatist. No, I'm just joking. Be brave. It's the corporatist. No.
Fuck. You're not gonna win.
Be brave. Listen. I will
all
say
I'm
this.
saying is when you talk about agendas and conspiracies.
I know, but be brave.
No, what I'm saying, no, wait, public, wait a minute. You just spoke of a goddamn experience.
Listen to this little screamer.
You don't want to take it to the
Listen to this little screamer.
But my point is, and pointing that out is, I just want to find out where you stop.
You better hop up on the panel and help
do you go to? Because there's an agenda to knock this country down. There is. You're correct. I just go to the top pay grade.
Yeah. There is be brave. I think this is beyond a pay grade. I think that this may even be spiritual, but I believe that
hey, you're getting there. I'm with you so far. These motherfuckers doing it are evil.
Be brave. I definitely, I know this. I believe it, and I see that. How about this? I will say this. I believe that in general, the people who call themselves victims, I believe, and I believe the true victims, and I'm going to say this because I think that people can be used as, some people use as weapons and everything, but what they're after, what these people would be after it would have to be definitely the even though I'm not so-called like, I don't want to say this because my fiance is listening, but I don't. Okay, I believe. I know, right? Okay, listen, be brave. But he still knows that I say this: the white Christian male is the target, and I feel that
white Christian male. What the fuck is she talking about?
Whatever people say about white men conquering and doing whatever they do.
I am no longer her fan.
The main target. There's 20 other targets.
It's the main
All right,
target.
Stan.
The main target.
I am about to wrap this up because I'm at 10:23.
I don't even Christian, but yeah, I would say he is the main target. They're breaking down the white male in this country.
It takes me a while to get over my. Be Brave is just a fucking menace, and the anti-black blacks are just worse to the black community. And Stan Autry, salute for you coming up. I'm gonna get some dinner, and wherever the other shows, if you're there, I'm gonna send you respect, sir. So, all right, I think we are done, and this has been ridiculous. Make sure you hit the like buttons on the way out. And if you're new, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. And then we will be done. So have a good day, y'all. I should be back in the morning.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you. If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.